Welcome back, Crime Spies. Who's ready for another riveting day of testimony? While we wait for the live stream to start, please do the things that they say. You know, the likes, the follows, share, commenting below. They say that's supposed to help me grow my channel. At this point, I'm not sure if it's true or if it's total bullshit. Get comfortable, grab a beverage, depending on your part of the world, could be coffee, tea, cocktail. It will be starting soon. Thanks again for joining me. Please make sure to make your presence known in the chat. Welcome back, Crime Spies. Who's ready for another? Well, my voice isn't ready yet. Who's ready for another day of testimony? Crime Spies is still sick. Oh, I suppose I should put my glasses on. All right. So I had this really wonderful idea the other day, and it's not going to work. I'm not going to explain, but it's not going to work. So I think the next strategy is something like this, where we can, because the trial goes until like 7 p.m. at night. And they're just, I don't know why people aren't watching this. I know a few other people that normally stream trials on YouTube. This trial has basically made them say, you know what, screw this. So I don't want to be a quitter or give up. So, God, we still got glare in these stupid glasses. I thought I fixed this. Anyway, it doesn't matter. So I think what we're going to do is every other day, start around the noon hour, and then fast forward through all the boring parts. And you know, you if it is too fast for you on the Rumble side and on the YouTube side, I know for sure on the Rumble side, because sometimes if I have to go down to the kitchen or something and I bring my, iPad with me, and I'll miss like, 3 or 4 minutes. So I'll just put it on like faster speed. So if it's too fast for you, you can always slow down the speed too. But I'm just trying to figure out, like, how can we watch this trial? I really think, I don't know. I really think, he's got, like they've said, he's got a 50-50 chance of this getting overturned. That would just be mind-blowing. So anyway, so that's what we're going to do. Let's just begin. I think we're pretty close to getting back to where we were the other day. So like I said, I'll put a little comment thing below after today is done. And if this works, then I think we're going to go for it. Then we can do this fashion every other day.
How long? Any kind of victims or witnesses?
I had a little trouble this morning. My Rumble key code decided it didn't want to work. So I couldn't get on that one. Wait, is this not the right one? Is this day 8? Day 7. Oops. Hold on one moment. I heard that the defense was supposed to start their cross-examination on day 8. Search. Crime Spies having a tough day today. Day 8. God, it's gonna be a long day. Honest to God, I've been racking my brain. Oh, we don't have closed captioning today either. Shit. Okay. Sit back, relax. Here we go, some more Tommy Randy.
Stage 3 calls that take okay.
I do. Dean O'Kelly.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to resume playing stage 331 at 1:15:26.
Hey, I probably teach your kids at school. No, I don't think so. Okay, you don't have kids at school? No. Well, if you had them, I could teach them if I wanted to. Oh, I'm sure. But I don't do that anymore. I did for the first year or two, but since I got puppies, I decided to go. 7 minutes shadow when you do it.
Oh, that's right. We are we're back to the video. Okay, so let's put up a little banner here.
And that's why I met Sharon. Her husband died of cancer a year later, mine died a year earlier. I was on the internet with him, and it was just, man, Lizzie fight all the time, fought for 2 days and fight for 5. That just ain't fun, so. And yes, there's insurance. I've had insurance for 28 years on these policies.
How are we supposed to hear this?
I have a wife and 2 grandkids and a stepdaughter and stepson, and there's talking about having 1 more child and a house payment and a pool payment. Probably another $300,000-$400,000 in insurance, but there's $675,000 of insurance, and that's just her. It's my insurance. I'm the one that's really insured. You know, it's just a family plan. She gets 40%, 50% or something. The insurance is for me, and I've always kept it active.
I can't even hear it. Can you hear it?
My land upside down. Hold on. Had it for a long time. I said, who would have that much insurance? And I don't know if that makes me a weird thing or a weird man, but I've seen so many people who's got insurance, cool. Got a nice house, 3 kids put through college, and a nice wife, but she stays at home and don't work, and she falls over dead from a heart attack, from a stroke. Some crazy fool breaks in the house and steals your gun and shoots her in the head, and you lose your house and gives them to go to college because you didn't have anything else to fall back on, you know. And I never understood that. But I think we just about covered everything I could possibly think of to cover. So if you got something else on your mind, spit it out quick.
Oh, and it's only in one ear.
Would there be any reason, and I asked you this the other night, when I interviewed you the night that this happened. Obviously, you know, we've talked to a lot of people. Would there be people that would tell us that maybe you had something to do with this? Yes, because I just want to apologize to my neighbor today, because yesterday when he drove by, he smiled at me and I was kind of anxious about picking up Sharon's remains. And I said, don't smile at me, you don't even know me. Why don't you come over and meet me, talk to me, before you fucking talk about me behind my back? And he drove off. And if he would came back, I didn't get him, would have probably, I don't know, he's pretty healthy too. He's the boy too. But I went over today and apologized to him and said I was just a little anxious. And all he said is he sees the U-Hauls. And I tried to explain to him, 2 of the times you see the U-Hauls wasn't a fucking thing. I went and rented them. And there's 2 minutes of Sharon getting crazy or me getting crazy. Fuck this, I'm not living with the shit. I already told you when you start this shit, I'm gone. And when I rented it, back the next day. You saw the news reports, right, about what happened at your house. Did you see any of them? Obviously, it was one with the neighbor and one with my car when he was cleaning. Every time they put one of these news reports on, they always put that caveat at the end. Anyone with information, please call supervisors. You see that shit, right? I got it. It's there, trust me. And so, invariably, we get dozens of calls from people that probably don't even know you. You know, throwing out their hypothesis as to what might have happened. Okay. And so, you know, that's why I'm just asking you. Is there anybody that has anything against you that might say, well, he had something to do with this? No, because I don't even know any of the neighbors. I knew Alex next door. And I did tell him because his house had been burglarized and his wife came home and caught a man with a gun. And if that ever happens, just call me. If he comes to my side, I'll shoot at him, but get him back to your side. Alex? Alex, right on this side, on the right. Okay. This is your house, this is the street, would be the warehouse further down.
So not the
The
neighbor,
well,
okay. And his wife came home and somebody was in the house with a gun?
yeah, he had this is tile work and he fucked it up, and he wanted $8,000 and that wasn't what they agreed to or something, as the story goes, and they came and ripped out his gun. Somebody knew, and his wife came home in the middle of the day and caught some guy there with a gun. She ran out the back door, front door. Guy ran out the back door and
They have swatted his gun?
I think they got one of the guns back. I don't think they ever got it.
Did you ever find out if it was white or black?
Actually, I told him I think it was a black guy because I seen a black older guy black and white a few times.
Was Mike already coming over to your house at this point?
Oh, no, I didn't know like that. I told him, no, it's okay. I'm state's problem. Sure. I see the guys out. He's going to well, actually, I don't know. He's probably not the same page. Just look like who.
Sharon, if she would have seen somebody in the house, you know that what would her reaction be?
I think she would have fought. I think she would have fought. She may have turned and run, she may have just froze, but I think she would have fought. I think she would have fought. But she doesn't see. That's what her disability is she doesn't see. That's why I was so sick last couple of weeks ago. You know, I was on film and I'd come back to me, you know, because I had to let her drive all alone. I took 20 minutes to get that slow, but she's I can't see him losing. When we got a little further down in the straight section, I said, I can't do it. I'm just not enough.
So if she goes in the house, all right, she walks in through the garage into that hallway, what would have been the first thing she would have done? Because obviously you moved back in the house yet.
It's my understanding she was going to go wash her pussy and was going to have sex. But that was the plan.
When she walks in the house, what does she normally do?
Depends on what we've been doing. Usually she goes back at night. Usually she goes back.
Okay. Does she turn the light on?
No,
Big guy?
we have a hallway that comes on the lake. It's on a fire line. It's not big, it's a little one that you see me around.
So she was gonna go to the bathroom.
That would be my guess. She always seemed to go to the bathroom.
And then I remember.
But I found it so we decided not to go to the movie with no fuck.
Okay.
I slept that night. Actually slept. First time slept maybe 3-4 hours in a row, 3 hours in a row at least. Got up. That's why I was up that day doing something. That's why we took painless. I was out running around. I was gonna wash the car and fill it up with gas and go get money out of the bank and all that stuff.
So if she's coming in and she would have seen somebody, you think she would have reacted?
I would have hoped she would have ran my tail, but I think, she would have came and got me, but then she may have not remembered that she told me for the gun that night.
And the gun that you were telling me about in that basket, who knew where that one was?
In the basket.
Remember you said that 22 was in the basket? Oh,
It's either in the basket or in the drawer. Yeah, Michael might know. And that's also where the pills were, of course. And even where the 30th was, and that again was because he said he'd clean up there for us, the sheriff. See, that's not that Sharon's eyes is. One of the times I moved out, she didn't think I was going to come back because I had them 15 minutes later, so I was going to be back. She
never studied a criminal mind.
Have I ever studied
Yeah,
that?
I mean, you seem like somebody who's interested in political science. I can't get into political science.
No, it's just
Psychology,
I got a psychology minor.
that fight or flight, when you're faced with a difficult situation.
And which would have been mine too, if he would have not thought he was coming home for 3 or 4 hours and all of a sudden, shit, somebody's here.
And Mike, you've been in your house how many times?
Quite a few.
Dozens?
Dozens.
Just seems odd that he would run into the garage. Never
He didn't run into the garage. He didn't run into the garage.
I mean, he came toward you, you were in that first bedroom.
Yes. He just ran into the garage. He came into the bedroom. And was he was screaming something too. I think he said something about money, but I don't know. Don't know because it was this year. And I was strictly zoned out. Where the fuck is that gun and clip? Gun and clip, gun and clip. And when I come back around the just kind of just almost avoided banging each other. And that's what I said. I think I probably pushed the mask a little bit with my arm, my shirt, my head, and something. Because he didn't act like he didn't, just like he couldn't get out. And then I started thinking, because he couldn't see, he couldn't get out of the fucking belt because there's 14 fucking belt loops in there, They were so tight. And that's mine wasn't in a holster. Mine was already there, loaded, and I didn't stop asking my help just straight up. I just started shooting. And I shot him, and he went out the back door, and I just kept shooting, and then he fell down. And that's when a couple seconds later, when the fire extinguisher hit the ground, I shot him once or twice again, and it just scared the shit out of me. And that was reflex. That was reflex.
So what caliber gun do you prefer?
40 SW.
Not a 22?
Not 22, no.
Why not?
Because there's 3.1 for everyone in the United States, and
3.1 what?
22s for every person in the United States.
Oh.
Something like that. Years ago, that was the stats. A 40 because it's the biggest thing you can get. Actually, what I really prefer is my little 380 because it's small. I can't wear the big guns anymore.
Well, if you had to go into a fight, you had a 22 or 380 and a 40, which would you pick?
AK-47 or 12
You
inch.
have that choice.
My 40.
Just because the bullet's bigger.
Because it looks like 18 bullets.
22 speed kills.
Speed kills. Not either. Not getting in the feeder. That didn't even fucking hurt. That didn't even fucking hurt. That didn't even fucking hurt.
How'd you do that?
I just at 22. Didn't even fucking hurt.
How'd you do that?
A girl I knew came over and brought her son, and I had been doing a case at the law office, and a girl I knew that the one I was cheating on, anyway, her husband just died, and he had a bunch of guns that he wanted to sell, so she wanted to sell them. And I took a 22 and a couple other guns from him, and I was wearing the 22. And an ankle thing I didn't sit up for 13 days, but I did get pictures of these people coming out of the hotels, and I was just tired, I was worn out, and they showed up, and we did our little thing, and the boy kept looking at it, and I really liked the boy, because I'd known the girl for years, and then love was off and on. And I said, oh, maybe quit being so silly, it's just like a fucking, it's a hammer, it's a pair of pliers, it's a shovel, for Christ's sake, it's just a tool, it's no safer than, than the person using it. And I said, do you want to see it, Jason? And I started handing this little 22, and then I thought, you've been on some drugs for days, you haven't slept for days, I don't even know if it's loaded, it was at my ankle, and I picked it up, and I went to just pull the pocket back to see if there was a shell in it.
Shot your finger off.
I shot my finger off, and they tried to take my gun license, but you know what was really so fucking just amazingly cool about this? Two detectives in Salt Lake City doing a stakeout, and one of them said, like a king, and for some reason he pulled his gun out and shot his partner in the next car, and then hit and killed him. And then another one shot his partner in the stomach, and then one of them in a training class that happened here in Henderson or someplace. And it says, no guns in the training class of the Post Academy. And the trainer of the place is in there, and his buddy comes in, his partner comes in, and wrestles the gun away from him and kills his partner. So, what's the moral of it?
What's the most lethal place to shoot a person?
I guess it would be what you gotta do with shoot them with, I don't know.
You had to just take up where would be the most lethal place to shoot somebody.
Wherever I could. I shoot the body because it's the biggest area of I'm gonna probably shoot. The same way I got fucked up when I worked for Customs and DEA, because I did all that for a while too. You guys did that too, right? Yes? You didn't? You're letting me down.
I'll have to see if they've ever heard of it.
Who? That was the Customs agent's favorite guy. That's who they paid me under. And cash. Always in cash.
Did Mike tell you about any kind of trips or any planned trips he was doing?
Did he need money for them?
He needed money for child support. He was going to go to jail for child support. For sure, he needed money for child support.
He needed a trip that he didn't plan.
He did mention something, but I don't remember what it was. I don't know if he mentioned that he would like to go there, or he needed to go there, or was going to go there. But he had said something about going somewhere. But I don't think the trip that he needed money for child support, because he actually wanted to borrow money for the child support. He borrowed $3,000. I paid my child support up front the whole time. The whole time. I loaned my ex-wife and her new husband $9,000, and the interest is more than the fucking child support. They owe me money.
So you mentioned it for your team. I gotta ask, you think OJ did it?
Fuck yeah, they did it.
Why?
No, actually, I think OJ did it. No, I do not think he did it.
I think he's smart man, he had a lot of money, he got hired it done, but then I could see maybe in a fit of rage, but, I don't think he did it because I wasn't there and the jury of 12 peers said he didn't do it, and you know what? Ain't my fucking business, I don't fucking care, but you know what? He ain't babysitting my kids, my grandkids, but no, he didn't do it, he didn't do it. Pardon me?
Not because you think he did.
No, just because I would let him babysit my kids, I'm 100% behind the judicial system, it works.
So you cracked the seal on that night, as you see in those chain.
Pardon me?
So you were the one cracking the seal on that night, as you see in those chain things off and out or something.
I looked at it first. I looked at it first, of course. Well, it's kind of funny.
You're right.
This ain't funny, but
It's not.
my mom said, don't get nervous. Don't start, just, try not to tell these guys too much, which I already have, but you already know. Shit.
It's surprising.
Pardon me?
It's surprising what we know.
No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't. You should know everything there is. I mean, it's not the world's, it's all internet.
You have to do a thorough investigation. You have to do everything you can, so.
So what did your last letter shit tell?
All heroes, what do you think? You're an intelligent man.
I don't need to think. I was there. I know exactly. Unless there was somebody else there besides my chart.
Well, you saw all the heroes.
He had to be shorter than her because it went up. I think.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't know that much about it.
Either. I mean, because when a bullet strikes a hard surface like a wall or a table or a piece of pipe or a head
Or the ground, it sparks. It sparks, chips the concrete, and then hits the fat lady in the leg, and then it hits over against the fat boy in the knee.
so you can't say that somebody's tall, somebody's short.
Well, I know that's what I'm supposed to say. No, I haven't done this paralegal thing since CSI came out.
So just knowing what you know and what you saw that night, where do you think he could have standing?
I don't know. I thought he was in the bedroom. I thought he was in the bedroom because the clock was down. That's the only reason I thought that. But I can't hear. I did not get that perception. And I told you that I got nervous, and then I remember the next day or 2 days later, when he came back to the house, I said I remembered that I got freaked out about the bathroom and kind of went and flipped it open and there was somebody hiding back there. And I heard something, but I can't ever tell where it was. So I figured he was in the bedroom. That's what I figured, but I don't know. And then I thought he was in my bedroom because that was what was being, in my mind, ransacked at the time because the gun was down, the clock was down. But I don't know. I have no idea.
Did he try to blackmail you?
Pardon me?
Did Mike ever try to blackmail you?
No, actually he didn't. He actually didn't. That was, and he knew about Lizzie, didn't he? Well,
Your wife knew about this.
everybody knew about Lizzie. Everybody knew about Lizzie. Except the street. He didn't understand, what the fuck was going on. I tried to explain that to him, a couple of those times that U-Haul was there, that's because I got the U-Haul because I couldn't afford $40,000 a year gambling. And when I came back, it was a whole different scenario. I got the bank cards, I got the checks, and I got the joint account. And you get your own account, whatever you spend, that's fine. Just make sure you put your money in my account, move it over however you want to do it, pay the bills, but it won't be no more than $600, $300 that check fees. Because that happens again, I'm not doing this. And she stopped gambling for a while, I let her cut it way down. But apparently, I just thought she cut it way down because now I'm finding out she's got thousands of dollars in bank cards and the money I gave her's gone, and the 401's gone.
You gonna be responsible for all that?
I don't know. I know I'm gonna be responsible for her excess taxes.
I don't see right.
Well, it's IRS. Aren't we in their building? Could we might have to get a moving on that real quick, just so I know. Something else nice, because you know what, well, she come and just tell me I'm under arrest, or you just really need to talk to me to clear something else up. I'm probably not coming back out here for at least 30 days.
You think we should tell you you're under arrest?
No, because if you're already fucked up, you fucked up. This was an easy one for you. Because the forensics is there.
It has its issues.
I think Detective Kelly has a.
Instead of going.
You had questions about what was taken out of the house?
Can I pee again first?
Yeah.
It's not that I don't trust you, but I think I'll take my hand. Is your wife good looking?
What do you think?
To kill for. Have you seen that with the whole thing?
Oh, thank God that's over. I could hardly hear that. Maybe I'm just deaf. It's my understanding this guy here with the beard, I think he testifies most of the day. There's no closed captioning today. Unavailable.
You need to clear my head sometimes.
Oh, God.
I call it a lawyer.
More
It's
torture.
that's what I was gonna tell you.
Thank you for joining me.
Right off. Straight down, starting to 18 months, you know, I wasn't water.
I'm really racking my brain trying to figure out how we can watch these in the most efficient way possible.
They did it when I read it. Because it was an hour, I better than a lawyer. I talked to lawyers, so it's
Not even minutes, a minute. Because once they got you out, then they were out.
well, that's what I'm saying, you know, how did it take so long? Sharon, like, been somebody, right?
What do you think, Tom? I never do these with families. I asked them, what do you think?
I got real upset the other night because I thought she laid there on that cold floor by herself, and I could have been in there with her. All those guys were out fucking around with helicopters and dogs, and I didn't know that I was doing.
They were in there when you came out. They took you in custody and they went in.
Because I couldn't get a pulse, I couldn't get a pulse, so.
Right, so you had questions about stuff in the house?
They have a key.
So everything was taken out of the house right here. Instead of listening on the property report, I'm gonna give to you that we just went ahead and put attached a copy of the evidence and what we did.
I'm really sorry, I didn't realize he was talking important stuff because I can't hear you. I almost have to watch your mouth.
You read this thing?
Well, no, but I have to really concentrate.
This is a property report.
Okay.
And it's attached as evidence in the report. Instead of listing all these things again, right here, there's some asterisks and it says refer to the attached income report, so.
Is this like a police report that I need, that I had asked you about?
You asked us what was taken out.
Yeah, but I was also asking you about a police report, and you said it's gonna say
The ICYMI.
officers came into your body, blah, blah, blah. Still kidding or something.
That's just the crime report. That's what you needed for your insurance company.
One of them, yeah, it said something about if you did it.
Normally what they want is they want it from us for whatever, insurance companies, or whatever their infinite wisdom is, that you can't give them something, but I can give them something. You understand all that shit that you do?
No, actually, I never dealt with insurance companies.
Well, the insurance companies, when they want information, they want it from us for whatever reason. So just have them contact, Detective Kelly.
That's you, Kelly.
I'm gonna give you a copy of this, but you can see it right here. I'll make a copy.
Now, is this, you want me to, date this, the date it happened, or the date I got it?
No, it's.
Dated today?
So the thing that all the properties are now the numbers that you think of. And that's what the date that it happened.
I'll get it right back.
I pissed him off, didn't
Not wrong?
I? Well, that's good, because I didn't know if it wasn't being done. I figured his wife was cute. This is, I think that's the name of it, the guy for it, Jesus Christ, I love her. Tom Cruise's ex-wife. The blonde, also. You don't know? Yeah, Nicole Kidman. She's got on that little dress with, the guy that played Johnny Cash later, singing in Sharon Washington's song. And she's in the ring, and Sweet Home Alabama comes on. She just does that little thing with that little dress, she shows just a little bit of panting. God, I think that's just the sexiest woman in my life.
I don't watch any movies.
And so we sure that's what's up. We need white mayonnaise or ketchup or mustard on our food, except she likes more exotic stuff. I don't know. Pretty common.
Yeah, like I said earlier, the lab work is still out there. We're at the mercy of our lab because they prioritize everything. And since this one, they're there's no suspect getting ready to go to court, it goes not to the bottom of the pile, but further down than the ones where we have suspects who are getting ready to go to court. Does that have to get that done first?
Well, I guess I should just be tickled to death about that.
Yeah. You're not a suspect getting ready to go to court.
There's no doubt your forensics, HR, you know that.
I haven't even seen the reports. As a matter of fact, we don't have any reports yet, so that's what we have to wait on.
See, because that's one advantage I got over you guys. I say, I'm bored.
That's true.
And the guy that was with you, your partner, I thought he was sleeping. I knew he wasn't sleeping. He was playing the sleeping cop. The first time he was in here.
Oh, second party.
And he leans up and says, I don't understand why was it 22? And he described it. And I said, that one is ours. With the funny handle grips. Why was it on the clothes or something? We couldn't understand that. I couldn't have done anything if I tried. I waited for the garbage can. But Sharon was happy, but we talked so good. I guess night clothes or something stacked up there. Is this a trick question or what? I talked to you morning, but I talked to him Las Vegas since I've been rather than Sharon, Colleen, and the grandkids. So you're like my best friend, dude.
Yeah. Shouldn't have secrets.
Right? Shouldn't have secrets.
That's right.
What do you mean? Everybody's got secrets.
True.
Everybody's got secrets.
Those people would call it one of those secret witness lines. And there's no. All right. And when somebody says, well, I think that the guy that did this had a bear. And took the bear and got into the backyard, did this and did that. Well, that's wild shit. We gotta follow up on, just like when somebody says, well, I think that he did this and he did that.
Are you serious? Somebody said that?
Oh, yeah.
A bear?
No, not that. I'm just saying, these are ridiculous things that we have to follow up on. Just like when somebody calls and says, well, I think I might have seen him at a casino 2 years ago, and I mean, you can't believe some of the shit that we get calls on.
Anything else, guys?
Think about it. All right. Thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you. You're really not that bad guy, I'm sure. You just, it must be the day.
Okay, maybe now it's over. He was talking about sexy woman. I can't hear it. Maybe it's because the air conditioner's on in the background. It's hotter than Satan's lair here in Minnesota. Like you walk outside and you instantly start sweating. So I have to have it on, unfortunately. Maybe I'm going deaf.
He had keys to the house.
You just said anything else, guys?
I don't know if those were keys that were his to present at Uncle's house. All it says is keys.
How do you get a police report?
Have the insurance company call Detective O'Kelly or call me. And, so we can come. They want the police report to come from us.
You see that, didn't you?
It's like $11,779
I was gonna rent one first, down the way to see a small one. Sharon wanted them. It's like about that fucking convertible, man. I like the little ram I had, it's just so cheap on gas. And I had an Envoy too that was, oh my God, it was like the most luxurious car I've ever had. And I loved it, but it just used so much gas, but it was pulling a 26-foot boat or something, so.
With a RAV?
No, with the Envoy, the GMC Envoy that has 4 separate controls and speakers for 4 different people, and the seats are heated and cooled and all that. I traded it in and got that convertible she wanted. Just absolutely useless. I can't hear anybody. Somebody leave the hood, leave the stuff down and get too hot. You can't hear nothing as it is. And it's hard to get in and out of it too.
I can imagine.
This is really for your benefit because I hate to keep you in your hallway. Because I'm not cleaning it up. Can't make, I think there's laws on that.
Well, there's no law.
I think there's laws laws, and I think there's no law. I think there is laws. It has to be done a certain way by the environmental. My brother's signed this statement about that's a federal motion, and it's a body waste function. And I have hepatitis C, so somebody would have to come here, why don't you clean up? What was your name? CLIF.
Okay, stopping at 154.03. If I could just have a second to take my computer down before I get started again.
Oh my God, thank God. I'm going to pause for a moment, just one moment. Okay, I just want to show you this. Okay, so one of my new favorite people on Twitter who also also has a YouTube channel. His name is Steve. Remember last week I showed you the Beetlejuice down video? Remember that? Okay, so I just logged on to Twitter because I just wanted to see what's going on. Look, so he's got this. Can I make this bigger? Oh my God, you have to see this. So he's got new t-shirts, and apparently I got entered to possibly win this t-shirt. Look at how cool this is. Look at this. Publicly buzzed. His name is Steve. He's got Feral Fridays, Murder Church. There's an alien. He's one of my new favorites. That is the coolest shirt ever. So for those of you who are watching Crime Spies, send out some good vibes, some good juju, some, focus that Crime Spies wins that shirt. Okay, now back to the trial. Back to Tell Me Randy. Isn't that cool? Oh, we got Mr. Technology at the podium. Oh, look at that chartreuse tie he's got
No
on.
arrest or no warrants that you can find. You remember talking. I want to ask you about Mr.
Okay, so we're back to people testifying again. So for those of you who are watching, Crime Spies is trying to figure out an efficient way to watch this Thomas Randolph trial. Tommy Randy. And there's just not a lot of people watching this. Or maybe people are just like burned out on trials. I know Koberger's coming up. There's a couple other people on YouTube that also kind of do the same thing, live streaming these trials from bell to bell. And they're all kind of fed up. It's a lot of work. And, there's not a lot of engagement in this trial. I personally think this trial is awesome because he's got a, decent possibility of getting acquitted after being in prison for 15 years. So I'm trying to figure out a way to watch it more efficiently. So today we're going to try kind of the same thing we did on Monday, where we watched the preceding day first and skippity-doo through all the breaks and then catch up with the live stream. So that's what we're doing. I wanted to start, I decided to call it like bits and sauce. Because sauce, like what's the sauce? Like what's the dish? Bits and dish. Well, anyway, bits and sauce is what I came up with. Where we just show bits of the trial and give you the sauce. I don't know, it's a work in progress. Anyway, but the way I needed to accomplish that is not going to work because the source is not very reliable. I don't want to give out my secrets, but I think I came up with a great idea. but it's not working, or at least it didn't work yesterday. So, like I said, it's not reliable. So I think what we're going to do is every other day, we're going to do 2 days of testimony. And hopefully we can get 2 days in one day. I know it's not ideal. But even if I have to, okay, so my idea, even though my idea is not going to work, if I were to do the bits and sauce without my source, let's just say, I have to watch this anyway to do it. So I don't know if that makes sense. So I figure, well, shoot, might as well just live stream it since I have to watch it anyway.
Miller for a second. Yesterday we had talked about
There.
looking to see if any
Now you know
outstanding
all my
warrants, 'cause that was
secrets.
something maybe the defendant had mentioned. Do you remember talking about that yesterday?
I do.
Okay. Did you discover whether or not he had any local arrests here or anything like that?
I also
Mr.
want to
Randolph.
mention there is no closed captioning on
no
this
arrests,
day,
no
day
warrants.
8.
No, had he been arrested here, he would have had an ID number assigned to him, and he did not have one.
During this interview, there's a portion of the interview. Do you recall Mr. Randolph looking at you and saying, I don't like you? Do you remember that?
I do remember that.
Okay. I want to turn your attention to July 2nd, 2008. Do you go over to 6517 Rancho Santa Fe?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember why you had gone over there?
As I recall, it was to be present in what we refer to as a keep the peace type situation where the locks were being changed on the house.
Okay, so they were being changed over. Who was having the locks changed?
Colleen Byer was.
Okay, so does the defendant arrive at the house at that time?
He did. We were inside the house, and he just walked in and went over to one of Mrs. Byers' children, and then knelt down and started talking to him.
Okay. Does he say something to you at that time?
Well, we talked about, the agreement between the attorneys. There was a civil issue at that point in time. We discussed that we were changing the locks and then we were going to be leaving. There was some suggestion of removing property from the house. And I told Mr. Randolph that wasn't going to happen, that there was already communication between attorneys and nobody was taking anything from the house at that point. Mr. Randolph told me that I was an asshole.
Did you respond to that?
I did. I said, well, I don't think that I am, but you have the right to your opinion. And he said, well, you are. And I said, well, that's okay. I don't take it personally. I later told him the only reason that I was standing there in front of him is because I was the next person that was up in rotation. It could have been somebody else, not me.
On that day, it's July 2nd. You have not arrested Mr. Randolph at this time.
No.
Does Mr. Randolph ask you a question about how long this investigation is going to take?
He did.
Okay. And what do you say to him at that point?
Well, that we were making sure that we, got everything right in the investigation. Mr. Randolph responded by saying that, well, as far as he was concerned, that we blew any chance of that happening on the first night. And when I asked him to elaborate,
Did you want to add something?
yes, when I asked,
Go ahead.
When I asked him to elaborate, he said that his attorneys told him not to talk to the police about it.
I want to turn your attention to that second interview. Does the defendant make comments about Sharon's gambling?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Does he talk about the fact that he potentially has to pay back taxes for a former husband of hers?
Yes, he did.
Does the defendant discuss the fact that there is some sort of IRA that Sharon owns? Yes. Thank you. Did the defendant discuss Sharon's spending when it came to an IRA, a $40,000 IRA that she had?
Yes, he did.
Did the defendant discuss how Sharon treated or used $5,000 he gave to her after giving $5,000 to Liz Labrador?
Yes, he did.
When discussing these topics, what was the defendant's, did he seem happy about her spending habits?
No, he wasn't happy about it at all.
Did he seem happy about having to pay taxes for another husband of hers?
No, he seemed quite irritated with that.
Did he appear to be happy about the manner in which she gambled?
No.
She gambled. Okay. As this investigation continued, did you take steps to recover or collect gaming records from the Santa Fe hotel?
Yes, we did.
Did you also seek to collect banking records from joint accounts between Sharon and the defendant, as well as the defendant's own personal bank accounts?
Yes.
Okay. Did you also collect kind of records tracking potentially any outstanding debts that the defendant may have had?
Yes.
This time. Going to be publishing 328.
Did you say 328?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Just bear with me. I gotta get that. You present. As the defendant himself. Okay, opening a folder entitled Financial and Gambling Reports, opening gaming records. Let's start with Mr. Miller. So did you get records for Miller, Sharon, as well as the defendant himself?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Let's first start with Mr. Randolph. Do you see where it says total in here?
Yes.
Before we get to that, what is the time range on this set of gaming records?
It's a 1 month range from 4/9 to 5/9 of 08.
Okay, and what's the total amount that Mr. Randolph has spent total in on that last month before Sharon passes away?
$462.50.
Opening Miller's records. Now this one doesn't have an overall total, but have you kind of calculated how much it is when you add up all of these coins in?
Yes, it was around $1,900.
Okay. And just to be clear, that's kind of it deals with, you're starting on kind of May 7th and it goes all the way down to February. So from February to May 7th, it's approximately $1,900.
That's correct.
Okay. Look at Sharon Randolph. What is the date range from here?
The same as with Mr. Randolph from 4/9 of 08 to 5/9 of 08, 1 month.
So this is the last month of her life, correct?
Yes.
How much money did she put in slot machines in that month?
$23,468.70.
Opening up the folder of banking records. Did the Randolphs have a joint account at Wells Fargo?
Yes.
Opening Randolph joint bank account. These records span from January of 2007 all the way to July 31st of 2008. Is that correct?
Yes.
First going to go to page 221, these records. If you could, can you please read to me what's the date here?
That's April 30th of 2008.
I'm not sure these are admitted yet. Not that we would have an objection, but 328 was admitted yesterday.
They're all good.
That's why I clarified it.
It was. And it's on the same page with the insurance.
Thank
What is their total amount of assets at the end of April?
$1,041.60.
And with this account, for this specific account, what are their total liabilities?
Shows $39,897.11.
And that's 8 days before she's passed away, correct?
Correct.
Does there appear to be kind of a home equity line of credit associated with this account?
Yes, this shows an interest rate there, and it's increased from the previous month.
Okay. Now going to 228, not 228, I apologize, 227. What's the date of this statement?
May 31st of 2008.
So this is obviously the end of the month in which Sharon passes away on the 8th of May, correct?
That's correct.
At the end of this month, what was the total amount of assets?
$2,297 even.
And it started obviously with the ending balance for the prior month of $1,041.60, correct?
Correct.
What were the total liabilities?
$39,867.75. So it's actually decreased in making payments apparently.
But still a negative balance of approximately $37,000 without for subtracting the assets from the liabilities.
Yes.
You did also acquire, though, a bank account through Washington Mutual that related only to Mr. Randolph, correct?
Yes.
These records span from August of 2007 all the way to the end of May of 2008. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm going to go to page 17. Before we do that, let's go to the beginning. In the beginning in this account, how much money, let's look at the date here, and I apologize, I just don't have my mouse here, so it's a little harder for me to navigate. Okay, so this is on page 3, and can you see the upper right-hand corner? It's stating that this covers essentially the month of August. Would that be correct?
That's correct, from 8/6 to 8/22 of 07.
And it looks like their payment periods probably start a little bit earlier, but this is apparently when the account is open on 8/6 of 07, correct?
Yes.
Okay. There was $117,000, approximately $939.17 in deposits made in this account when it first opened. Is that right?
Yes.
What is the ending balance at the end of this month?
$86,919.17.
And that's August of 2007.
Correct.
I want to turn your attention to the month in which Sharon passes away. I'm going to page 17, these records. Can you read me the statement period from when to when?
From April 23rd of 2008 to May 22nd of 2008.
Please tell me what the beginning balance was at the beginning of this statement period.
Is the cursor right there? Is that an 8 or a 3?
I'm so sorry.
That's right. $815.35.
Okay. And there was a withdrawal made on April 28th, right?
Yes.
How much was that?
$800.
And that's prior to Sharon's death. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What is the ending balance in this account?
$15.35.
Opening the Equifax records. These Equifax records tracked kind of outstanding debts that he had financially, correct?
Yes.
With respect to an American Express account, you see the balance, the date reported is June of 2008. Is that right?
Yes.
What is the balance amount?
$404.
With respect to this Bank of America account, the reported date is 2008. What is the balance amount?
$152.
Going to page 6 of the records. We're going to page 7 of the records. With respect to Chase Bank, the top of the page 7, the date of June of 2008. What is the balance amount?
$7,628.
With respect to the second Chase Bank account, June of 2000.
Just clarify that we're dealing with bank accounts or credit cards.
Okay. Well, Chase Bank, we'll just do it this way. Chase Bank USA, account number 426-684-106085. What is the balance amount?
$7,628.
There's a second account under Chase Bank of 5222-763-00999. As of June of 2008, what is the balance amount?
$20,491.
With respect to Citibank, bank account 5424-1808-6438. As of July 2008, what is the balance amount?
$16.
Moving on to page 8, with respect to Citibank, account number 5424-1808-8207. As of June of 2008, what is the balance amount?
$5,781.
With respect to a Sears account of 504-994-802-353. As of June of 2008, what is the balance amount?
$706.
Moving on to page 10. Moving on to page 11. Wells Fargo account 6506-50097-9047. as of June of 2008, what is the balance amount?
$39,254.
And essentially that matches up with that home line of credit from those Wells Fargo records.
Exactly.
So when you added that amount up, did it come out to approximately $84,808?
Yes.
I'd like to have, almost undetected, but I'd like to have at least these three marks. Okay. We're requesting admission, states 333, 334, 335. Can I first witness?
Yes, are those being admitted?
Believe so without objection.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are those being admitted?
Showing you state 333, who's that?
Tom Randolph,
Showing you 334, who's that?
Michael Miller,
Showing you 335, who's that?
Sharon Randolph.
Okay. We all would, you ever, can I have those back?
Yes.
Thanks. Just polishing 333, 334, 335. So just to be clear, you had mentioned you calculated approximately $84,000 in money owed. Approximately how much life insurance would he have been a beneficiary of in light of Sharon's death?
Approximately $332,000.
And underneath the very first will from June of 06, did he also stand to inherit the house, 6517 Rancho Santa Fe?
Yes.
Did the will also enable him to inherit any potential bank accounts that were out?
Yes.
I have no further questions. Please, please.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to brief recess before we start cross-examination of this witness. During this recess, you must not discuss the beginning of any including fellow jurors in any way regarding this case or command received by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication. You must not rewatch this statement.
Why is there a recess already? Okay, so for those of you who are watching, this is the Tommy Randy trial from yesterday. Crime Spies is trying to figure out a more efficient way of doing these live streams. People are kind of checked out of this particular trial. I know a couple other people on YouTube basically said, you know what, screw it, I'm not doing any more live trials. Because they're kind of a time suck. And we just want to get to the good bits. So we're just gonna go through day
I was
8.
on May 8th. Yes.
I think once it gets to, here's what I like on this trial. For personally, the prosecution side, I'm totally checked out of them. I don't think they've proven their case yet. So, like, this is one of the defense attorneys. So, and it's my understanding that sometime yesterday afternoon, the prosecution rested and then defense started doing their witnesses. So, I'm going to slow the defense side down a little bit, and I'm going to speed up the prosecution side. I mean, we're already at the yesterday morning break point. I had a software upgrade on my iPad. I wonder if I need one here on this
Yes, Your Honor.
MacBook. Getting that spinny weird thing again.
Good morning.
Good morning, Counsel.
Detective O'Kelly, it seems that what you told the jury yesterday is that there was a briefing that occurred in the late hours, early morning hours of May 9th, 2008 that you became aware of.
Yes,
The briefing, right?
I was on May 8th. Yes.
And you told the jury that based upon the briefing and you heard during this briefing what Mr. Randolph thinks he had said had occurred inside the house, right?
Yes.
And you became suspicious of some of those things, didn't you?
Not at that moment, not during the briefing.
You became suspicious as a result of talking to Detective Mogg about things that he talked to Mr. Randolph about, again, in the early morning hours of May 9th.
Yes, that was early morning when Detective Mogg came back to the house.
Okay, so let's look for a second, if we could, at State's Exhibit 287. Okay, do you see that? That's a picture of Sharon and Thomas Randolph. Would you agree with that?
I agree.
And then I want to show you a picture of 334. Who is that?
That's Michael Miller.
Okay, so now one thing we definitely know that occurred on May 8th, 2008 is that man, Michael Miller, murdered Sharon Randolph. Is that right?
I agree with that.
Michael Miller took out a .38 caliber gun and put it on the back of Sharon's head and shot and murdered, didn't he?
I don't know that we have evidence of a contact wound, but he shot her in the head with a 38, yes.
If I was to tell you that the medical examiner told the jury that it was contact wound, would you have any reason to dispute it?
I don't have any reason.
And you would agree with me that Michael Miller killed Sharon Randolph, who was married to Thomas Randolph, right?
Yes,
That was Sharon's husband, right?
oh, okay.
Okay.
That was a weird appearance. Yes, that's Thomas Randolph.
And that's Sharon Randolph.
Yes, it is.
Sharon Randolph, strike that. Thomas Randolph told you that on that night, he had been to the charcoal room, correct?
Correct.
And police obtained video of Thomas Randolph and Sharon Randolph at the charcoal.
Yes, we did.
We saw video of that yesterday.
Yes, we did.
And we actually see them leaving together, don't we?
Yes.
And do they appear to be hand in hand?
Yeah, they appear to hold hands the entire time.
And so what Thomas Randolph told Detective Mogg turned out to be true about being in the charcoal room, right?
Yes,
When he talked to police officers at the scene, Thomas Randolph, he didn't have an attorney, did he?
No.
When Thomas Randolph talked to Detective Mogg later that evening, early morning hours of the night, he didn't have an attorney, did he?
no, he did.
He told Detective Mogg that he had gone to Funny's gas station, didn't he?
Yes,
And police obtained video of Funny's, didn't they?
yes, we did.
And it showed exactly what Thomas Randolph said. He had gone there, they made a purchase, and then they had gotten gas.
That's correct.
With regard to the Funny's video, it was introduced, but there's two of them, one by the defense and one by the state. Did you have anything to do with when the video was cut off showing the car leaving, the Randolph car leaving? Do you have anything to do with that?
I didn't see that it was cut off.
Okay.
I must have missed I didn't see both that you're talking about, so I only saw one.
Did you see the vehicle leave and then head towards a stoplight, and then they had the stoplight, the vehicle stayed there at the stoplight for approximately a minute?
I don't think that we played it that long, no.
Okay. But that would definitely go to the timeline, wouldn't it?
It would show that they stopped at the stoplight and then drove after it turned green.
You were asked questions about a timeline in this case, because what you were trying to show is that, and I think you said, that the Randolphs got home conservatively at 8:30 p.m.
It's approximately 8:30 p.m., yes. Based on leaving the Funnies and the time that it would take to get home, yes.
Okay, but you're aware that there's a Michael Bartlett who was a neighbor, correct?
Yes,
And Michael Bartlett told authorities that he was on the phone talking to his friend when some of these events occurred. Do you remember that? He was on the
yes,
phone, he heard gunshots.
yes.
Okay, he also has told this jury that when he was on the phone, he saw the Randolph car show up. Did you know that?
I wasn't present when he testified in front of this jury.
Okay, so what time did the phone call start?
20:33, 36, so 8:33 and 36 seconds p.m.
And it lasted for 270 seconds, correct?
Yes,
So we know that if Mr. Bartlett was on the phone at 8:33:36 and he sees the Randolph car show up, they couldn't have showed up at 8:30 because it has to be after 8:33:36. Do you agree with that logic?
I don't know that I would call it logic. I would say that it took over 7 minutes for them to get home.
That's not my question. Mr. Bartlett said he was on the phone and he saw the Randolphs coming home. He saw the garage door open, he saw them enter, he saw the garage door closed. Okay?
Okay.
That means that the Randolphs came home after 8:33:36. Do you see that?
According to Mr. Bartlett's statement, as you describe it, then I would agree.
Because obviously you didn't know that fact, right? It just became apparent to you right now that Mr. Bartlett saw them come home while he was on the phone. Is that fair?
Again, I wasn't here for the testimony, but I'm
Okay.
aware of his statement that night.
So it's fair to say you never tried to duplicate how long it takes for the Randolph garage door to open, Miss Randolph to go in, Mrs. Randolph to go in, the vehicle to come in, and the garage door to close, plus 25 to 30 seconds. You never did that, did you?
Plus the 25 to 30 seconds.
He said he didn't hear, he heard shots after the garage door closed, plus 25 to 30 seconds. Okay?
Okay.
Did you ever do any kind of experiment like that?
And we did the walkthrough video the week following with Mr. Randolph.
Okay, with regard to what Mr. Bartlett had said, are you saying you just didn't know this? Are you saying you just didn't know this information regarding the timeline?
I'm not sure what you're talking about. Mr. Bartlett's version has testified in front of this jury.
Yes.
Again, I wasn't present during his testimony.
Okay. Mr. Randolph told you that he had difficulty hearing. He said that over and over in different interviews, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
But he tells you that when he enters the home that evening, something spooks him. You remember that?
Yes, after he entered the door.
He saw Sharon Randolph lying, he said, in the center of the hallway down by the master bedroom. Isn't that what he said?
Yes,
And in fact, you found Sharon approximately in that area.
I'd say approximately, yes.
In other words, wasn't in the front room or in the garage or anything like that. It was pretty accurate as to where she was.
Yes, within a couple of feet, yes.
He tells you he sees this red bag that was, he at first was unsure what it was, but it was actually the take-home food from the charcoal room. Do you remember that?
I do. And he said that he thought it was blood at the time.
Then at some point, he says he sees something out of his eye. He sees something, but he doesn't quite know what it is. Do you remember that?
Right, either something jumping across in from one room to the other or someone poking their head out and ducking back in.
He then says he goes into, and I'm showing, State's Exhibit 214. I want to concentrate on the hallway. He says he sees somebody down towards, or sees something towards the east bedroom, just for lack of a better purpose. He may not say east bedroom, but down towards where Mrs. Randolph is, right?
Exactly. We're calling it the drum room. That's where the drum set's at.
Okay. He then says he pops into the northeast bedroom to what's depicted in that sort of box. That's, I guess, a way to describe the closet, right?
I agree.
Where the 9mm semi-automatic is kept.
In a hanging shoe rack, yes.
He says he grabs it, doesn't he?
Yes, and an extra magazine.
An extra clip, yes. He says clip, but the proper term is magazine. That's right.
That's correct.
Okay, so he puts his magazine, takes the magazine, he takes the gun. He says as he comes out of that room, he bumps into Mr. Miller, pretty much bumps into him.
Yes.
Now, if you were standing where Sharon is, you see that? You're standing, looking down that hallway, right? In that proximate area. And somebody had popped into the northeast bedroom to get something from the closet. You wouldn't see him, would you? Vic?
Not while they're in there, no.
So Mr. Miller is then, at some point, we presume proceeding down the hallway, bumps into Mr. Randolph, according to Mr. Randolph, right?
Yes.
Mr. Randolph tells you, and he repeatedly says, that he sort of pushes him back because it's sort of startling, it's a frightening situation, right?
Correct.
Then he tells you that he shoots him as many times as he can, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
Now, I want to talk to you about perforating injuries. Mr. Miller, this murderer, had 5 injuries, bullet shots to him, didn't he?
Well, if you're talking entry and exit on
No,
4
I'm not talking entry
and an entry.
No, I'm not doing that. I'm just saying he suffered 5 gunshots.
Yes, 5 gunshots.
One of those gunshots was penetrating, but not perforating,
Correct. The one to his left side.
to his chest. His chest area.
No, to his left side.
Okay, I'll come back to that. One of the injuries that comes in the front of Mr. Miller is non-perforating, correct?
No, that one exited up here next to his right collarbone.
Okay, I'm going to show you if I showed you a copy of the autopsy report, would that refresh your memory as to exactly what gunshot wound to the left lateral aspect of chest would be?
Okay.
Permission to approach on.
I just moved that water.
Yes.
Do you see I'm showing you what appears to be the autopsy report?
Yes.
Okay, does that, if you look at that, does gunshot 4 appear to be aspect of the chest?
To the left lateral side of the chest.
See that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, it's not perforating. It's penetrating, right?
Impact small to medium caliber copper jacketed projectile. Yes, on that particular wound, yes.
So on that wound on the chest, the bullet was found inside his body, correct?
Yes, the one to the left side of his chest.
So we know that Mr. Miller took a front shot that went in and did not come out. That one that I just showed you, right?
The one to the left side of his chest, yes.
Remember yesterday you told the jury that you would expect to see a bullet strike. If a bullet is through and through, I'll just use that term. When I say through and through, what does it mean?
It's a perforating gunshot wound, through and through, yeah.
But if a man is shot in that hallway and the bullet stays in the body, there'll be no bullet strike other than to his body, right?
That would be correct.
And if Mr. Randolph had shot Mr. Miller that time, which he did it go through the body, we do find a cartridge in the hallway, don't we?
Yes, by the door to the garage.
That's listed right here. It's number 3, right? By Mr. Miller's feet,
That's correct.
inside, right?
Yes.
Now, I want to talk to you about how far it is from that doorway in the northeast bedroom to the heels of Mr. Miller in this picture, okay? We have a graph. Do you see that graph at the top? And I'm gonna really zoom into it if I can. Do you see that there's a 5-foot graph, right?
Yes, I do.
And so that's what that means is that is approximately 5 feet within that diagram, right?
Yes.
So now if we go back up to the hallway in the bedroom, you see from where my finger is the doorway to the northeast bedroom. And again, I want to concentrate on where Mr. Miller's heels are. Would you see with that graph that that's about 5 feet?
From the northern edge of the door
Yes, sir.
frame, yes.
So it's fair to say that from where Mr. Randolph comes out, says he encounters Mr. Miller, until Mr. Miller is laying dead, is approximately 5 feet. Fair.
Well, Mr. Randolph is in the center of the door, so you'd add, probably
But
another foot and a half.
You don't know where he was, right? You weren't there. You don't have a video. Fair.
No, he told me where he was.
He said he came out of the room, right?
He's standing in the threshold of that room when he fired the first shot, according to him.
When most people shoot, they extend their hands.
That's correct.
I mean, proper shooting, is to extend it all the way.
It
right?
depends on the shooting
Okay?
incident,
Depends
yes.
on- But most people don't shoot like this.
No.
They bring their hand up.
Correct.
You and I are reasonably small men. Right?
I'm average height, officially 5'9".
A little smaller than. When I put my hand out, would you agree that's at least 12 inches?
Yes.
There was no soot or stippling on the body of Michael Miller, correct?
No.
Which tells us that the gunshots are coming from the barrel of the gun approximately 2 feet or more away.
I'd agree with that.
So we're dealing with this 5-foot area. And if Mr. Randolph comes up, now presuming that Mr. Miller's heading towards the garage door, his arm is extended, you'd agree with me that's at least a foot, right?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that Mr. Miller must be at least 2 more feet away not to receive sting.
No. In this case, Mr. Miller was wearing a thick hooded sweatshirt and another shirt underneath. that
So
thick to see
Was
stippling.
his clothing tested for stippling? Yes or no?
The clothing?
Yes.
Stippling doesn't occur on cloth.
Burning doesn't occur? They can't see burning on cloth?
The fragments from the rounds, you could have an indication that they had hit the fabric, but stippling is like a small contusion that occurs on the skin because of those fragments hitting it.
So the very fact that there is none of this on Mr. Miller shows that he is some distance from the gun, correct? It's not contact,
On his skin or on the clothing?
either one.
Well, again, I wouldn't expect to see it on his skin because he had a thick sweatshirt on and a shirt underneath that, so you wouldn't see it on
How about on
his
his
skin.
clothing?
On his clothing, there'd be gunshot residue and soot.
And there wasn't here.
Well, we didn't have it tested for gunshot residue.
So you didn't have tested for gunshot residue.
I did not know.
So even with a foot, we're talking about 5 feet. If he takes up an injury that penetrates his body, right? And then he turns around and starts going out that door. Again, for big guys, some of these big guys, that's not 5 feet. Easy, what I just did, 2 big steps.
Easily, yes.
Those aren't big steps. And Mr. Tomczak, come out here, it'd be a lot bigger, right? But that's 5 feet, right?
Big step is about a yard. Yes.
So in this area, this 5-foot area, Mr. Randolph told you he came out or he comes in contact with Mr. Miller. He shoots him as many times as he can and he shoots him into the garage. Doesn't
Yes.
he? He tells you, excuse me, in his very first statement to Detective Bogg, he is asked, did he shoot Mr. Miller in the garage? Do you remember this?
Yes.
And he said, he's actually asked, did you fire shots with an S, shots in that garage? And he says yes.
Yes.
Right? Is that right? Is that correct?
Yes.
So what we know is that Mr. Randolph shot Mr. Miller in this 5-foot space in the hallway, right?
Yes.
And that he also shot him shots in that garage, right?
Yes. The headshots.
Okay. Well, he says shots. And then he, at some point, talks about later on how he comes and shoots him in the head, correct?
He said he shot him as many times as he could until he went down to the floor of the garage.
Okay. And then at some point, he shoots him a couple of times in the head.
Right. He'd come back into the house to see how things were, and then he said he heard the fire extinguisher fall, and so he
Did
shot
he
him.
really say that, Detective? Did he really say he heard the fire extinguisher, or did he say he heard a loud noise and assumed because he saw the fire extinguisher, that that's what it was.
That's accurate.
And in fact, there was a fire extinguisher on the ground.
There was.
Would you agree with me, irregardless of a fire extinguisher, that Miller, who murdered his wife, that in that quick few seconds, he had a right to shoot Miller as many times as he wanted to till he went to the ground and died? Is that fair?
He had a right to do that because he said he had a gun and he was defending himself. I agree with that.
And he just murdered his wife,
Add to that, yes.
but put a big hole in her head
Yes, he did.
after they were holding hands minutes before,
Yes, they were.
enjoying Mother's Day at the charcoal room, right?
They were at the charcoal room. Yes.
When we look at Mr. Miller, we know he's a thief, don't we? You know he was a thief, right?
Did I know he was a thief? I mean, we had in his property, there was some identification and some cards that belonged to another person. So I don't know if he stole it. I don't know if he had it on him, if he found it, but
Okay, well, let's start with that. So in his left, excuse me, in his wallet, he has some ID, doesn't he?
Yes.
It's not his.
yes, that's
Right.
true.
And that is from a person named Michael Hogue, isn't it?
Yes.
And it wasn't just his driver's license, it's also a card for, I think, Bruce.
And Costco, I think.
Where did you locate and interview Mr. Hogue? Could you give me the date you interviewed Mr. Hogue?
I did not interview him.
When was the date that detectives that you caused to interview Mr. Hogue? What date did they interview Mr. Hogue?
I don't believe Mr. Hogue was ever interviewed.
So you told this jury that you suspect that Mr. Miller is a thief because he had Mr. Hogue's identification on it. Fair to say?
If he took Mr. Hogue's wallet, then he's a thief.
You never went and talked to Hogue, did you?
No, I did not.
In the 60 witnesses you interviewed, you didn't think it was important to go and establish whether Mr. Hogue had his stuff ripped off, right?
I never spoke to Mr. Hogue. I don't know if he had his stuff ripped off or if he lost his wallet. I don't know if it was taken. He never-
Well, even if he lost his wallet, that doesn't give Mr. Miller the right to shove it in his wallet, does it?
No, and for all I know, it could be Mr. Hogue's wallet that he had. I have no idea.
There was also something in Mr. Miller's left pocket that was of interest, right?
Yes, there was.
It was a channel set, a diamond channel set gold attorney.
It was gold and it had clear stones. Yes, it was channel set.
And when you say clear stones, you're not a jeweler, are you?
That's correct.
What was the appraisal on that? When you had it, when you had it appraised?
We never had that appraised.
Yesterday, you told the jury that the jewelry was costume. Do you remember saying that?
That primarily in the bag that we found was costume jewelry.
With regard to this ring was most certainly not costume jewelry, was it?
If in fact it was diamond and it was gold, then it was definitely not costume jewelry.
Okay. And he specifically had it in his left pocket, right?
Yes, he did.
And that led you to believe that he was stealing Sharon Randolph's jewelry, right?
I believe he had every intention of leaving the house with Sharon Randolph's jewelry. Yes.
And I'm showing what's being marked as, or admitted as State's Exhibit 196. Do you see that?
I do. That's the channel set ring that you were talking about.
Okay.
Amongst the change that he had in his pocket.
Court's indulgence. Did you check the worth of that ring?
No.
It's not cosmetic, though.
If in fact it's diamond and it's gold, then it's not cosmetic or costume, excuse me.
Okay. And that was what was in his left jeans pocket, right?
I don't see the placard, but I would agree with, I have no reason to dispute it. Yes, left front jeans pocket.
So obviously, Mr. Miller thought that that was particularly important, right? Because he put it in his left pant pocket.
I would expect.
And he also put a whole bunch of jewelry into a Walmart bag, didn't he?
We found a fabric Walmart bag filled with jewelry and a towel and a t-shirt. Yes.
Was there a solid gold antique watch amongst that jewelry?
I do not know.
Would you agree with me that a solid gold antique watch could not be considered cosmetic or
Costume?
would you
I would agree with that.
Would you agree that there were multiple gold hoop earrings in there?
Yellow metal hooped earrings, yes, we don't value them.
Because when you say yellow metal, that's because you did not have this stuff appraised, did you?
We did not.
Was there a towel that jewelry was wrapped up in the bag?
There was a towel in the bag. The jewelry was all mixed in, and there was a T-shirt as well, along with the key to the house and key to the safe, and then the high security keys.
Did you cause that white towel to be tested?
No.
Did you, in fact, turn over all of that jewelry to Sharon's daughter, Colin? Did you give it to her?
No, I did not give her
What happened to the jewelry?
We laid it out on the dining room table and photographed it to document it for our case file, and it was left at the scene.
It was left at the scene?
It was left in the house. I didn't turn it over to anyone.
You never turned that, you just left it there?
As far as I know, I don't know who it was turned over to.
It was never impounded?
No, it was not.
So you just looked at it. What about the coins? Do you remember there's some gold and what appeared gold metal, silver metal coins in there?
I don't remember.
Would you agree with me that when somebody gives a channel set diamond and gold ring to somebody, they may feel proud of that? Would you agree with me that the display of jewelry we saw, that there are a lot of human beings who would be proud of their jewelry?
Certainly.
They would think maybe that to them it has value, right?
Yes.
It matters perhaps what income level you're at, right? Depending on the kind of jewels you can afford.
I'd agree with that.
Okay, Bill Gates can afford more expensive jewelry than somebody who may be struggling.
There would have been no costume jewelry there. Yes.
Okay. This States 201 is a picture of the Costco card, the Advantage card, and the California driver's license of Mr. Hogue, isn't it?
Yes, there are some Michael Miller documents and cards in there as well.
You would agree with me that that man, Mr. Hogue, looks nothing like Mr. Miller, correct?
He does not.
So now I'd like to go through some of Mr. Randolph's statements. In his first statement, now you told the jury this story about the garage light. Do you remember that the garage light made no sense to you because you timed it? It's 5 minutes, 8 seconds, and it turns off, right?
Correct.
Okay, so what we're telling the jury, or what you're telling the jury, is that if somebody comes in their garage door, the door opens, and when the door closes, the light in the garage will stay open for approximately 5 minutes, 8 seconds.
On this particular garage door, not on everybody's.
But you checked it 3 times, and it's 5 minutes, 8 seconds. You said that's pretty close, maybe 5 minutes, 7 seconds, but it was
5 minutes, 8 seconds.
all right. Good. And so what you concluded is because you were going from 8:30 at night, because you were unaware of what Mr. Bartlett had said, you were concluding that if the garage door closed 8:30, 8:31, 8:32, the light would go off after 7 minutes, there, or after 5 minutes, 8 seconds.
Correct.
So if it was, let's say, 8:32, it would go off at 8:37.
Correct.
And yet Mr. Randolph started the 911 call at 8:44, 54 seconds, correct?
That's correct.
And so the light would have already been off, right?
Yes.
Didn't Mr. Randolph say in both the walkthrough and the initial interview on May 9th in the early morning hours that either he had tried to, after the events, at some point he tried to go out to the garage, either Mr. Miller was going out to the garage and pushed the button, or that Thomas Randolph was going to tell a neighbor and started pushing the button to the garage door and closed it. Do you remember this?
I remember that Mr. Randolph, when he stepped in and he saw Sharon laying at the other end of the hallway, thought for a moment to go to a neighbor. So he hit the garage door and then closed it again at that point. That's what he described to us. And yes, in the other statement, he talked about that the light had gone out and he turned it back on and then was in the garage and the light went out, but it was a much shorter period of time.
So that would reset the light, wouldn't it? His effort? Yes. Okay. So now we know that we really can't rely upon the 5 minutes starting from when the garage door first closes because he reactivates it. Fair?
He did. As soon as he stepped into the hallway, it started.
He also told the authorities, told police, that he believed Miller was trying to open the door.
Yes.
Garage door. Right.
As he was going out into the garage, he thought that Miller might be reaching for the garage door opener.
For the garage door opener. Because he says it, doesn't he?
Well, he initially says that he goes to the door, that he went to the door to the garage, and then he thought that he had turned back and that he might have gone for the garage door opener.
Yes, he says, I mean the garage door opener. And you ask where, or detectives ask where's the garage door opener? And he says, you come in the door and just reach around and you can turn on the light, right? That's what he said.
Right.
So that most certainly would reset this whole timing thing on the light, wouldn't it?
It would if he reached it, yes.
Okay. So it's fair to say that what you told this jury about the 5 minutes, 8 seconds is accurate. It's 5 minutes, 8 seconds. But every time somebody touches that, it reactivates it. Fair?
That's fair.
That night, did you go to the Millers, Billy Miller and Vita Miller's home?
I did not.
But you know that Vita and Billy Miller said that they were missing some cloth gloves. Do you remember this?
Yes.
In fact, you memorialized that in a report, that both Billy and Vita said that they were missing cloth gloves.
Yes. And a ski mask.
Okay, well, thank you. We'll get to the ski mask in a second. But just so we're clear, because there was a point where it was important we prove these gloves, Mr. Miller didn't remember that. You can tell us that Mr. Miller, in fact, said he was missing a pair of cloth gloves.
Yes.
And you found gloves on Michael Miller, didn't you?
Yes, we did. Polyester cotton gloves.
And one thing polyester cotton gloves do is they stop me from leaving fingerprints. If I want to be working on this thing and I don't want anybody to have my fingerprints if I wear gloves, it'll help me.
Fingerprints and more than likely DNA, yes.
It'll stop it, won't it?
Correct.
People have housekeepers that clean houses, right?
Yes.
People have handy women that do things around the house, right?
Yes.
Sometimes those people are in more, not public areas, but they're doing things around the house, but maybe they shouldn't be going in. Housewife, house husbands, nightstand drawers. Yeah.
That's possible, certainly.
So you would be aware that Mike Miller would have been in that house, the Randolph house, multiple times, right?
Yes, we were told that he was.
He had done work for Colleen, right?
I think on one occasion there was some work that he did.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. You were aware that Mike Miller had watched movies over there,
Yes.
been invited to Easter dinner.
I don't remember Easter specifically, but I know they said that he had had dinner there several times.
Fair enough. Mr. Randolph told you he trusted that man, didn't he?
Yes.
And he told you after the death, he referred to him in a comment bomb. You remember that?
I do.
He said he didn't have any talent with screw driving or pounding a nail, but he could lift stuff, right?
Correct.
And that helped Mr. Randolph because he's got a bad back, right?
Yes, he said he does.
But Thomas Randolph said repeatedly that Mr. Miller didn't have a drug problem. Do you remember that?
I know he was asked about it and then clarified it that it was a drinking problem.
Okay.
But he answered initially to the question about drugs.
And at one point he says he doesn't even smoke pot, right?
Right.
Well, that was wrong. Mr. Randolph was absolutely wrong because this man, Michael Miller, had cocaine in his system. Were you aware of that?
I didn't see the toxicology report on Mr. Miller.
So one thing we can tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury is Mr. Randolph was wrong. He thought, he said he trusted the man. The man didn't even smoke pot. And we know that he did something a lot more powerful than that, right? Cocaine is a lot more powerful than pot.
If he had cocaine in his system, then yes.
You were a bike cop for a while, I think you said.
Bicycle, mountain bike. Yeah, I rode mountain bikes for 2 years.
Okay, and when was that?
That was back in 93 to 95 over by Clark High School.
So as a bicycle cop, you probably were dealing in some low-level narcotic stuff, people under the influence, things like that.
Certainly, it was high density, low income housing, so a lot of gang members.
And you probably have some ability to spot back then when people were under the influence of different controlled substances.
Yes.
Do you agree with the following statement? That violent behavior and crime are associated with cocaine use, and that paranoid thinking and the need to get money for cocaine may cause violent criminal behavior by cocaine users.
Objection.
People are getting kind of crabby pants over there in the courtroom, ah. I don't know why I keep getting the spinny thing. All right, here we go back.
Footprints can be very valuable.
Did you hear? Objection. Objection! Somebody peed in his Cheerios.
And transferred.
On where Sharon's head is. See where I'm pointing? You see? That's
Maybe
the
it's like a
master
buffer thing. I
Yep.
don't know.
You notice, examine the inside of that.
Because they're not going to blight on our society.
Boy, I went way too far, didn't I? There. I'm back here making jewelry. I'm listening like
You said you
Frasier.
were a bicycle cop
Yes, I would.
for a couple of years.
Yes.
You said you worked gang territories.
Yes.
And in those gang territories, did you happen to make arrests for cocaine?
Yes.
Do you know the effects? Do you know, as a police officer, the effects of cocaine on our society?
Generally, yes. Oh, on our society?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a blight on our society. It's awful that people are addicted to cocaine.
Could you repeat that, please?
It's a blight on our society that people are addicted to cocaine and crack cocaine
Why?
because they're not.
Relevance.
Well, I think this is outside the scope of what we need. This is still in this zone. He's talking about people being addicted. We don't have any
Yes, sir. It is fair to say that you examined the inside of that scene, correct?
Yes.
You looked for different things. Did you look at the master bedroom?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Did you notice that beyond where Sharon's head is, see where I'm pointing? Do you see? That's the master bedroom in there, right?
Yes.
And there was blood all forming and sort of stained into the carpet of the master bedroom, right?
Right. There was blood pooled into the carpet, and then there was the areas all around it where the blood had been smeared and transferred.
You're familiar with footprints, aren't you?
Yes.
Footprints at a crime scene.
Certainly.
Footprints can be very valuable at a crime scene, depending on the situation, right?
Yes, and depending on the analysis of that individual footwear, yes.
If somebody steps in blood and then continues to walk, you make a good blood prints. In other words, where you can really see the form of the shoe.
Yes, they're referred to as patent prints, where it transfer blood from one object to the other.
And it's fair to say that there are experts in law enforcement that can actually look at footprints like that and determine whether they actually match a particular pair of shoes,
Yes,
depending on the situation.
depending on the shoe. Yes.
Depending on the shoe.
Mhm.
Now, I want to show you, first of all, what's being admitted as State's Exhibit 86. Do you see that?
I do.
And by the way, before I move any further, that's a phone on top of Mrs. Randolph's legs, right?
Yes, it is. It still displays 911. It was still connected for quite a lengthy period of time.
Well, before I move on, when you say it displays 911, it actually doesn't. It displays 911-4, doesn't it?
If there's a 4 after that, I know it's when he connected to 911 and it continued on. We were able to trace it back to the time that he called.
Right. So it was a 911 call, but the face shows you the numbers, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
And I'll come up with another photo that's a little more clear on that. But you don't independently remember to say 911-4.
No, I don't.
You see the blood all, and I'm going back to Exhibit 86. You see the blood in the back in the master bedroom, right?
Yes, I do. It's pulled out onto the Berber carpet.
There's absolutely no blood prints into that master, is there?
We didn't find any blood prints, no.
And when I say blood prints, I mean shoe prints of any type.
Right, where someone had transferred it into the master bedroom, no.
And in fact, in State's Exhibit 106, we can see that there is a sort of a house carpet, for lack of a better term, now placed over the blood, right?
Yes, we found those in each room. There was a carpet.
And that's done so that law enforcement or first responders could actually come in without doing exactly what we've been talking about, leaving blood prints all throughout the house.
Law enforcement, meaning us processing the scene, not first responders, because the body, Sharon's body has been removed from the scene at this point. So this is afterwards in documenting the scene.
Now, in that same picture, we can see that there are drawers that have been removed from cabinets, right above.
Yes, that's correct.
And what appears to be a jewelry box.
Yes.
So it appears that Ms. Randolph is laying there bleeding, leaving this big stain of blood, and yet we can clearly see these drawers removed and no blood prints towards them, right?
That's correct.
States 108 is a picture of all those drawers, right?
Yes.
Somebody had gone through drawers in that house, fair to say?
Yes.
In different rooms, right?
Yes.
You have had situations in your career, let's say with bank robberies, where a bank robber is interrupted in the middle of the bank robbery and there's some kind of shootout or something happens, something goes wrong during the bank robbery.
Certainly.
Burglars sometimes get caught because homeowners come home or they get caught red-handed running out a door and there's a police officer there. Happens, doesn't it?
Yes, we have that. It's called, we refer to it as a hot prowl.
There were many officers at that scene, weren't there?
Yes.
I think I counted with Detective Mogg somewhere over 30. Seem out of place?
That's fair to say on the, looking at the CAD printout.
And on the 911 call, we can hear Thomas Randolph. And at one point, he's like, should I open the door? Did you hear that?
Yes, I did. That was right before he started CPR at 6 minutes, 30 seconds.
There was a place before CPR where Mr. Randolph says, should I go lock the door so the man can't, the man can't get in because I can see him. Remember that? He wants to lock the garage door.
Yes, that's about 3 minutes into the call.
And then at some point, he's doing CPR and he's saying, should I open the door? Do you remember that? And the fire department says, oh, keep doing CPR. Do you remember this?
Yes, it was right after he completed the instructions for CPR and right before he started the compressions, he suggested he open the door.
And he's calling for help for his wife, right? He's calling 911 and asking what to do. He doesn't know what to do with his wife, right?
Yes, he said that early on, about 45 seconds into the call.
The only way that paramedics are going to get in that house is if he opens and unlocks the door to let them in, right?
Yes, I mean, the paramedic said, tell Metro, tell your officers to get in any way they can.
So what he's saying is, if I go unlock the door, maybe they can come in and help. Fair? It seems like if he can answer the question. That's what he's saying.
I know right before he started with the compressions and the paramedics telling him to focus on doing this for his wife, he said, maybe I should go unlock the door or open the door. Is not unlock, but open the door.
Okay.
And the paramedic said, no, you need to focus on this.
After Mr. Randolph leaves the residence, he's ordered out, isn't he, by police officers? When they see him, they're telling him, come out.
Yes,
Standard procedure. They don't,
Certainly.
It's a very dangerous situation. They want him to come out, right?
certainly.
Mr. Randolph complained numerous times in these statements that it took so long for help to come to Sharon. He says it took 30 minutes. They didn't come. Do you remember him saying these things?
I remember him saying that, yes.
At one point, he says to you, did she die instantaneously? Do you remember that in the statement we just
Yes.
heard? He said, because he thought of her on the cold floor.
Yes,
That 911 tape is over 18 minutes long, isn't it?
yes, it is.
And what it shows is that paramedics never come in that 18 minutes. Nobody comes in there and helps Mr. Randolph, do they?
I can't tell that from the actual call. I know that in 7 minutes and 30 seconds that Mr. Randolph leaves to open the door and you can hear officers challenging him. Then you can hear the maybe four voices of officers clearing the residence. You
Okay,
can
so
hear
let me stop.
paramedics asking for Metro to give a code 4 so that they can go in, but I don't hear paramedics.
Okay, so before we listen to a portion of the 911, you said yesterday that you thought this crime scene had been preserved, right?
Yes,
Officers go in and they walk around what appear to be walking around the area of this hallway before that crime scene is secure at all. In fact, they're sweeping the house, right?
Yes, you can hear them clearing the house. Yes, they're
So they
conversing
would-
with each other.
I'm sorry to interrupt. So they would be walking around in the area where potential evidence could be.
That's possible. Yes.
Could we hear that? While we're waiting for that to happen, you would agree with me. Have you listened to all 18 minutes?
Yes, I have.
After there's a sweeping of the house by, you said maybe 3 officers, because you really can't tell, you're just hearing voices, right?
3 or 4 voices. What I hear.
One's a female, right?
Yes, talking to Toby Maldonado. I can hear
And you-
Toby's name.
And you actually hear them identify there's a body there, where they're realizing their body's in there.
Yes,
It's obviously probably a very kind of a scary situation, even for police officers.
certainly.
And so we know that those officers are going around in this particular area where there is evidence to be collected, correct?
Potentially.
And when you're sweeping a house, you're not worried about kicking a cartridge, are you?
That's not true. It's protocol to make every effort to preserve the crime scene, even though you are performing that function. Officers know that. So this isn't a SWAT entry where they're doing a dynamic entry and running through the house. This is a slow and methodical clearing of the residence. They would see obvious evidence if that was presented to them, and they wouldn't disregard it.
Detective O'Kelly, these people in that house are looking for potential suspects, shooters, something along those lines, right?
Certainly.
They're looking for somebody who could just turn around and shoot a police officer, right?
Yes.
So you imagine their focus is danger. We've got to make sure there's no danger, right?
Their focus is everywhere as they're clearing the house. Yes.
And you would agree with me that in doing that, in clearing that house, that one thing that they would want to do is make sure that there's nobody hiding in bedrooms, under beds, anything along those lines.
I'd agree with that.
And they want to make sure of that because they don't want to let some poor paramedic come. They don't want to let some poor paramedic come in and then all of a sudden the paramedic's dealing with the hidden guy under the bed with a gun. Right?
Correct. Or crime scene analysts or responding officers afterwards. Yes.
So if we could play that now and just hear the portion of the officers in there.
I want you to tilt your head back, okay? Did you do that? Okay, tilt your head back. Okay, tilt your head back. Listen, okay? We're just gonna do compressions, okay? Okay. All right, now listen, I want you to find the center of her chest, okay? Okay. All right, right.
We're going to jump ahead to 7 minutes.
Sir.
Now to 8. Can you tell me when you can hear officers come in?
Tell me to go for it. You need to go in.
Okay, detective, that appears to, I stopped it at 12 minutes. And after that, the jury can listen to it because it's been admitted, but we just hear sort of a silence after that for the rest of the 18 minutes. Fair?
Yeah, yes, we do until 911 says disconnect. You hear her say, I'm disconnecting right before it.
The reason we can hear those officers sweeping that house is because that phone is live. It's live to 911 on Mrs. Randolph's body, right?
That's correct.
That's what we're hearing. We're hearing the officers, and the speaker is that phone.
Yes.
And I guess another point that I want to make sure is fair is that for that whole 18 minutes, she doesn't get medical attention from paramedics, right?
Yes, from beginning to end, I don't hear paramedics treating her.
In fact, paramedics are delayed because of the dynamic situation in the scene.
Yes, it's even in the report that FD held off for the code 4.
We can see that there were life-saving efforts made upon Miller, right? On Mr. Miller, there were life-saving efforts made on his body.
I don't know that I would qualify it as life-saving efforts.
Did you see the plastic on his wrist and the plastic right around his body?
Right. Yes,
That's
I did.
paramedics at work.
That's making a determination whether there's signs of life.
Okay. So work was done by paramedics upon Mr. Miller, no matter what it was, right?
Those sensors were placed on him, yes, at some point.
But none on Sharon Randolph.
Didn't see any on her, no.
Mr. Randolph complained in those interviews, because Mr. Randolph would have been right outside, right? He was taken outside and he's either sitting in a patrol car or sitting on the ground or something along those lines.
I'm certain, yes.
He would be the one who sees, no one's coming in to help my wife, right? And that's what he says. You people didn't help my wife. Words to that effect.
I don't know where he was to be able to see the entry and then the officers coming out, but yes, that's fair to say.
It's fair to say he was really frustrated by that. He expressed it, didn't he?
He did in interviews, yes,
That's what I mean. In interviews, he expressed frustration that nobody come to aid his wife.
certainly,
In one of them, he said, well, I don't know if she's dead, right?
yes.
He said it was horrible. Sorry, the body being turned over, was rolled over for him to do that. Do you remember the paramedic fire department saying, roll her over so that we can do CPR?
Yes, I do.
And at some point you hear Mr. Randolph start screaming, Sharon, Sharon, right?
Yes,
While he's performing, while he's on the phone to 911, he says, I can see the man out there, right? I can see who we now know to be Mr. Miller. He can see him.
yes,
And he's worried about it because he's unsure if he's actually dead or something along those lines.
yes,
But we know the door must be open to the garage because he's saying, I can see him, right?
correct.
He was asked, Mr. Randolph was asked what he thought of his wife. You could describe her in one word. What did he say? She was effing wonderful.
Yeah.
And another time, even before he was asked that, he said she was wonderful.
Yes, best thing that ever happened to me, he said.
He, at one point, you know, his father had had a stroke recently, right? Because they were going back to Utah.
Yes,
And he said that they actually put his father got some better medical care because of the advice of Sharon. Do you remember him saying that?
I don't recall it specifically, but I'm sure that's true.
We heard this statement yesterday. Do you want me to show it to you or would you accept it?
No, I'll accept it, certainly.
Going back to the Millers. There was a mask. You remember I talked to you about the gloves, and now I want to talk about the masks. Police went to the Millers within hours of this incident to interview Vita and Billy Miller, right?
I know that they were shown the address, and I think the interview occurred later, but yes, it was done pretty quickly.
Mr. Randolph showed officers where they lived.
Yes,
that they were missing a mask, a ski mask.
Yes.
And in fact, Vita said that she hadn't seen the mask since December of 2007. Do you remember that?
Yes.
When did Mr. Miller move in to Vita and Miller and Billy Miller? She said she did.
She said it's the same month. Yes.
As a result of Vita and Billy Miller saying that this mask was missing, the house was searched, wasn't it, for a mask?
Yes. Officer checked for the mask.
And no mask was located.
No.
No gloves of any relevance were located.
No.
And that's because the only place you're going to locate that mask is about 2 feet from Michael Miller's head. Isn't that right?
That's where we found the ski mask, laying face up.
Throws it away from Mr. Miller into Miller's DNA to
Yes.
compare to see if it was on that mask.
Billy Miller?
Yes, sir.
No.
Because that could have told us if in fact that was Billy Miller's mask that had gone missing.
It's possible.
As a result of Vita and Billy Miller saying that this mask was missing, the house was searched, wasn't it, for a mask?
Yes. Officer checked for the mask.
And no mask was located.
No.
No gloves of any relevance were located.
No.
And that's because the only place you're going to locate that mask is about 2 feet from Michael Miller's head. Isn't that right?
That's where we found the ski mask, laying face up.
And in fact, in police statements, Mr. Randolph says that that mask was laying right by Michael Miller. Do you remember that? He said it was laying by him.
I remember him saying that. Yes.
And on multiple occasions, Thomas Randolph tells you and other detectives that when he bumped into Michael, something happened to the mask. It pushed up. Do you remember that?
Yes. He told me during the walkthrough that when he bumped in, he bumped up and he could see his chin.
And he had said that in the first statement to Detective Monk, that something had happened with this mask where maybe he couldn't quite see, right?
I remember that in the second interview. I don't remember the couldn't quite see part in the first interview.
He says that he talks about this mask being pushed up multiple times, doesn't he?
Yeah, I remember in the second interview, he talked about it possibly being rolled up.
Okay. Would you agree that if a mask is obstructing your view, one way to get rid of that problem is take that mask off, right?
I would agree with that.
You are aware of the DNA results in this case, aren't you, as the lead detective?
Yes.
Thomas Randolph is excluded from that mask of DNA.
Yes.
Thomas Randolph told the authorities that he went and looked in these bags to see, bags next to Mr. Miller, to see if he could locate the gun, right?
Yes.
And this is the .22 caliber we're talking about, right?
It's the gun that Michael Miller had, yes.
So Mr. Randolph says he touches these bags looking for the gun, right?
Yes.
And at some point, he says, Thomas Randolph, that he takes this .22 Smith & Wesson 6-shot revolver and he throws it away from Mr. Miller into one of the bedrooms. He throws it actually into northeast bedroom, which is depicted as number 14, right?
Yes, he said he was aiming for the trash can.
So I just want to make sure this is clear. The .38 caliber Smith & Wesson 6-shot revolver is the murder weapon.
Yes.
And again, just so we get this down, there are two revolvers in this case. One a .38, it's got a wood grip, Smith & Wesson, kind of looks like the .22. Would you agree with me?
Yeah, they're about the same, same size, K-frame, yes.
But one fires .22s, one fires .38s.
Yes.
And we know the .38 is found near the body of Sharon Randolph, right?
Yes, in the drum room against the south wall.
Just for purposes of this diagram, don't mean to pick, but it says east bedroom, just for purposes of the diagram. I know what you're saying.
Certainly.
15, the .38 is the murder weapon, right?
Yes.
Mr. Randolph doesn't say he takes, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 90. That's the .38, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And you see there's a mark right on the wall. I don't know if it comes out very well. Right above it, you see there's like scratch marks.
I can see it, I'm familiar with it. You can see it from here, it comes all the way down to here.
Almost like the gun had,
Actually, I think it goes further up, so maybe here, and then all the way arcs down.
like the gun, some portion of the gun had hit the wall and sort of scraped down. Something like this.
That it's scraped against the wall, possibly, just that it's in the area of where the grip is, it just seemed odd, I did document it.
You found in your experience in law enforcement that oftentimes people will want to dispose of a murder weapon, right?
Yes,
One way to dispose of a murder weapon if it doesn't belong to you and it's not your house is just to leave it there, right?
it doesn't really dispose of it, it's there at the scene.
It doesn't connect the murderer to it by leaving it at the scene.
Well, and again, that depends on whether or not you're leaving DNA, or if there's fingerprints on the casings inside the cylinder, there's other ways to connect a person to a weapon.
Was that gun tested for DNA or fingerprints?
Yes,
And Mr. Miller, we know, had gloves on, right?
yes, you did,
So Mr. Miller would know I'm not really leaving fingerprints because I've got gloves on.
certainly,
Not leaving DNA because I got gloves on.
yes.
I throw this gun down and don't take it with me. It can't be really caught at my house, right?
No, not unless he touched it without gloves at some point.
And I'm showing you what has been admitted as States 128. This is a picture, not a very clear one, but a picture of the suitcase that had the .22 caliber on it, right?
Yes, you can see the trigger guard and the barrel.
And I don't, see if I can put that over it. And that's at 14, right?
It's in the northeast bedroom, the office. Yep, number 14.
Okay. Thomas Randolph grabs the non-murder weapon that he says is by Miller's body, and he throws it, and he says he's trying to throw it in the trash can.
He's aiming for the trash can, yes.
That is not the murder weapon. The 22 that he's taken from Mr. Miller is not the murder weapon, is it?
No, it is not.
The 38 is.
Yes.
There was a safe in the house, wasn't there?
Yes, there was in the master bedroom closet, a sentry safe.
It was a little safe.
Yes, small one.
Could you show us just with your hands approximately how big?
I'd say it's maybe 1.5 feet wide. It was kind of a drawer type safe where once you unlock it, it disconnects from the fixed locking mechanism and pulls out, and then there was a top that lifted up on it.
Well, tell us more about the big safe. Not that one. I don't want to know about that one. I want to know about the big safe in the house. Where was that?
We didn't locate another safe.
There was another safe in that house, wasn't there?
So I've been told there was another safe in the house.
In fact, do you remember there's some closet doors, and they are not removed, but sort of off the tracks? Do you remember that?
I believe the inside door in the drum room is off the tracks, yes, and leaning into the closet.
What was in that closet?
Various items of clothing and just what you'd expect to be found in a closet.
I am going to show you what has been marked for identification as proposed Exhibit R. May I approach up?
Yes.
Now, Detective, I'm going to show you this picture. There was a point in time where you were back in the house and there were pictures being taken, right? Do you remember you went back in the house with Colleen, Sharon's daughter, and there were pictures being taken?
I don't remember pictures being taken, but we were back at the house a couple of times. We just mentioned the one on July 2nd, we were there. And then September 11th, it was there as well.
Do you know where she's standing?
It appears as though she's standing on the east wall in that room, the drum room,
What is she standing in front of?
in front of a brown safe. It appears to be a brown safe.
A large brown safe.
Yes.
I move for submission. May I publish? Okay, so I want to show you State's Exhibit 99. This purports to be the drum room, right?
Yes, that's the interior door on the closet. As I mentioned, it's off track.
So that door is off track. The drum room, okay? And you mentioned that the doors seem to be off track, right?
One of them does.
And do you see, I want you to concentrate on in the closet, on the bottom by the clothes, do you see a brown object?
Yes, I do.
Metal or something along those lines?
Yes, it appears to be the safe that you showed me in the previous picture.
Because now I'm going to show you what we have just admitted as proposed Exhibit R. And you can see Colleen standing by a large safe.
Yes.
When I say large, to be fair, about 24 inches high?
I'd say it's a 2-foot cube.
2 foot cube? Okay. Is it fair to say, Detective, that there are no pictures of that safe taken by crime scene analysts?
Except for the one that you just showed me, and we don't see it discernible as a safe.
You realize that's not a crime scene analyst who took that photograph. Somebody else is taking that
He's
photograph.
not talking about that photograph, he's talking about the other photograph.
The one you can see a portion of it.
Okay.
It was taken at night.
Okay, so the only one, in other words, crime scene analysts don't take a picture of that safe like we see it here.
Showing you that it's a safe, no.
Was it open on May 8th/May 9th?
Was the safe open?
Yes, sir.
I have no idea. I mean, the door's up against it. I can't expect that front door of the safe is open.
Was there lots of valuables taken out?
I have no idea.
So fair to say that in this investigation and preservation of the scene, there's a large safe that's not discussed in any report. Fair?
That's fair.
No pictures taken. Fair?
Other than that one where you can see a portion of it, yes. It's not discernible as a safe. I agree with you.
I'm going to show you another picture. It's going to be proposed Exhibit T as in Tom. May I approach?
Yes.
Detective O'Kelly, do you see what appears, do you recognize that person in the picture?
I do. It looks like Colleen with one of her children.
And is this the same drum room?
It is.
Okay. You recognize that?
I do.
Move for submission. And I can publish. That is Colleen and one of her children in that drum room where we can see the closet door, right?
One closet door. It looks like the outer one's not even there.
It's clearly off its rails.
Yes. We have them in my house. They're very annoying.
There is a picture, maybe you can remember it, and it shows yellow tape out in front of the house. Do you remember this?
Yes,
This is something you've probably seen more times than you can count in your life.
certainly.
It means some, I presume, patrol officer is, he or she is taping off the area, telling people stay back, get back, don't come in here.
Yes,
And one of the reasons you do that is for preservation of a crime scene.
yes,
You dealt with homicides a long time, right?
yes,
You saw some very startling things in your career. Right?
certainly,
Bodies and things like children's bodies, right?
certainly.
And one of the things you don't want is you guys are trying to work in there, maybe life-saving procedures or, you know, trying to preserve the scene, take pictures of the scene. You don't want some incredibly anxious mother who's like, where's my child? And going in, right?
No,
You don't
had
want,
that happen, yes.
because it's highly disturbing to the police doing their work, right?
It's more preservation of the scene. It's understandable that you would have that reaction.
And it's understandable because human beings that have lost loved ones, this is very tragic, right?
Certainly.
And the concept that you could see.
Can you just briefly approach on this?
S, explaining, and when I say S, and in you, explaining the crime scene to Colleen and her child, yes or no?
No. I'm explaining what happened to her mom.
Okay. On the night in question, the 8th into the 9th, you told us that Thomas Randolph had talked to law enforcement at the scene so that they could get sort of a better understanding of what they were dealing with inside that house, right?
Yes,
He did it voluntarily.
yes,
He then accompanied Detective Mogg and Detective Hardy down to the police station, homicide, and he gave a lengthy interview, right?
yes, he did.
He cooperated and answered the detective's questions.
Yes,
He then was involved in a walkthrough with you, right?
yes, 1 week later.
Okay. Several other officers there. Detective Mogg, Sergeant
Detective
Alvey.
Wilson, yes, Sergeant Albee and videographer.
Okay. And he answered the questions that you asked him, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
At the beginning of the video, did you see that his eyes appeared a little droopy, did you notice that?
I noticed that when Don Bell put the camera up on his shoulder that Mr. Randolph exhibited those traits, yes.
But he still answers all your questions to the best of his ability. He gets down on the floor, right?
Yes, he does.
At one point, you tell him to get down and show you how he was trying to help Sharon, right?
Actually, he was doing that on his own. Nobody told him to do that.
You were asking him to reenact the scene,
Well,
right?
we're
You were
going
asking
through the
him to
scene.
reenact the scene, right?
No one asked him to get on the ground. He did it himself, yes.
You asked him to come in there and reenact the scene, didn't you?
Yes, we're going through the scene.
And he got down on the ground to show you how he had done it.
Yes, he did.
He then, DNA was taken from him, wasn't
At that time,
it? At some point, DNA
Yes.
is taken from him. And when you take DNA from somebody, I've actually seen you do it on video before. You pull out gloves and you pull out a packet and take what looks like a long,
Q-tip.
yeah,
Yes,
you rub it in the mouth.
they rub it themselves. It's a kit. The gloves are in there. All the paperwork's in there. The Q-tips are in there. The boxes they go in are in there. But you hand them the Q-tip, and then they go on both sides of their cheek.
Sometimes you get warrants to get people's DNA, don't you?
Sometimes, yes.
But in this case, Mr. Randolph said, I'll
Voluntary consent.
yeah, he voluntarily consented. And he voluntarily consented on May 8th into the 9th to let officers search the house as well.
Yes, he did.
And then he gives another interview that we've just gone over, and that is on, for accuracy, the 3rd of June.
Correct.
And he voluntarily proceeds to the police station and answers your questions.
Yes, he did.
Just so I don't forget, there's a mention of a Brady being shot. Do you remember that? A discussion of do you know who Jim Brady is?
Yes, I do.
He was a man who was badly injured when
With Reagan, yes.
And do you remember when there's a discussion about Brady being shot, that's what it's in reference to?
Yes, I think he was referring to the Brady bill, yes.
Okay. Mr. Randolph told you that Michael Miller had made these statements. We heard that in the interview about how Michael had been involved in criminal activity. Do you remember that?
I don't remember specifically which criminal activity you're talking about.
Do you remember that Randolph said, oh, I didn't believe him, and he was talking about all these things he
Like a robbery, there was something?
Yes,
he did, yeah,
yes.
I remember him talking about that.
He didn't believe him, did he? He said, nah, I didn't take that serious.
That's what it sounded like.
I thought he was just making up his little story, right?
That's what it sounded like, yes.
Okay. So, and then he continues to tell you how he trusted this murderer, Michael Miller, right? Told you
Yes.
trusted him
He
a number of
He
times.
told us multiple times that he trusted him, yes.
He told you that Michael Miller knew that Sharon and Thomas were going out to eat at the charcoal room and then a movie, right?
Correct.
Tommy tells you they didn't go to the movie, right?
Yes.
And then they went back home to, for lack of a better word, have sexual relations.
Yes.
He just says it in a bad way, doesn't he? Right?
Yes.
You knew that Mr. Miller, or you're being told, had a key to that house.
Yes, that he had it at some point, but had returned it.
There was no sign of forced entry, was there?
No, there wasn't.
But there's a pair of keys. There's a pair of keys in a lock to the shed. Do you know what I'm talking about?
A pair of keys?
Do you remember some keys that are left in a...
Yes. I remember the photograph of those keys, yes.
What was that leading to? If I went in that door and walked in, what would I be going into?
I'm not sure. I'd have to see the reference shot for that particular set of keys.
Whose keys were those?
I don't know.
If I wanted to show them to the jury, did you impound them? Were those keys impounded?
No, we only impounded the keys that were inside the black fabric bag.
There was, on a set of keys, sometimes they have, like you have your shopping card. You know what I'm
Yes.
talking about? On these keys, it appeared that there were things like that, shopping. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I do.
Whose name was on
I don't know. Which keys you're talking about?
the keys that we're talking about that are in that lock?
I'm not sure.
So it's fair to say there is a set of keys out there that was not impounded, right? At that house. It was in a lock.
Yes.
Wasn't impounded.
No.
Wasn't tested for any forensics.
No.
We didn't record who is on those cards at all.
No.
We don't know whose they are.
No.
I am showing you what has been admitted as States 15. Do you see those keys in the door?
Yes, I do. That's the reference shot I was referring to.
And so fair to say, we know it's a pair of keys, set of keys, we just don't know anything about it, right? I mean, that's...
I don't know whose keys they are, no.
You want to give them the parameters, what you've told me.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is where we're going to take our lunch recess. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding this case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not read, watch, listen to news or media accounts or commentary about this case. You must not do any research, such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or using reference materials. You must not make any investigation, test the theory of the case, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own. And you must not form or express any opinion regarding this case or its findings submitted to you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 12:25. We will be in recess until 1:40.
All rise for the jury.
you can see with record. Just so we're clear, in your officer's report, what has been admitted as 168, that's the jewelry we were discussing, right?
Yes, the jewelry was laid out, that was in the bag was laid out and photographed and documented for us.
And you have, remember I was asking you about hoop earrings and gold, and you said, well, gold medal looking things, right? There's a lot of gold medal looking things there.
We're always going to say yellow metal in our report. We can't value those things or determine right there on the spot that it's gold.
But it could be valued, right? I mean,
Certainly.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And I want to show you what's being admitted as states 167. Do you see those 4 what appear to be gold and silver coins?
Oh, yes, I see what you're talking about. You're trying to show me the bag. Yes, I can see those.
And they're in plastic.
Yes.
And you don't know what they're worth or if it's solid gold or...
Have no idea.
Just so we're clear, in your officer's report, you describe that this is mostly cosmetic jewelry. Did you make that statement?
Yes, it's inaccurate. It's costume.
You mean that's what you meant? Not that that's costume jewelry?
Oh, I meant that it's mostly costume jewelry. Yes.
That's your opinion.
It was my opinion.
And just so I can go back to the shoes for a second, States Exhibit 52, do you see that Reebok shoe right behind Mr. Miller's leg?
Yes, it appears as though his left leg is actually on top of it.
And you see that those items I'm pointing to, that's what we were talking about with paramedics coming in and checking for pulse.
Right, that's the backside. They actually stick the sensors on, and then that's what they peeled off laying there.
Was there a cell phone associated with Michael Miller?
We determined that there was a cell phone at the residence that didn't belong to him.
By a person named Corey Thompson?
That sounds familiar, yes.
So you found a phone in Mr. Miller's room, but it was registered to a Corey Thompson.
Yes.
And without telling me what Corey Thompson said, you talked to him, didn't you?
Yes, we did.
And what you can tell us without saying anything he said is there was no connection between Corey Thompson and Michael Miller.
Not that he knew, no.
Except for the fact that his cell phone, Corey Thompson's cell phone, was found in Mr. Miller's possession.
Yes.
The life insurance that we've talked about, this was taken out by Sharon Randolph, correct?
It's signed, and the documents are signed by Sharon Randolph, so yes, I would assume she's taking out the policy.
And in order to get life insurance, you need to go through a medical, get blood, those kind of things, right?
I've heard advertisements where you don't have to, but yes, most of the time you do.
You have no reason to believe that didn't occur in this case,
I have no reason not to believe that.
okay? And so this is life insurance that Sharon Randolph has gotten so that she could protect her loved ones, right?
I would assume that.
And I noticed that the date on this insurance, a lot of it was 2006, right?
Yes.
A couple of years before.
Yes.
It wasn't 2 months before the incident or a month before the incident, right?
Correct.
And at least one of them, that we don't have a policy, as you point out, but she was actually having her wages, money was taken out of her wages to pay for the premium.
Yes.
You found strong opioid medicine connected to Mr. Randolph, his prescriptions. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you had a discussion with Mr. Randolph about how potentially strong they were. Do you remember that?
Yes.
These are strong medications, as you're aware, right?
Correct.
They have effects upon people, don't they?
Certainly.
When you went and said, you told the jury words to the effect of, I was there to keep the peace while Colleen moved into the house that had been shared by Sharon and Tommy. Were you in a uniform?
No, and she was there to have the locks changed, that the agreement had occurred between the attorneys.
Mr. Randolph had numerous belongings in that house, didn't he?
I'm certain.
Including he had a Harley Davidson in the shed, didn't he?
Yes.
And he told you that he was going to go in and he was going to get his belongings, right?
Yes,
And you told him that's not happening, right?
I did.
had absolutely no court order. You had what authority? Strike that. When you did that, he has a right to his belongings, does he not, sir?
At that point, nothing was to leave the house because that's what had been agreed upon between the attorneys on both sides.
There was no court order that he couldn't take his belongings.
I
Nothing.
didn't see a court order, no.
So you were just deciding as a homicide detective that that man wouldn't be allowed, Mr. Randolph wouldn't be allowed to take his belongings that day when he showed up, right?
On that day, no.
After that, Mr. Randolph makes claims, right? I saw that he made claims for insurance, right? Do you remember? That it's not right away, a month, two later, correct?
Yes.
There was a conversation about Thomas Randolph on the 911 call saying Mike had been ripping him off. Do you remember that?
Yes, very early on in the call.
And do you recall that he was questioned, Mr. Randolph was questioned about that, within hours about what he meant by that? Do you recall that?
Yes.
And do you recall that, and I am looking at the 5-9 statement, page 60, counsel. Do you recall that Thomas Randolph clarified and said, what I was saying on the 911, what I was probably referring to is he was ripping me off the act right then. He was ripping us off right then. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Fire extinguisher. You have talked about this fire extinguisher, have you not?
Yes.
Okay. And there was a statement that the fire extinguisher was on top of the refrigerator, right? Do you remember this?
That Mr. Randolph said that the fire extinguisher fell off of the refrigerator.
And you told the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that you looked up there and there was no dust mark or something that you thought should be there. Fair?
Correct.
Could we look at a picture of that?
Of the lack of the dust ring? No, I didn't
The
have
top of that refrigerator looking down so we could see what you were saying?
No.
So you found this important, yet we don't have a single picture of it, do we?
No.
What was below that refrigerator, sir?
A carpet? Semicircle carpet.
And you looked at the top of the refrigerator, things were sort of disheveled. Do you recall that?
There was a oscillating fan that was on top of a crock pot. That would be out of place.
And Mr. Miller was laying right against that fridge, right?
Yes, his left shoulder was against the fridge.
And in fact, the fridge was dented, was it not?
Dented.
Yes, it was dented. Did you see a dent in the fridge right by Mr. Miller's body?
No, I didn't see a dent.
Did you look for one?
Did I look for a dent?
Yes, sir.
Not in particular.
Because if there's a dent in the fridge, that means something hit it pretty hard, right? It's a dented fridge.
Certainly.
And you didn't notice it.
No, I didn't see a dent. I didn't make note of a dent.
And there was, you noted a mark on the bottom or on some part of that fire extinguisher showing that there was sort of like a dent or some type of defect.
Yes, on the edge of the bottom edge of the fire extinguisher, there was a flat portion where it appeared to have struck possibly a concrete surface.
And you pointed out to the jury that there was a screw to the left. If I'm looking at the refrigerator to the left, there was a single screw.
Yes.
After Sharon's death, you can see with records, banking records, that Thomas Randolph was having to take money out of credit cards or use credit cards. He's trying to survive, right? You see that?
I don't know the purposes for him with his finances. I have no idea.
Did you look for a bike
Yes, we did.
in the area?
Yes, we did.
Because you wanted to know how Michael Miller could have gotten away, right?
Because we wanted to know how he got there in the first place. Based on, Mr. Randolph said that Mike would often come over to the house on a bicycle, so we looked to see if there was a bike anywhere.
But you didn't find one, did you?
No, we didn't.
So you were concerned about who could be a getaway driver, right?
I didn't think about a getaway driver. No,
What was Mr. Miller's girlfriend's vehicle type?
I don't know.
During the interview that we heard just now, you saw Thomas Randolph answer his phone and talk with Colleen. Remember that?
I heard him say that he said Colleen and he would call her back.
You learned that Sharon Randolph had provided things to Michael Miller, right?
Yes,
She was kind to him, right?
yes.
Lastly, Thomas Randolph said that Sharon's problem, if she had one, was that she had one too much, right? He said that to you.
Yes,
He said that his problem is he's cocky. Do you remember him, Thomas Randolph, saying about his own problem, that he's cocky? You remember him saying that?
I remember him saying too cocky.
Too cocky.
Yes,
And he said that Michael Miller didn't have a steady job. That was his problem, right?
yes.
Of course it did. That goes cross-examination.
May I proceed? Thank you so much. All right, well, that's there's a lot of things to cover. I'm going to try to do the best I can to track it, okay, Detective? At the very beginning of cross-examination, there were some questions about Bartlett, remember, and the 911 call and the timing. Do you remember all that?
I do.
Okay. There was some talk about collecting, reviewing the phone records and seeing Bartlett called at 8:33. Do you remember that?
8:33:36.
Okay. How long was the length of that phone call?
About 4.5 minutes. 207 seconds.
So exactly 4 minutes and 30 seconds, correct?
Yes,
If you add 4 minutes to 8:33, what do you get?
about 8:38.
Okay, so if you add the 4.5 minutes, you get to 8:38, right?
Yes,
That is not 8:45, correct?
it is not 7 minutes shy.
But that's when the 911 call happens, right?
Correct.
Speaking of records, you also collected phone record, Vonage records for the defendant, correct?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And they were included in records you submitted to our office, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Also, in relation to kind of the gun, there were some questions about the timing of these gunshots. The defendant said he didn't hear those shots because he was hard of hearing, correct?
Yes, and he had the radio turned up loud inside the Hyundai Tucson as he was parking.
Did you or someone else ever take a step inside that vehicle to hear the sound in the car?
Detective Mogg did.
Okay, was it abnormally loud?
No, he noted that the radio was being played at normal volume or reasonable volume.
Okay, so there were questions on cross-examination about a gunshot wound, a penetrating gunshot wound. Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay, so you weren't here for the testimony of Dr. Gavin, correct?
No, I was not.
So you didn't hear necessarily the manner in which he ordered or numbered the shots, correct?
No, I wasn't.
And when I say order, I just mean like the order of the shots as she examined them, not necessarily the sequence, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
She examined the wounds, not the shots and saying.
You're right, so my apologies. Publishing Exhibit 330. Probably could just turn off the light, couldn't I? If I knew how to turn off the light. Is it this one? Oh, look at that. Okay, great. All right, so looking at gunshot wound number 4, do you see that there?
I do.
It's your understanding that one came through on the left side of his body, right?
On the left side of his chest.
And it's a penetrating one, meaning it didn't exit out of his body, correct?
No, it was recovered on his right back, above the hip.
Okay, so that one is on the left side.
Correct.
And with respect to this shot here, the one that you've seen you're probably there when the trajectory rods were being done, remember
Yes.
that? That one also is on the left-hand side, correct?
Yes.
Okay. This second shot, your understanding is that second shot at the head also starts at the left-hand side, right? Up near the top of the head.
It does.
And it goes downwards, is that right?
Correct.
But it's also on the left.
Yes.
And then the fifth one, the one that enters the back of the elbow, that's also on the left-hand side of the body, right?
Yes, it's the back of the elbow and it exits the forearm.
So 4 of those are on the left. And then the only other shot that's actually not on the left side is at least marked as number 3. Remember one that enters kind of near the left side near the abdomen, and then goes straight up, and then kind of comes out near, near the collarbone-ish area here, right on the right side.
Exactly. That's the one I thought Mr. Orm was talking about when we were discussing it, is that shot.
Okay, so just to be clear, 4 of them from the left side, 1 of them in the middle, that's number 3, correct?
Correct.
There were questions about soot, stippling, remember that?
I do.
And there was talk about clothing and skin and whether stippling shows up on skin versus clothing, things of that nature. Do you remember that?
Correct.
Okay. You had said you wouldn't expect there to be stippling present on his abdomen. Why was that again?
Because he had a thick hooded sweatshirt on, and then he had that white Henley t-shirt on underneath, which was also thicker.
And essentially the hot powder, if it touches your exposed skin, that's what leaves the burn.
It's actually, stippling is the high velocity unburnt powder that's actually leaving little small contusions. It's leaving marks on there because it hits the skin so hard.
Okay. But as far as, you wouldn't expect it on clothing in terms of stippling because you're just going to see what, defects in the clothing?
Possibly.
Let me ask you about gunshot residue. Is that a specific type of test or just more of a generalized test?
It's a generalized test. We'll take a swipe and then you can either have it tested or not.
And what is that supposed to catch if you're just in an area when gun residue is kind of floating in the air?
Absolutely. If you're in an enclosed car and someone fires a gun, you're going to have gunshot residue on you.
And just to be clear, I mean, you were there at the walkthrough, right?
Yes.
And the defendant says he shoots him when he's squared up on him in that hallway, right?
Yes.
And during interview number 1, I think he even indicates he was 3 feet or less from him.
Yes.
There were questions on cross-examination. Do you remember when he said, the defendant, he said he shot him while in the garage or nearby the garage. Do you remember those questions on cross?
I do.
Okay. When you went to the walkthrough, how is the defendant gesturing he shot him while kind of in the garage? Where is he aiming at that point during the walkthrough? What do you remember the defendant saying?
At Michael Miller's head in response to the loud noise that scared him.
Okay. So does the defendant indicate that when he is shooting him, Miller is on the ground?
Yes.
And he also talks about, I got scared because of the fire extinguisher, right? It caused me to go bam, bam, right?
Because of the loud noise that scared him.
And just to be clear, what direction is Miller's feet pointing?
His feet are to the west and his head is to the east in the garage.
So his head is near the car, right?
Yes.
Like the front hood of the car, and his feet are going back towards Sharon, right?
And his feet are going back towards where the water heater is on the west side of the garage.
Okay. And where is Mr. Randolph saying he is positioned? Where is he? What body part of Mr. Miller is he closest to?
He'd be closest to his head,
Well,
the midsection.
Well, doesn't he say he's standing by his feet by the lip of the door? Doesn't he lean down and do this?
He stands in the threshold and fires. He said bam, bam each time.
Okay, so Mr. Miller's feet, based on that walkthrough, are closest to Mr. Randolph.
It'd be,
And he's leaning down and he's shooting towards his head.
yeah, it'd be just based on where he is in relation to the door frame. He could be, say, towards the back of his legs.
And this second gunshot starts at the top of his head,
Yes.
which is closest to the front fender of the car.
Yes.
His head is opposite of his feet.
Yes.
And Mr. Randolph is standing by his feet.
Yes.
And that bullet is traveling back towards his feet.
Yes.
This one, number 1, enters the left side of his head.
Yes.
And it's going across his head
Yes. Across and upward.
and upward. But Mr. Randolph says he's standing essentially right at the lip of the hallway into the garage.
Right at the threshold. Yes.
But that gunshot is going from left to right.
Yes.
But he's back behind the feet.
Yes.
And that is the area in the garage that he says he shoots this man.
Yes.
You were questioned about the fact you didn't interview Mr. Hogue, is that correct?
Yes.
However, you did speak to 60 witnesses, correct?
Approximately. Yes.
You subpoenaed bank records?
Yes.
You subpoenaed phone records?
Yes.
You subpoenaed gaming records?
Yes.
You collected surveillance video
Yes, we did.
from a gas station and a casino.
Yes.
You also interviewed the defendant twice and did a walkthrough with him.
Yes.
There were questions on cross-examination about the garage light. Do you remember that on cross-examination?
Yes.
Do you remember counsel talking about how the defendant said that Mr. Miller pushed the garage door? Do you remember that?
That he thought he was going for the garage door opener.
And that was kind of my point. The defendant never said that Miller successfully opened the garage door, only that he was trying to.
Yes.
Because in order to turn that light on, you'd actually have to make contact with the garage.
Yes, you do. It's like a doorbell switch, and he had it mounted on the inside of the hallway.
And the defendant was interviewed not once, not twice, essentially 3 times, if you include the walkthrough.
Yes.
At no point does he say that Mr. Miller successfully touched the garage door,
Opened it and then closed it right then.
at this point in time in which he's describing this, has he encountered Mr. Miller at all?
No, it's right when he spotted Sharon on the
So
floor.
right when he walks in.
Yes.
So seconds after closing the garage door, he's now touching it a second time.
Yes.
So a matter of seconds?
Yes.
turn off your phone, right?
I've actually activated buttons with my face sometimes, yes.
And we've heard the 911 call, right?
Yes,
And it goes for 18 minutes, right?
yes,
Until finally someone from law enforcement turns it off.
right.
Sorry, folks. StreamYard keeps crashing on me. That's twice now.
Do you remember some questions about, it appears as when you look at the scene, it appears as someone went.
And the reason I know it's StreamYard that's doing it
I
is
think there was
because the StreamYard is
question
the
that's
one
posted,
that
like, you had
says,
some experience with
oops,
people getting caught
something went wrong here.
burglary or something like that.
And meanwhile, everything
Just
else
to be
is
clear,
playing just
when you
fine.
review the scene in those bags, it's
I'm
lots
getting
of
ready
papers,
to
right?
ditch them
Yes, it was.
anyway.
Okay. The
So I
defendant told you,
apologize.
your fellow officers, that Miller was aware that he and Sharon were gone the week before up in Utah, right?
Yes, they just gotten back.
And did the defendant also say in his interviews that Miller knew that the night or the day after May 8th, they were leaving town to go back up to Utah?
Yes, that Mr. Randolph even said that was the purpose of stopping at Funny's to top off the tank so they could leave in the morning.
At any point in time, during any of the 3 interviews, did the defendant say that he and Sharon took all of the jewelry inside the house and took it up to Utah the week before May 8th?
No,
At any point in time, during any of the 3 interviews, we'll include the walk-in interview, did the defendant ever say, we plan to take all of the jewelry after May 8th up with us to Utah?
no,
So the jewelry, according to the defendant, still remained in the house before May 8th and after May 8th.
yes,
But he had told Mr. Miller we're going to be gone during those 2 time periods.
yes.
I have another question, though. Did Mr. Miller, did the defendant tell you during these 3 interviews, or at least at some point during the 3 interviews, that Sharon was up in Utah the week before May 8th?
Yes,
Did the defendant tell you at some point in these 3 interviews that Sharon planned to leave to go back up to Utah after May 8th?
yes,
So May 8th was the day that she was in town.
yes.
Do you remember there being a question on cross-examination about the 911 call and the fact that the defendant offered to help? Do you remember a question like that?
Yes,
Do you remember also being asked kind of a follow-up question that later on, I believe it's in interview number 2, that the defendant expresses to police that he's upset at the thought of his wife sitting on that cold floor? Do you remember those questions?
I do.
When you listen to the 911 call, does the defendant, when the fire department is asking him to provide CPR on his wife who's suffering from a gunshot wound, does he suggest or offer the idea, maybe I should go get the gun nearby Miller?
Yes, he did.
Does he in fact leave his wife instead of doing CPR at that point in time to go retrieve a gun?
Yes, just after 3 minutes in the call.
When he returns, when they are again asking him to perform CPR, does he then offer, maybe I should go and lock the door, I'm going to go lock the door? Does he say that?
Yes, he did.
And essentially he stops doing, he doesn't do CPR and goes again for a second time, leaving his wife to go lock the door.
Yes, at about 3:51 in the call.
And then when he finally returns, and again, they're asking him to, you need to perform CPR, does he offer the suggestion, well, how about if I go open the front door right now? Do you remember that?
He didn't specify front door.
Okay,
He
the
said
door.
the door. Yes, and that was just prior to starting compressions at 6 minutes and 30 seconds.
And the fire department tells him, no, you need to do this.
Yes,
And as you mentioned, 6 minutes have elapsed at this point.
over 6 minutes, yes.
Do you remember there being a part of cross-examination where defense counsel asked you, well, the defendant said while he was in the house he could see Miller. It was, I think it might have been in reference to interview number 1. Do you remember that?
Interview number 1, he said he propped open the door so he could keep an eye on Miller, yes.
Okay. But when you look at that, what is the context in which he, when did he say, how did, well, in that interview, when does he say he opens up the door so he can see Miller?
He just said, I can see him, he's on the floor.
But does he also say, and it's page 35, first statement. So, for help refresh your recollection, to see a copy of the first interview.
Certainly.
Okay, so, bottom of page 35. Start with this question here, and it's in the middle, counsel. Start with this question here, and I want you to read this question and answer, and this question and answer. And let me know if that refreshes your memory of the context of how he's able to see Mr. Miller. Okay. During that interview, does Detective Mogg ask him what he did after he fired multiple shots at Miller?
Yes.
What does he say he does?
He said that he slid the carpet underneath the door and propped the door open.
And he said so he would be able to see what was happening.
Yes.
Do you remember there being a number of questions about the ski mask?
Yes.
There was some questions about sitting. You had a chance to see that ski mask, right?
Yes, I have.
And you've been doing this for how many years as an officer?
At that point, I'd been in homicide for 5 years and been on the department for quite a bit longer than that.
Okay, you've seen clothing that's been shot by bullets, right?
Yes.
Did that ski mask have a single bullet hole in it?
No.
did it have any apparent blood in it?
No, it did not.
Was there any blood transfer somewhere around the ski mask?
No, there was not.
Despite the fact there may have been some, I don't know, some like stitching or whatever, you don't see any bullet holes?
No.
I would imagine you checked though, right?
Yes, we did.
That would be a big deal, right?
Yes, a crime scene analyst with gloves on examined the ski mask, and there was no blood on the ground when the mask was picked up as well.
When he is interviewed these 2 times, as well as during the walkthrough, he does indicate that the mask is on his head. Maybe rolled up, but it's on his head, right?
Yes.
There was remember a question of, hey, you know, one reason you might want to take your mask off would be because maybe it's twisted and you can't see. Do you remember a question like that on cross?
Yes.
Detective, could another possibility take your mask off is there's no reason anymore to hide your identity
Correct.
because the job is done?
Yes.
Do you remember there being a question about, detective, you would agree that one way to kind of leave a gun at a scene, or like not to leave evidence behind, is to leave a gun at a scene. Do you remember that question?
Yes, to get rid of the murder weapon.
Detective, wouldn't you agree another possible reason?
Objection, leading.
I don't think even what I've said even suggests an answer.
Well, I don't know what the question is, so I'm gonna let you finish it.
Okay. Detective, would one possible explanation for dropping a gun would be your target is taken care of?
Yes.
Did the defendant, in any of these 3 interviews with the police, ever say that Michael Miller was waiting gun pointed the moment he walked into the hallway?
No.
There was a lot of questions about the second safe. Do you remember that?
I do.
At any point in time in these 3 interviews, did Mr. Randolph ever report to you that anything was taken out of that second safe?
No.
Do you recall questions about the walkthrough and the defendant's droopy eyes at the beginning of the video?
I do.
I know that you acknowledged that his eyes were droopy at the beginning. Did you see the same level of droopiness throughout the interview?
No, I didn't. Only when Don Bell put the camera up on his shoulder to do the intro.
Do you ever recall the defendant crying or weeping during the walkthrough?
No.
Do you ever recall any moment where the defendant needed to emotionally collect himself from recounting what happened to his wife?
Not at all.
Do you recall whether or not the defendant said when talking about Sharon it was the grossest thing he'd ever seen in his life?
I do remember that.
And do you recall whether or not when discussing Sharon supposedly leaving shoes, him kind of slapping the wall and saying, "Motherfuck Sharon, Jesus," something like that?
Yes.
This is 1 week after she's passed.
Yes.
There was questions about, do you remember counsel asking you that Mr. Randolph had indicated to some extent he had a belief that Mr. Miller had committed some type of robbery? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay, just to be clear, did the defendant indicate that he thought that robbery might have happened when Miller was a kid?
Yes.
And that he just happened to be standing in a store when his brother did the robbery?
Yes.
And then I think you even asked him as an adult, Mr. Randolph, are you aware of any robberies? And he says, no, I don't think so.
Yes.
And you did do a review. He didn't have any arrests here in Las Vegas.
No, he did not have an ID number. He's never been arrested in Las Vegas.
There were questions about the walkthrough and bringing in Randy McPhail. Do you remember that? There were a number of questions on that topic. Do you remember?
Yes.
You were asked, or maybe you provided an answer saying, you brought him in because you noticed that the spatter marks that McPhail looked at appeared to be distinctive.
Yes.
Do you remember, so you were there kind of obviously the night of and then kind of a week later. Did it look the same, that area, that particular area?
No, it didn't. Again, over time, those marks had kind of spread out and became very distinctive. When we turned on the light in the hallway, you could just see them light up in the reflection of the hallway light. And so they were very distinctive at that point in time. And so I had called for a crime scene analyst to come out and document them because you could clearly see them then.
If you had seen them on the night of, would you have had them marked?
Well, we did. There's a certain extent. We had the impact that we had documented, the bullet fragments that had gone up onto the planter shelf, the tissue, the hair, all those things we had documented and retrieved. But the smaller areas is going to be cerebral spinal fluid, which is kind of an oily type substance, had really become distinctive on the wall, and I wanted to document them.
So that's kind of what I wanted to get to. So those 2 fragments, right, and the strike, that's in the area where that cerebral fluid is.
Yes, the
So
strike is
that's
about
the
8 foot
area-
up. Yes.
So that was an area you literally were processing on that night?
Yes.
Okay. And you just observed at a later time it became more pronounced, so then you brought someone in to do further documentation?
Correct.
There were questions, though, about a cleaning crew then coming in, though, after the night of these killings. Do you remember that?
Right.
I think there was a question about carpet had been removed, correct?
Yes.
But the spatters remained.
Yes, they did.
So this cleaning crew didn't wipe any of that up.
No.
Was the bullet strike repaired by the cleaning crew?
No.
So that even remained a week later, despite there being a cleaning crew.
Yes.
You were asked a question of, you would presume the walls were wiped down. I think you answered yes to the question, correct?
Yes.
Okay, but you weren't there, to be fair, you weren't there, right?
No, I just know the lower portions where there was blood on the door, jam blood on the door, those areas have been wiped out.
Okay, so those lower areas were.
Certainly.
But the upper areas apparently weren't because you processed it, right?
Correct.
And just to be clear, in the hallway, did you observe any blood in that hallway on night one?
Yes. Sharon Randolph's blood.
Sure, okay, I'm sorry. In the area where Mr. Randolph says he shot Mr. Miller, do you see any blood there?
No blood.
And you were not alone when you did the walk of that area?
No.
Correct. How many people were with you?
There was Sergeant Albee, Detective Mogg, Detective Hardy, Detective Long, Jeff Smith, the senior crime scene analyst, Gary Reed, the crime scene analyst supervisor, initially to look, and then it was later processed with fewer people.
Detective, if you and your fellow detectives or CSAs noticed something on night one in that portion of the hallway, would you have documented it?
Certainly.
There were questions, you remember questions about the clothing items and the sneakers nearby Mr. Miller's body?
Yes.
What was on Mr. Miller's feet that night?
A pair of size 9D cowboy boots.
This is, I mean, presumably it's a jewelry heist. He's wearing cowboy boots.
Yes.
He had sneakers with him, but he opted for cowboy boots.
Yes.
Regarding the life insurance, you were asked that the documents were signed by Mrs. Randolph, and you indicated in the affirmative, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But you weren't present when those documents were being signed, correct?
No, it wasn't.
So do you know who in fact prepared, filled out all the paperwork?
No, I don't.
Okay. The paperwork was signed in Utah, is that right?
Yes, in Ogden, Utah.
Where Mr. Randolph's family is from?
Yes.
Okay, I'll rephrase. What year were those policies signed in?
I believe in 2006.
Okay, was that before or after she was legally married?
Before.
There was a question about, and you learned wages paid for, Sharon's wages paid for the premium. Did that apply to the Boston Mutual policy only?
Yes.
Okay, and that's the $22,000 one, correct?
Correct.
That did not include the $200,000 to the $100,000 policy?
No.
Or the $10,000 Stonebridge?
No.
There were questions about the fire extinguisher. Do you recall being asked how Mr. Miller's body was lying next to the fridge?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall the defendant saying during his walkthrough that he in fact rolled him over into that position?
Yes, and you can tell based on the blood pooling that he had moved to the new position.
There were questions about his girlfriend, Mr. Miller's girlfriend, having a vehicle, something along those lines. During your investigation, was there any reported undeclared vehicle sitting outside the Rancho Santa Fe residence?
No.
And there were questions at the end about Sharon, defendant saying, about talking about shortcomings. Sharon's gambling, he's too cocky. And then I think the last question was that Miller didn't have a steady job. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you recall the answer wasn't that, but in fact, simply he didn't work?
Yes.
Page 48, counsel. Court's in. I have no further questions for this case.
Detective, just so it's clear, in his very first statement, recorded statement on May 9th, starting in 12:30 a.m., he is asked, do you fire any shots in the garage? And he answers, yeah.
Yes.
So there's, oh, I'm sorry, page 56, it's the last question. That's correct. Okay. Let me let them get there, okay? No, page 56. The very last question and answer. Okay. And so, just so they're there by now. He said, yeah, when asked, did you fire any shots in that garage? Right?
Yes.
So within hours of this incident, it's fair to say that Thomas Randolph is saying, I fired shots in that garage. Right?
Yes.
Mr. Hamner asked you about the fact that Sharon and Tommy had been away to Utah for the week before, right?
Yes.
And that although they were celebrating Mother's Day at the charcoal room, they were again going to Utah, right?
Yes.
And you were aware, or at least you understood, that Thomas Randolph was going to had some money, was going to deposit some money in the bank, right?
That's what he said.
And he was with Michael Miller, right?
Yes.
And that he didn't make it to the bank, right?
Yeah, he said he missed his turn, so he didn't go to the bank.
He complains to you, Thomas Randolph, that you guys didn't find a large amount of cash that he had around the house, hidden around the house.
And even on him, that we didn't find the cash that he had on him.
Okay? And he was going to Utah the next day.
Yes.
You learned that Michael Miller had been involved in house sitting for the Randolphs, right?
I know there was some contemplation of him house sitting, even that Mr. Miller requested that a note or a note be given to him so that if anybody came by, he would be able to justify his being there.
Okay.
I don't know that he ever actually house sat for them.
You said that there were chest compressions done. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Now, with regard to hiding identity in a mask is used by robbers, burglars to hide their identity. Fair?
Yes.
If the intent is to shoot Sharon Randolph, you don't need to hide your identity, right? Because she's not going to live through this. So, isn't that right?
I don't know why he would have the mask on when he shot her.
Right. Other than he's committing a burglary. Right. Right?
Or he's shooting somebody he's very familiar with and he didn't want to have
And if
proceed.
if you're going,
I'm going to check. I'm going to ask the witness to let the answers. Finish his answer.
There's no need to finish later on.
sir, Mr.
Can you finish it?
He did finish.
Okay, I apologize.
No, he didn't. To my knowledge, were you finished a second ago?
I don't know. We were kind of talking over each other. Your
Oh, I
Honor.
thought you finished. I apologize.
No, or that he is shooting somebody.
Detective, listen, could you answer my question?
Well, no, the ruling is that he gets to finish his answer.
And he said he was.
No, he never answered that question. Had you finished? Or?
I had not finished, Your Honor. We were talking over each other and then Mr. Hammer said something, so I stopped talking.
Okay, what's the remainder of the answer?
Or that you're going to shoot somebody that you're very familiar with and you don't want them to see your face when you do it.
Just in case when you die, you would be able to identify the person? Because if you're dead, if the plan is to shoot somebody dead in your own home, they're not going to be able to identify you later on. Right? Fair?
No, they wouldn't be able to identify you.
A lot of burglars wear masks. Isn't that fair?
I don't know.
In your experience, do robbers and burglars wear masks?
I would say robbers more often than burglars. Burglars go into places that are unoccupied and are likely not to be seen.
And there are lots of cameras that people have around, right?
More so now than then, yes.
And in fact, throughout your career, when a homicide happens, you go to neighbors, to businesses around there and look for cameras, right?
We did then, and now you're finding Ring doorbell cameras, you're finding all kinds of surveillance cameras.
Mr. Randolph said it was the grossest thing he ever saw. It was the grossest thing he said. It was gross, right?
He did multiple times.
You've seen the pictures of Sharon Randolph's face.
Yes.
Right? After she shot, right?
Yes,
It's horrible, isn't it?
it is.
The wound to the back of her head is horrible, right?
It is.
You would agree with me that Thomas Randolph told you he loved her, right?
He told us he did, yes.
And that she was the best thing that ever happened to him, right?
Yes.
And that if Thomas Randolph came from holding hands with her and rolled her over and saw his wife looking like that, it has to be about as horrible as it can be in life. Isn't that fair? Roll your wife over.
I'd agree that everything you just said is one of the most horrible things I've ever heard.
You said that Miller had not obtained any criminal record in the whole 5 months that he had been here, right? Whole 5 months he'd been here.
We didn't find a record on it.
But you know he committed murder while he was here, right?
He did.
And we know that he was stealing while he was here, right?
Again, we never spoke to the owner of the contents of that wallet that didn't belong to him. So, and we know that he had a cell phone that did not belong to him.
And we know that he had that beautiful ring in his left pocket that most certainly didn't belong to him, right?
I agree with that.
That makes him a thief, doesn't it?
I do. I agree with that.
Now, I don't know if you know this, but in the boots, cowboy boots, did it have the name Philippe? Did you ever notice that?
I know there was writing on it. I don't know if it's, I
Philippe.
don't remember that said.
You don't remember? Okay. Do you remember whether Sharon Randolph had given Michael Miller those boots?
That was my understanding.
Now, with regard to the hallways, you said, that's right, there was absolutely no arrows put up on May 9th, May 8th of arrows showing where all this matter was.
No, we didn't.
And your statement is that it was there, it just became more clear when you came back a week later.
Yes.
Okay, well, crime scene analyst Smith, right, he was there.
Yes, he was.
And it's his job to record and collect and preserve the evidence, right?
It is.
You don't want somebody coming in, hazmat coming in, and a whole bunch of these people, or one of them or two of them, cleaning the area up, and then you come back when it's more visible. That doesn't make sense, right? It doesn't make sense to fail to preserve a crime scene or evidence from it if you can see it. Is that fair?
If you can see it, you can document it, you can photograph it, and you can recover it, yes.
And that was not done on either the 8th or the 9th, was it?
On that material, on the upper wall, no. Or the two shell casings. We found them on the 15th as well.
Nothing.
This is part of the last one. That other material, did you observe it? Did you observe the cerebral fluid on May 8th to the early morning hours of May 9th?
No.
Okay, so if you had seen it, you would have documented it at that time.
Yes.
Let's go to the top. There was talk about, he indicated he was depositing money. During those interviews, does the defendant also say that he's trying to withdraw money as well?
Yes.
So he kind of, it's not equivocal, he kind of goes back and forth about whether he was depositing or withdrawing, is that right?
Right, moving money around, yes.
But let's just assume he has all of this money on him. Does the defendant state that when he walked in the door, Michael Miller's waiting right there to blow him away?
No.
And just to be clear, Mr. Miller presumably abandoned the .38 that he killed his wife with,
Yes.
and then struggled to produce another weapon in relation to the defendant?
Yes.
At least that's according to the defendant.
It's according to one statement. The first statement, he said he had the gun in his right hand.
Okay. There were questions about, there's cameras and neighbors around. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Typically, those cameras, where are they typically located? Are they located sometimes in the front of people's houses?
On the garage, on the doorbell camera, yes.
So if you were to exit out the garage, you'd have to open up the garage
Yes,
and then walk out to all those cameras?
correct.
And did the defendant say that was the direction of the garage, is the general area that Mr. Miller is walking towards when he encounters him?
That he was going towards the garage?
Yes.
Yes,
But there's a back door that was open.
yes.
Lastly, there were questions about how the defendant indicated that, you were asked, didn't he indicate that Sharon was the best thing that ever happened to him?
Yes,
But he also indicated that he openly cheated on her.
yes.
No further questions.
Anything else, Mr. Sherman? Do ladies and gentlemen of the jury have any questions for this witness? Supervisor Hudson on a full sheet of paper, and name and your turn.
Revolver that was in the drum room earlier.
Did you ask to have the gloves?
He might have a reason, right? There's a possibility that I'm wrong, yes.
Detective O'Donnell?
Okay, so pay attention to these are jury questions, and the jury questions have been great.
Car in the garage.
No, he did not.
Do you ever recall Mr. Randolph telling you that he usually was the driver and going out on? Okay, Detective O'Donnell? Did you or the CSAs find any blood on either car in the garage?
No, he did not.
Did you or any of the other CSIs find blood on either one of the two cars? Is question one. I'm having a tough time hearing. I can hear myself just fine, but
Do you ever recall Mr. Randolph telling you that he usually was the driver and going out on dates with Mrs. Randolph?
No, he didn't indicate one way or the other.
Why were many items not impounded? Do you ever recall Mr. Randolph telling you that he... Detective O'Donnell? Did you or the CSAs find any blood on either car in the garage?
No, he did not.
Do you ever recall Mr. Randolph telling you that he usually was the driver and going out on dates with Mrs. Randolph?
No.
CSAs find any blood on either car in the garage?
No, he did not.
Do you ever recall Mr. Randolph telling you that he usually was the driver and going out on dates with Mrs. Randolph?
No, he didn't indicate.
okay, that question was pertaining to whether Mr. Randolph was the driver when him and Sharon went out on dates. Answer no. I don't know why that. Okay, sorry, people. These are the interesting parts, bits, if you will.
Why were many items not impounded by police?
Why were many items not impounded by the police?
Well, even though, and I don't like to admit this publicly, so don't tell anyone, but even though I was absolutely sure that there were things at the scene that didn't add up and didn't make sense, there was still a possibility that I was wrong. and that those things could be explained. One of the reasons for doing the walkthrough is so that he could come back and maybe explain some of those things, right? I didn't think that that was true at the time. And so there were decisions on impounding certain things like Mr. Randolph's clothing. So you have to do what's, almost like a return on investment. What do I think I'm going to get from Mr. Randolph's clothing? Sharon's blood, Mike Miller's blood, gunshot residue, right? So if I'm at the scene and I think there's a possibility that I'm wrong, yes, but I don't believe that I am, do I want Mr. Randolph to think that we bought into what had been staged, to continue his cooperation, right? So yes, it's a possibility I was wrong, but I didn't think so. And so I didn't want to do things that were going to make him think that we didn't believe it, right? So the decision was made not to impound his clothing so that he would think, all right, they bought
That is
what was
such
at the house.
bullshit.
They bought it lock, stock, and barrel, and I'm okay. So when we continued our conversation with him, and when Detective Mogg reached out to him, he was still willing to come and now show us physically at the scene, contextually, how it happened. And there was still that possibility that he might have a reasonable explanation for the things that we saw, not only at the scene, but that we verified at autopsy with the wound pattern and the trajectory of the bullets. I don't think that happened. I was even more convinced of what we had that night after the walkthrough.
Okay. Did Mr. Randolph tell you that he enjoyed driving?
Did Mr. Randolph tell you that he enjoyed driving? What? That's a weird question.
Did you ask to have the gloves tested for gunpowder?
No.
Did you ask to have the gloves tested for gunpowder? And again, answer no. I'm going to rant here in a minute. Actually, I'll just...
In the June 3rd, 2008 interview, Thomas mentions he had the 38mm gun with him when he dropped off Mike, the same gun that killed Sharon. Do you ever remember him saying that he had any guns with him when he met with Sharon to dinner at the Santa Fe?
Well, the 38, you're thinking 38.
Asking-
It's actually the 9mm by 18, the Makarov is what he said he had earlier. And then there was some discussion about, if you recall, whether or not he had the gun on him when he was in the casino. So, and he was saying that he didn't have it on him in the casino. Not because he wasn't willing to do that, but he just didn't have it on him at the time.
Did Mr. Randolph tell you if he had two 38mm revolvers?
No, I mean, the 38 revolver that was in the drum room, he said came from the clock that was hanging on the wall. It's hanging upside down. And then you close it, actually says place gun upside down. So that's what it's for, is to conceal the gun. That's where the 38 came from. And then it did belong to Mr. Randolph. The other revolver came from a basket in the master bedroom, or from a drawer in the master bedroom, which, there was an admission that Mr. Miller knew where both of those firearms are located.
Is there video surveillance of when Tom Randolph drops off Mike by the Fiesta Casino or the area he mentions in interview 2?
No.
While you conduct crime scene investigations, do you usually have a body camera?
No.
Did you have one, and if so, was it on?
No.
Did the officers on the scene have body cameras turned on?
No. This is pre-body camera.
The night of May 8, 2008, or a week later after you went back, did you ask any neighbors if they had any outdoor camera footage showing Mike Miller's arrival, the Randolph's arrival, and when first responders arrived?
That night, the neighborhood canvass was done by Detective Long. I don't know if he had anybody else assist him, like maybe from patrol, but all of those questions would have happened. And again, this is kind of predates the prevalence of those types of cameras that they were finding on pretty much.
Yeah,
every-
it's 15
almost every
years
residence
ago.
now.
In your opinion, where would a person have to be standing and shooting for the shell casings to land in the areas they were found?
The first shell casing that is in the hallway, just inside the threshold, that round would have been fired near the doorway, more than likely, and bounced around inside the hallway. The shell casings
Look at the
that were
defense
found
attorney writing
a week
notes.
later in the toolbox and over by the milk jug or water bottle, right over by the water heater, we believe came off of the refrigerator. So the arm was extended into the garage. The shell casing ejected to the right and went off the refrigerator and ended up over there. The shot that that Mr. Randolph describes firing into Mr. Miller as he's in the threshold, aiming the gun downward, would also have come off of the refrigerator and ended up over where we have the shell casing on the west side of the Hyundai Tucson. That bullet flattened out and was underneath the right rear passenger area of the Hyundai Tucson.
Was Mike Miller's girlfriend identified in interview?
I know we had a name for her, but we don't have an interview with her, and I never spoke to her.
If you have any follow-up based on the jury question.
Just one very briefly. Why was no GSR testing done on gloves?
Because they were involved in a shooting, and that was demonstrably so, and so you're going to get gunshot residue, there's no question.
Okay, so it sounds like he just presumed he was involved in the shooting, therefore there's no need to test the gloves.
Right.
Or report he was shot at. I guess conversely, he was also shot at as well.
Yeah, everything in that area is going to have gunshot residue on it.
So whether he's receiving bullets or shooting bullets, you're expecting GSR to be there.
Yes.
And does GSR, is it able to tell you timing or directionality or who's shooting at who?
No.
You have previously stated that a case where it lands when it's ejected is unpredictable. Fair?
Specifically where it lands, yes.
Because they bounce all over the place.
Yes.
People can kick them.
People can kick them.
You said, when we're talking about the 38 caliber, that kind of comes out of the clock and is used to murder Sharon Randolph. It's Sharon's gun, isn't it?
That's my understanding. According to Mr. Randolph, it's her gun.
You also said that from that night, when you were asked by one of the jurors in a question about why you didn't preserve evidence, one of the things you told us just now is that you didn't believe Mr. Randolph. Things weren't adding up, so you wanted to keep him talking, and so you didn't preserve certain information or certain evidence. Is that what you told us?
I said that I could be wrong about my impressions at the scene. There was still a possibility that I was wrong, and then if with that cooperation he came back, he may be able to explain what happened at the scene contextually and be able to show why those things that I had a problem with were the way they were.
So that is one of the reasons you failed to preserve evidence? Is that what you were telling the jury?
It's not a failure to preserve evidence. It's what you expect to get from that evidence versus what I would be, if I was to take again, for example, his clothing. You know, and we've done that before, where now you put somebody in what we call a bunny suit, you know, where they're sitting there in the interview room, their clothing's taken from them. And I saw that as a possibility to then have Mr. Randolph think that we weren't believing his story at all. And so we wouldn't see that level of cooperation that we continue to have.
Detective O'Kelly, that includes a safe in the closet? That big safe?
I never saw the safe. We're also dealing with the
Okay,
fact,
so you never saw that safe? So you didn't take anything or preserve that or any pictures of it on the night in question, correct?
other than the one picture that you have where you can see a portion of the safe.
That concludes your cross-examination.
No, you're not.
More questions. More questions. More questions indeed. You want to know what I think? I think this whole investigation is a shit show. Even if he did do it, there's so much reasonable doubt from their negligence of not collecting X, Y, and Z that he'll skate, in my opinion. So the jurors are asking, they asked a shit ton of questions. I'm actually going to make a note around 3-hour mark. Because their questions have so much thought in them. Shit.
No.
Did you search any of the two vehicles, and if so, did you find any guns or any valuable evidence?
Did you search where? I can't hear you, old lady.
Did you search any of the two vehicles, and if so, did you find any guns or any valuable evidence?
No.
Oh. They wanted to know if they searched either of the two vehicles and if they found any weapons. Wow, this guy's finally done. He was on the stand over a whole entire day. So now they're taking a break for the afternoon, and then we will get into today's testimony, which started about 2 hours, 45 minutes ago. So this format might work, actually, doing the every other day. Hopefully it's not going to go on too much longer, because it's my understanding the prosecution is going to rest fairly soon here. Oh no, they did rest. I gotta find a different pair of earbuds. I don't know if it's earbuds or if it's... State does rest right there. Oh, thank God. Now it's gonna get good. Now it's gonna get good. Go get some popcorn, people. It's gonna get good, good, good now.
Exhibit V is in Victor and W. Agree to admit. Your Honor, we at this this time call Mr. Michael Hogue.
You know, one thing I want to pause and say, two things actually. Number one, usually when the prosecution rests, don't attorneys for the defense stand up and make some motion to dismiss the case due to the fact that the state didn't put on a proper, case? Isn't that like the standard? That happened with every trial I've ever watched. This guy just doesn't seem, he just jumps right in. Second of all, one thing I caught up that I remembered, I should say, when this guy was testifying quite a while ago, when he was being cross-examined the first time, was, from what I remember, the 911 call was made, I want to say 8:45, 8:49-ish time frame. And I don't believe the police showed up for a long time. Now, keep in mind, this is in Vegas. All right. Well, like I said, this is going to be enjoyable. Well, not enjoyable, but this is going to be interesting. Finally.
The state has agreed to admit for the admission of proposed Exhibit V as in Victor and W.
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Yeah, proceed.
If you could state and spell your name for the record, please.
Michael Hogue, Michaelhogue.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Orr, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Mr. Hogue, do you have some felony convictions
I
in the
do.
last 10 years?
No.
No?
Last 10?
Yes, sir?
No.
Okay.
Oh, yes, I do. Yes, I do. I'm sorry.
And why don't you tell the jury what your felony convictions were in the last 10 years are?
Assault with deadly weapon, great bodily injury. It's been 7 years since I paroled.
Burglary?
Yeah, I do have a burglary charge.
Possession of controlled substance?
Yes.
Is that here in the state of Nevada?
Yeah.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Mr. Hogue, I'm going to show you what has been admitted as Exhibit W.
I'm sorry, you can see that on the screen. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Do you recognize that?
That's my license.
I wonder if they're trying
Is that you
to
in the picture?
Yes, sir.
say that this guy was part of the thing. Maybe he was.
I'm also going to show you
I don't know.
what's being admitted as Exhibit V as in Victor. Do you see that same driver's license?
Yes.
Thank you much. Do you see a Costco card?
Yes.
Did you lose this driver's license?
I did.
How did that happen?
It was a bus ride home, a Greyhound bus from LA back to here.
And that was before May 8th of 2008, correct? Do you know when it was?
I don't.
And it was on a Greyhound bus?
I believe so.
What do you recall about it?
I recall falling asleep on the way home and waking up with my backpack gone.
So you were coming home on a bus and you fell asleep, and when you woke up, your backpack was gone.
Yes, sir.
And you had ID and other objects in there?
Yeah.
You didn't give anybody permission to take that from you, did you?
No, sir.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's being admitted as States 334. Did you give that human being, do you recognize that human being?
No.
Did you give a person named Michael Miller permission to have your driver's license?
No.
Did you also have a food stamps card?
I did.
And was that taken as well?
It was.
Did you have anybody ever come and ask you questions like I'm asking you today?
I did.
Mr. Hogue, did people you believe to be detectives come out and talk to you about this in approximately 2008? Yes or no?
Yes.
Could you give us a description of those two? How many were there?
2.
Could you give us a description of what these 2 individuals look like, if you know?
I don't know. I wouldn't be comfortable giving a description.
That concludes direct examination. Do you want me to do
No. Good afternoon, sir.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm well, you?
Good, thank you. You described that you had your backpack on the Greyhound bus, and if I understood you correctly, it was going from LA to Vegas?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so back home?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Sorry, you just have to say yes or no.
Okay.
Do you have any recollection of when this was? Like, was it, after Christmas or maybe near Easter? Any kind of time frame you can give us?
I believe it was summertime.
Summertime of 2007?
I don't even know.
Okay, fair enough. So, I mean, I know it's a long time ago, but as you sit here with us this afternoon, it sounds like you remember it as summer, but maybe unclear on the year, or?
Yeah, I'm unclear on the year.
Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough. And then, I assume you were on the bus ride, alone because you weren't with someone who saw it?
Yes.
Did you, when you noticed that your belongings were gone, did you report it to Greyhound? Or?
Yeah, I asked the bus driver and talked to the bus station and kept calling them. Nothing was ever turned in.
Okay, well, not a lot of follow-up investigation?
Yeah, they didn't try to find it.
Okay, but you made an effort to see if you could get your stuff back?
I did.
Okay. You don't know anything about what happened on Rancho Santa Fe Drive on May the 8th of 2008, do you?
No, ma'am.
Okay. That picture that Mr. Oram put up of the African-American man, have you ever seen him before?
No, ma'am.
Do you even know his name?
Well, just because they told me.
Right, but that was the
prior to that,
question.
no.
Prior to that, did you know his name at all?
No.
Do you know the name Sharon Randolph or Thomas Randolph? Nothing like that? And when were you contacted to be here with us this afternoon?
Last month, I believe.
Last month? Okay. And then, I guess you don't have any idea, correct me if I'm wrong, but you don't have any idea how your identification ended up in someone's pocket that is involved in our case, do you?
It was stolen.
But do you know that he's the one that stole it? Because
I can't say that.
You can't say that, right?
Yeah.
Because you have no idea. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, the jury have any questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no response, sir, you are excused. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you think you may call your next witness?
Defense calls Jeremy Stafford.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. You can state and spell your name for the record, please.
Excuse me, ma'am?
You can state and spell your name for the record.
Jeremy Stafford, Jeremy, Stafford.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon, sir.
What do you do for a living?
I'm currently the military and law enforcement manager for Mossberg Firearms, and I also provide expert testimony for Titan Consulting.
Okay. Mossberg Firearms is a relatively large and well-known distributor of firearms here in the United States, right?
Yes, sir.
Predominantly known for shotguns. You agree with
Yes,
that?
sir.
Okay. And in fact, you mentioned law enforcement and military. Are you responsible for the Mossberg counts related to shotguns that are provided to law enforcement and military?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Prior to that, I want to talk to you about what you did before you were in that role. First of all, how long have you been doing that with Mossberg?
About 7 months, sir.
Okay. Prior to that, did you have a military career?
Yes, sir.
What branch?
United States Marine Corps and Marine Corps Reserve.
And how long were you in the Marine Corps and Marine Corps Reserve?
14 years, sir.
Okay. What rank were you at the time you discharged?
Staff Sergeant.
Okay. Did you see combat?
Yes, sir.
While you were in the military, did you ever receive any commendations?
Yes, sir. Numerous commendations.
Did you ever receive any awards from the Marine Corps?
Yes, sir.
And specifically, which one?
My highest being the Bronze Star with a V for Valor in Combat, sir.
Okay. That is a distinction that is given to people that display bravery and valor in a live combat situation.
Yes, sir.
Okay. when you departed from the Marine Corps, did you work in law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell ladies and gentlemen of the jury about that?
I spent 25 years in the Los Angeles Police Department, 9 years of which was the department firearms subject matter expert.
Okay. Did you retire from the LAPD?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In your role in the LAPD, you mentioned that you were the subject matter expert on firearms. What did that role consist of?
There was several fingers coming off of that hand, sir. So on one hand, I was in charge of updating all the policies and procedures. I wrote all the lesson plans. I had a fairly large part in all of the testing and evaluation of new equipment, firearms, and ammunition, things of that nature. And I also served as a fact finder and an advisor for command staff in areas of policy and training regarding firearms.
Okay, specifically as it relates to firearms, it sounds like, I was just taking a few notes while you were answering there, that you were responsible for testing, evaluation, training, and authoring essentially department policies related to the use of firearms in the land.
Yes, sir.
Okay. The last thing you mentioned there, you were a fact finder. What does that mean?
So anytime there was a critical incident or use of force involving a firearm, there were several different steps of the investigation. Rather than being an investigator, what I would do is I would gather the facts from what the investigators were finding. I would present those to the command staff, and that would allow them to make determinations on whether or not policy was going to be influenced by these things, or to provide that information to the chief if there was discipline that was going to be involved. So
okay. I don't mean to interrupt you, but jury's heard a lot of information from investigators in this case, not really your role in that capacity your last 9 years with the LAPD. Right?
Correct, sir.
More of a administrative role?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You mentioned the term critical incident involving firearms. Like in layman's terms, is that when an officer or a detective or employee of the LAPD discharges their duty weapon?
Yes, sir. An officer-involved shooting.
How many officer-involved shootings were you involved in as part of this role?
Over 40.
Do you know an exact number?
I don't. I would have to go through, and at the time I didn't think I'd be doing this, so I didn't take notes and keep a tally.
Several dozen. You agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In addition to your work with the LAPD and in the military, have you authored periodicals, information, papers related to firearms in the firearms industry?
Yes, sir. I was up until very recently, I was the handgun editor for Guns and Ammo magazine, and several of the other related sister publications. And I am also the host, or was the host, of a television show called The Best Defense, which dealt with the legal, moral, and technical aspects of self-defense.
Okay. For those of us in the room that may not know, is that a magazine?
Yes, sir.
And is it the largest firearms-related magazine in the world?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you said editor, related to handguns, anything in that publication involving handguns during your tenure there, did you have some part in it?
If I didn't, it's because I chose not to, sir. So work would come in, and I would either decide to take it or I would pass it on.
Okay. Did you write?
Yes, sir.
Did you edit?
Yes, sir.
Did you consult?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you mentioned Best Defense. That was a TV show on the Outdoor Network?
Yes, sir.
And it related specifically to self-defense, defense of others, defense of home?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to talk to you about some of your education, training, and experience prior to your testimony today. Do you have any idea how many hours that you've accumulated in instructional hours in use of force situations, dynamic use of force situations, shooting incidents, things like that?
Specific to that area, I would guess it to be somewhere right around 500, 600 hours right in there.
Okay. And your total amount of hours training related to the use of firearms and use of force, would you say that's in the thousands?
It's in the, I couldn't even begin to.
Okay. Could you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury some of the instruction, tactical training, use of force hours that you've accumulated?
Sure, absolutely. So one of the things that I did was I was a member of the very early original handgun instructor course. It was a course that I eventually rewrote because I went out and I took other training to bring it back. So that would include training up at Gunside Academy, training at the Surefire Institute, which is a low-light, force-on-force, heavy training company, Firearms Training Associates, Bill Rogers Shooting School, which is renowned and is considered one of the most difficult shooting schools in the world, where it involves not just shooting, but also a lot of decision-making, things of that nature, so that we could bring it back and kind of collate that and improve the training environment at the Los Angeles Police Department.
Okay. Did you go to the LAPD Supervisor School?
Yes, sir.
As well as the United States Marine Corps Urban Tactical School?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you familiar with the term perceptual distortion?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
So perceptual distortion is it's a layman term for what is clinically known as cognitive distortion. And it's a little bit easier for people to understand the perceptual distortion, because what happens is in any high stress critical incident, you have what Dr. Epstein had, in one of his studies, had noted is you have your rational and your experiential mind. Sure.
Okay. Do you have kind of a succinct I'm not entirely sure where we were before we were interrupted, but
Talking about a definition of perceptual distortion, sir.
okay. Do you have kind of a succinct definition of what that is?
Yes. So when you go into a crisis mode, for lack of a better term, your brain doesn't process information the same way it would if you were thinking rationally. The best example I could give that I think most people would understand would be when you're driving and you encounter a hazard or obstacle that you weren't anticipating, and you get that jolt and everything slows down, you get the adrenaline rush, and you just react to it. You swerve out of the way, you don't think about it, it just happens. But you don't really remember all the details. You might remember a couple of things. It might seem closer than it was. It might seem like time slowed down. There might have been a loud bang that you didn't even hear. Those are some common perceptual distortions that people encounter just throughout standard, adrenaline-filled incident during the day.
Okay, that's kind of a simplified version.
Yes, sir.
As I hear you describing it, perceptual distortion to you, is it in an incident that's like for instance, a life or death situation?
Yes, sir.
Where you maybe don't hear or see or do things the same way you thought you did?
That's correct.
Okay. Have you studied perceptual distortion as it relates specifically to dynamic shooting incidents?
Yes, sir.
And when I say dynamic shooting incidents, what do you hear when I say that term?
The closest relation I would have to that would be an officer-involved shooting. Something where somebody had to use a firearm to defend their life or defend the life of somebody else, and resulting in a discharge of that firearm, and oftentimes striking another person.
Okay. In your work in law enforcement and the military, have you identified, read, and absorbed studies related to those types of scenarios? Might be kind of a silly question, but probably not a lot of information out there about this of an ordinary everyday Joe in that situation, but there probably is a lot of information related to officer-involved shootings.
Yes, that's where the vast majority of the information comes out of, because the better records are kept. There's more documentation, there's more investigation.
Okay. What studies have you reviewed related to perceptual distortion in a shooting critical incident?
Well, there's only been, there's been 9 big ones. Of those, we have some of the ones that we referenced earlier. We have Artwall, which is one of the most recent and most complete studies. We have Klinger, which was one of the largest studies. We have Honig and Rowland, Honig and Sultan, and then Solomon and Horn was one of the very early ones in the 1980s. Those are kind of the big studies. There's been smaller ones, but those are the largest ones that really strove to get a large number of people in them.
Okay. When we talk about perceptual distortion, what types of things in your review of studies and your review of on-the-job critical incidents at the LAPD, what type of distortions would you expect to see?
So in the vast majority of these types of incidents, we get auditory exclusion, and auditory exclusion is when you are aware of something that should be causing sound, but you can't hear it. So in other words, oftentimes police officers will shoot and they'll say, I didn't even hear the gun. And that's one of the reasons why police officers and citizens for that matter have trouble recounting how many rounds they fired, because they're not hearing the rounds. Oftentimes their ears don't even ring afterwards. And the next one would be, the next largest one by incident would be tunnel vision, which is when you are so hyper-focused on what is exactly in front of you that you are not able to take in all the details of the area around it.
Okay. In other words, you see one thing and to the exclusion of others.
Yes, sir.
Anything else?
Well, sure. I mean, moving down the list, we have a lot of time distortion. So in other words, and I think most people can relate to this, when you get scared or you're going through some sort of critical incident, things seem to slow down. And the vast majority of people that experience a time distortion will be things slow down. Very small percentage get things sped up, but that's a very small percentage as opposed to the people who everything seems to slow down, go in slow motion. The other thing is you get heightened visual acuity. So in other words, the things that you are focused on, if you were experiencing tunnel vision, you'll see crazy detail. You know, one of the things that I remember reading in a report was as casings were going across a police officer's face, his partner was shooting, he could see the federal on the base of it, which that's pretty amazing to hear. The mind's an amazing thing. And then lastly, we get these distance distortions, or distortions where people don't see, or they see something that's not there, or they remember it differently than what it was. So it could be, for instance, the color. You know, the color of the suspect's hat. It was a blue hat. Well, no, it was actually a black hat. So those things tend to get distorted on a fairly regular basis.
Okay. When we talk about time distortion, you mentioned slowing down. Does that often include time estimation? Like, in other words,
yes,
someone involved in a critical incident asked to give a time, minutes, hours, etc.
Like how long the incident took?
Yes.
Yes, that's very common distortion. People often underestimate the amount of time it took.
Okay. One of the things you mentioned a moment ago is like the number of rounds. What did you mean by that?
How many times the person shoots. So, you know, if you can't hear the gun go bang, then it's very difficult to keep track of how many times you pull the trigger. In fact, when people are scared, even people who have a moderate level of training, once they start shooting, it's very difficult to stop shooting until the situation changes. So if they're not hearing how many bullets are going off, how many times the gun is discharging, then it's very difficult to get an accurate count of rounds.
Okay. In the studies that you've reviewed and your experience in real life, have you encountered situations where things like the number of rounds fired from a firearm is inaccurately reported?
Yes.
What about the distance from object to object?
Yes.
What about the time frame in which a situation takes place?
Yes.
What about situations where large, obvious things to other witnesses are completely missed by someone reporting?
Yes.
And vice versa?
Yes.
I want to ask you, in addition to the things that you've studied in a classroom environment or in a research environment, have you personally experienced these types of distortions?
Yes, sir.
Could you give us an example?
Sure. Earlier I referenced the Bronze Star with a V. When I was in Iraq, even though I had had a lot of training, it was the first time I had ever engaged in combat. And I remember distinctly bringing my gun up, discharging the gun, and I didn't hear anything. I was cognizant of the recoil, and I was cognizant that I was cycling the action, but there was no sound that I could hear from my gun. But I could hear gunshots in the distance. Likewise, when I shot the person in front of me, I experienced tunnel vision, and I remember thinking to myself, because I did have a nice high level of training, I need to assess, I need to break my tunnel vision. I was able to realize I had it, and so as I turned to my left, there was another person standing there 10 yards away from me, shooting at me with an AK-47, and I had no idea. I had no idea until I turned, not even 45 degrees, maybe 30 degrees or so, and there was a person shooting at me. And it wasn't until I saw him, and there was 2 bullets. One hit between my legs, and I remember feeling it, and then one went by my right ear, and then all of a sudden I could hear really well again, and I was able to engage. When we did a critical incident debrief, when they put me in for the award.
Let me just stop you for a second there. What's a critical incident debrief?
When we talked about it afterwards.
Okay.
In other words, to gain group experience from the experience that I had. I told them, I said, they were coming through a hole in the wall. Anytime you win an award for valor, they investigate it in the military. When they went back to investigate it, there was no hole in the wall. They were coming over the wall. To this day, I can describe to you, I can draw you a picture of what this hole in the wall looked like. There was no hole in the wall. They were climbing over it.
So in a situation where your life's on the line, you have to engage a firearm towards someone else and someone's shooting at you, you didn't see things that were there.
Yes.
You saw things that weren't there.
Yes.
In other words, you see one thing and to the exclusion of others.
Yes, sir.
Anything else?
Well, sure. I mean, moving down the list, we have a lot of time distortion. So in other words, and I think most people can relate to this, when you get scared or you're going through some sort of critical incident, things seem to slow down. And the vast majority of people that experience a time distortion will be things slowed down. A very small percentage get things sped up, but that's a very small percentage as opposed to the people who everything seems to slow down, go in slow motion. The other thing is you get heightened visual acuity. So in other words, the things that you are focused on, if you were experiencing television, you'll see crazy detail. You know, one of the things that I remember reading in a report was as casings were going across a police officer's face, his partner was shooting, he could see the federal on the base of it, which that's pretty amazing here. The mind's an amazing thing. And then lastly, we get these distance distortions or distortions where people don't see, or they see something that's not there, or they remember it differently than what it was. So it could be, for instance, the color. You know, the color of the suspect's hat. It was a blue hat. Well, no, it was actually a black hat. So those things tend to get distorted on a fairly regular basis.
Okay. When we talk about time distortion, you mentioned slowing down. Does that often include time estimation? Like, in other words,
yes,
someone involved in a critical incident asked to give a time, minutes, hours, etc.
Like how long the incident took?
Yes.
Yes, that's very common distortion. People often underestimate the amount of time it took.
Okay. One of the things you mentioned a moment ago is like the number of rounds. What did you mean by that?
How many times the person shoots. So, you know, if you can't hear the gun go bang, then it's very difficult to keep track of how many times you pull the trigger. In fact, when people are scared, even people who have a moderate level of training, once they start shooting, it's very difficult to stop shooting until the situation changes. So if they're not hearing how many bullets are going off, how many times the gun is discharging, then it's very difficult to get an accurate count of rounds.
Okay. In the studies that you've reviewed and your experience in real life, have you encountered situations where things like the number of rounds fired from a firearm is inaccurately reported?
Yes.
What about the distance from object to object?
Yes.
What about the time frame in which a situation takes place?
Yes.
What about situations where large, obvious things to other witnesses are completely missed by someone reporting?
Yes.
And vice versa?
Yes.
I want to ask you, In addition to the things that you've studied in a classroom environment or in a research environment, have you personally experienced these types of distortions?
Yes, sir.
Could you give us an example?
Sure. Earlier I referenced the Bronze Star with a V. When I was in Iraq, even though I had had a lot of training, it was the first time I had ever engaged in combat. And I remember distinctly bringing my gun up, discharging the gun, and I didn't hear anything. I was cognizant of the recoil, and I was cognizant that I was cycling the action, but there was no sound that I could hear from my gun. But I could hear gunshots in the distance. Likewise, when I shot the person in front of me, I experienced tunnel vision, and I remember thinking to myself, because I did have a nice high level of training, I need to assess, I need to break my tunnel vision. I was able to realize I had it. And so as I turned to my left, there was another person standing there 10 yards away from me, shooting at me with an AK-47, and I had no idea. I had no idea until I turned, not even 45 degrees, maybe 30 degrees or so, and there was a person shooting at me. And it wasn't until I saw him, and there was two bullets. One hit between my legs, and I remember feeling it, and then one went by my right ear, and then all of a sudden I could hear really well again, and I was able to engage. When we did a critical incident debrief, when they put me in for the award.
Just stop you for a second there. What's a critical incident debrief?
When we talked about it afterwards.
Okay.
In other words, to gain group experience from the experience that I had. I told them, I said, they were coming through a hole in the wall. Anytime you win an award for valor, they investigate it in the military. When they went back to investigate it, there was no hole in the wall. They were coming over the wall. To this day, I can describe to you, I can draw you a picture of what this hole in the wall looked like. There was no hole in the wall. They were climbing over it.
So in a situation where your life's on the line, you have to engage a firearm towards someone else and someone's shooting at you, you didn't see things that were there.
Yes.
You saw things that weren't there.
Yes.
You couldn't hear things that you know happened.
Yes.
Okay. In your dozens of officer-involved shootings, would you often be part of like a public safety debrief following a critical shooting incident?
Yes.
What is that?
So a public safety statement, and in my department we called it a public safety statement, and it was just a very brief question and answer that the person who was involved in the incident is compelled to give. And it's so that a supervisor coming on the scene can send people out, one, to see if there's a suspect, two, to see if those bullets impacted anything, and three, to see if anybody else got impacted by those bullets, so that we could make sure that we could triage a scene as quickly and efficiently as possible.
Okay, sounds like a very brief statement by an officer who discharges his or her duty weapon about how many rounds they think they shot, what direction they think they went, to see if someone else could have been injured.
And the verbiage was very ambiguous, so about how many rounds, general direction, things like that, because we understand that people's minds aren't quite right, and we don't want to put them in a place where they feel like they're giving inaccurate information. So we try to keep it wide.
When you say people's minds aren't quite right, you're talking about someone who's discharged a weapon.
Yes, somebody who's gone through a critical incident or
might not get all the details right.
Correct.
Okay. After that public safety statement is done, is there an investigation done by the LAPD into the officer-involved shooting?
Yes.
Did it often happen when you would actually, not you, but whoever's investigating it that you're kind of supervising, would the investigation often reveal that the details of what an officer gave in a public safety statement were just wrong?
Yes.
That happened quite often?
Yes.
Was that kind of an expectation in law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. In your department, when there was an officer-involved shooting, were the officers who discharged weapons required to participate in that public safety statement?
Yes.
So they were compelled, they had to as part of their employment?
Yes.
Were they also required to give a statement or a walkthrough of the incident?
Yes, there's always a statement, not necessarily right away, depending on the situation, but there's always a statement given, and then there's generally a walkthrough, although now with the advent of body-worn video, that's not 100%. Sometimes the investigators will just stick to the body-worn video.
Okay, you mentioned video. I want to talk to you about video in a couple different ways, okay? Many times when there was a walkthrough or a statement, let's just stick with the public safety statement. Would investigators often have the benefit of an actual video of the situation as it unfolded?
Yes.
And many times with that video tell a very different story than what the officer recalled?
Yes.
In fact, is that very common?
Yes, it is.
Does it happen in most shootings?
Yes, sir. In the vast majority, I mean, I would never say 100%, but in the vast majority that I was a part of, there was some sort of, I'm just going to fall back on the word distortion, where.
In addition to the ones that you're a part of, the studies that you testified about previously, do those indicate a high percentage of shootings involving some type of distortion?
It's a spectrum, but on the high side, it's about 95%.
Okay. When you mentioned that there would be a walkthrough, was that also compelled with the LAPD? In other words, did the officer have to engage in that?
Yes, and if there's a walkthrough, they're allowed to have representation.
Okay, so when the officer is compelled to walk through sometime later, he or she can have a lawyer with them?
Yes, sir.
To advise them?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And they're required to do that?
Yes, sir.
As part of their employment?
Yes, sir.
Prior to that walkthrough, did those officers get the benefit of reviewing that body-worn camera?
Yes, sir.
In other words, they get to see what happened before they do the walkthrough?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me ask you this question. In those walkthroughs, the 40 or so that you've been a part of, and you're intimately familiar with the policies of the LAPD, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Are those walkthroughs ever recorded for evidentiary purposes?
No, sir.
Why not?
Well, I would imagine it because before the actual body-worn video became part of it, they tended to not be 100% accurate. So the investigators would take everybody through the walkthroughs and then use that as a starting point for the investigation.
Okay. It sounds like recording it for evidentiary purposes may not be reliable. Is that true?
That was the general thought, yes, sir.
Okay. The type of recall that you're describing and perceptual distortion of that recall, is that more prevalent in less trained individuals?
Yes.
For instance, let's say I'm a Navy SEAL and I've gone on 100 missions and I've fired my firearm in combat situations dozens and dozens of times. Statistically speaking, would I be more likely to remember detail?
Yes.
An individual who is not in law enforcement, isn't in the military, doesn't have training, statistically speaking, would they be less likely to recall?
In my experience, yes, sir.
Okay. Would you expect a citizen who discharges a weapon in a critical incident where a loved one's been killed or they have to kill someone to remember with exact detail things like distance?
No, sir.
Location?
No, sir.
Number of shots?
No, sir.
Exact time?
No, sir.
That'd be an unrealistic expectation, wouldn't it?
Yes, sir.
That's what I'm saying.
How are you, sir?
Good, how are you, sir?
I'm doing well. So, if I hear you correctly, your background involves currently being a manager with Mossberg, correct?
Yes, sir.
You do expert consulting for Titan, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that is essentially what you're performing a function here today, right?
Yes, sir.
As a representative for Titan.
Yes, sir.
Formerly, you were with the LAPD.
Yes, sir.
And prior to that, U.S. Marine Corps.
Yes, sir. Concurrently. For a portion. Yes, sir.
Understood. I was reviewing your CV, and it's true that you are not a psychiatrist, correct?
Oh, no, sir.
Okay, you don't have any psychological background, correct?
No, sir.
You don't have any psychological training, correct?
No, sir.
I know you've referenced a series of studies, but just to be clear, you've never conducted any of those studies yourself,
No,
correct? You've essentially reviewed them as one of the responsibilities of your job.
Yes, sir.
When I was reviewing through your CV, some of the things that I noticed is that you were a patrol supervisor for a portion of your time in LAPD, correct?
That's how I ended it, sir.
Okay, and so you were not a detective in that capacity, correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay, and I just, listen, I'm familiar with Las Vegas PD, but a patrol supervisor, would it be fair to say that you might be kind of a supervising officer, you would go out to maybe a scene and work with patrol officers about preserving a scene, things of that nature?
Yes, sir.
Okay, rather than, let's say, I don't know, a homicide detective who comes into a scene a little bit later if there's been a killing to kind of do the
yes, sir.
kind of investigating. All right. I know that you did some work in terms of a firearm subject matter expert. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And it sounded like you helped write policies and procedures to teach officers on how to handle ballistics as well as ammunition. Would that be accurate?
Yes, sir.
Was that for the majority of your time at the LAPD, or what
Yes,
did you do the bulk of your work at?
It would have been firearms unit, 11 years, sir.
Understood. You mentioned that as part of the LAPD, you would assist command in reviewing information gathered from OISs, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And possibly provide them information about, as you said, potentially changes to policy, correct?
Yes, sir.
Or discipline, correct?
Not the discipline itself, simply the facts leading.
Understood. You didn't conduct any investigations in those OISs. You were collecting information from the actual investigators and then passing it
Yes,
along
sir.
to higher ups. Is that be accurate?
Yes, sir.
You didn't conduct any psychological evaluations of any of the officers involved in these OISs. Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
I want to talk a little bit about the materials that you reviewed in preparation for this case. Isn't it true that you reviewed an officer's report? Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You reviewed a video of a walkthrough of Mr. Randolph.
Yes, sir.
And the other thing that you reviewed was some prior proceeding from Detective O'Kelly. He testified at a prior proceeding, yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You did not have an opportunity to review Mr. Randolph's first interview with the police, correct?
No, sir. Those are the only documents.
You did not have an opportunity to review his second interview with police, correct?
No, sir.
You didn't review any recorded witness statements in this case?
Only the video, sir.
Okay. You didn't review any video surveillance from this case?
No, sir.
You didn't review any 911 recordings from this case?
Just the ones that were documented in the report, sir.
And I understand that maybe some of these things are memorialized in the report.
Yes, sir.
But just to be clear, you didn't actually listen to the words that were coming out of people's mouths on 911,
Correct,
correct?
sir. Yes, sir.
You didn't review the autopsy report in this case?
No, sir. Again, just what was in the Officer O'Kelly's report.
You would agree with me, even in the context of going out to an OIS just to gather information, you would agree more information is better?
Yes, sir.
Because it gives you a bigger and more complete picture of what's actually happening?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you would want to have the most information at your disposal when you're offering an opinion in court, correct?
Yes, sir.
Because that would give you the full picture.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to ask you just briefly about your compensation. You were paid $350 an hour for each hour that you worked on the case, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How many hours did you work on this case?
15?
Oh boy, you don't mind, I'm gonna pull up my computer, I can't do that math. So that would amount to $5,250, is that correct?
That's what your calculator's telling you, sir.
If I told you 15 times 350 was that, and then it's $450 for every hour that you testify at trial?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does that also include waiting? I don't know if it includes waiting or not, or just when you're sitting in the chair?
Waiting too, sir.
Okay. So how long have you been waiting?
About 4 hours, sir.
Okay. All right. So if we just did those 4 hours, that's another $1,800. Fair?
Don't tell my wife.
Okay. All right. So all told, and we're not even including the time you're sitting in the chair, we're at $7,050. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, the bulk of your testimony focused on potential effects on officers being in critical incident situations, correct?
Yes, sir.
And general things that you might expect an officer to have happen to them when they're in one of those situations, correct?
Have happened to their perception. Yes, sir.
And it would be fair to say that based on the vast majority of these OISs that you have looked at or examined or even experienced on your own, right? These circumstances have been thrust upon the officer or the person involved in this critical incident. Would that be correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you're operating from a standpoint of, the situation came to the person, correct?
Yes.
It's a very different situation than if the person involved in the shooting created the situation. You would agree, right?
Yes.
Because if the person created the situation, the circumstances aren't coming to them, they're creating the circumstance, right?
Yes, sir.
So for example, if someone were to, I don't know, stage a shooting situation, that is an entirely different situation than, let's just say, a routine officer going out, coming upon a situation where people start firing at them, right?
Yes, sir.
You would agree with me that if you've staged the circumstances, you're not under the same stresses because you already know what's going to happen, right?
Yes, sir.
So if you planned on having someone, for example, be inside your home, you're not surprised when you walk in the door, right? Because you already knew and set that up, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, if someone was with you and was completely unaware of that, that might be a very different situation for your companion, correct?
Yes, sir.
Because they would have no idea, right?
Yes, sir.
But not you, the person who staged it, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when they are discharging, the person who staged it is discharging a weapon, they're not going through necessarily the same stressors. And there may be some stressors, but maybe not the same as just a totally kind of out of the blue, whoa, what happened here? I'm getting, as you were mentioning, you were kind of in this line of duty and someone's firing AK-47s at you out of the blue, right?
Right.
Very different situations, correct?
Yes.
And that's why context is key, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's why having the most information is really, really important, right?
Yes, sir.
And sometimes there can be, you would agree as an officer, there are motives that people might have for wanting to set up a crime, correct?
Everybody's got motives, sir.
Everyone's got motives. For example, I'm sure you understand this, money could be a huge motive to commit a crime, right?
Yes, sir.
If someone stood to gain hundreds of thousands of dollars from killing someone, that could be a motive to kill, right?
Yes, sir.
Love is another motive, right, detective? I'm sorry, not detective, officer?
Sergeant.
Sergeant, we'll go with sergeant, right, sergeant?
Yes, sir.
Love could drive someone to kill, correct?
Yes, sir.
And a really deadly cocktail could be money mixed with love. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
That could drive someone to kill, right?
Yes, sir.
Desperation can be also a factor in committing a crime, right?
Yes, sir.
If someone is down on their luck, that could drive someone to do something desperate, right?
Yes, sir.
And if someone were staging a crime and identified someone down on their luck, that could be someone that you could work with to maybe accomplish your goals, correct?
It seems reasonable, sir.
Potentially promising this person money if they simply do a deed for them, correct?
Yes, sir.
In your years of working in law enforcement, I'm sure you have heard of people who committed crimes to stand to gain life insurance money, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's a pretty common one, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Right? Sometimes people take out not one, not two, but maybe even 3 policies out on a single person. You've heard of that, haven't you?
I have heard of that. Yes, sir.
Sometimes people even stand to gain beyond life insurance, like homes or bank accounts, right?
Yes, sir.
Here's another reason that people might be able to do it, and you just correct me if I'm wrong. Sometimes there are situations where people want to get rid of people because they're putting them in bad financial situations, right? For example, let's say someone's driving you into debt. You might want to get rid of them, correct?
Yes, sir.
That could be a motive to want to commit a crime, erase that person out of the way, right?
It seems reasonable. Yes, sir.
And in this case, you haven't had an opportunity to review any of the bank statements in this, correct?
Correct.
In this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you don't know how much Mr. Randolph is in debt because you haven't seen that information, correct?
That's correct, sir.
You also don't know what he stood to gain because you haven't reviewed any possible life insurance policies or any potential wills that are involved in this case. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay. So at the end of the day, when we're dealing with the dynamics that you were talking about, that operates essentially from a person kind of thrust into a situation rather than staging it, correct?
Yes, sir.
But let's just, for the sake of argument, let's move to some of the things that you talked about. You talked about perceptual distortion. And essentially when people are in crisis mode, maybe when they're initially interviewed, they may not be able to get all the details right, correct?
Correct.
One way of at least helping ameliorate that or helping that out is maybe giving them another opportunity to talk about the situation, maybe at a little time farther away from the actual incident. You would agree with that, correct?
That's very common, yes, sir.
You would agree that it doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be 100% correct, but one good tactic, at least to maybe get a more complete story or get a version of what happened that's a less stressful environment is to pace out when you're speaking to these people about the interviews, correct?
Pace out. I don't want to.
Sure. Give you an example. I understand that in OIS is you'll have an officer involved in a shooting do a walkthrough at that point in time, correct? Generally right after it happened, right?
No, sir, there's usually a little bit of time. They give them a little bit of downtime.
I guess it depends on the jurisdiction. I mean, you'd have no reason to disagree that sometimes officers here.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But if you give them another chance to come back and talk again, and I'm not saying it's done with law enforcement officers where they come back multiple times, but that could be one way of getting a less stressed out version of the events from the person involved in the shooting, correct?
Sure, and it's also a way to get more information.
Right. So if someone had been interviewed not once, not twice, but 3 times over the span of a month, that might be, you might get a little more of an accurate read on the situation than if you just did it one time immediately thereafter, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And one of the things that you mentioned was, for example, you mentioned auditory exclusions, right? Sometimes people say they go through things, and I think even you mentioned it when you were going through a shooting, that you couldn't actually even hear the gunshots coming from your own gun, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But sometimes there are people who do say, you know, oh, I did hear this or I did hear that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Sometimes they could be correct, sometimes it could be wrong, correct?
Correct, sir.
And if you had a recording of someone indicating whether they could hear something or not, that might be a good way to check to see if they heard something, right? If you had a recording of them in the moment where they're indicating whether they heard something or not, that could be a good resource to review, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. So if we had a recording of someone saying, I don't know, I heard the shot, that might be a good piece of evidence to rely upon, at least to maybe reference and double check what's happening there, right?
Sure. Yes, sir.
Additionally, you mentioned time distortion, correct?
Yes, sir.
For a lot of people, time tends to slow down for people, right?
Yes, sir.
You would agree with me that it might be a good idea that if you have materials that might be able to objectively cross-reference or check what time things are happening, and that might be a good thing to look into, right?
Yes, sir.
So if someone said an event happened, and maybe you have phone records that might tie into that, that could be an additional supplementary source to look into to verify, right?
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
If you had, for example, like an eyewitness who isn't involved in any of the shooting but may have heard or saw things, that might be a good source to review to see and check with them, right?
Yes, sir.
And you could cross-reference it to see if things are checking out, right? Let's talk about distance distortions. You mentioned one of the things that people who, officers, if they're not staging it, but let's just say an officer who's in a critical situation, they may not be able to perfectly get the distance, right?
Correct.
And that's a reasonable expectation, right?
Sure.
Would you agree with me that one way to maybe evaluate things like proximity is to maybe go to the scene where these things are purportedly supposed to happen and get a good look and document, like, how big is the space? Are we in a field? Are we in a room? Are we in a hallway? Things like that.
Yes, sir.
Right? That would be a good way to at least evaluate some of these things, correct?
Yes, sir.
Because then you'd be able to know objectively if someone is in close proximity or are they really far away, right?
Yes, sir.
And same thing, I think you mentioned distance to object. Again, going to a scene, measuring out a scene, observing a scene is another good way to at least cross-reference that rather than relying solely on the word of the person that's relaying the information.
Yes.
You mentioned that in your line of work, even with officers, that there may be approximately 95% of officers relaying some detail that is distorted, correct?
Yes, sir.
If I heard you correctly, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, you're not saying that when these officers relay kind of that an event happened, that every single thing that they said just couldn't be relied on whatsoever. You're not saying that, are you?
No, sir.
You're saying, like, you gave a great example about, like, oh, someone didn't quite get the color of the suspect's hat right?
Yes, sir.
Right, but if someone is kind of saying, look, I'm standing in this general area and I did this, and then they're interviewed again, they say, I'm standing in this general area and I did this, and then they're interviewed a third time, they say, I'm standing here and I did this. That's a little bit different, correct?
You're referring to the consistency over.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
So if someone is telling you, this is where I am, you might tend to believe that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you mentioned that in less trained individuals, you believe, in your opinion, that they may be more prone to have more distortion than someone who's trained, correct?
That is what I've seen as a trainer for the last 30 years.
And let's, if you don't mind, I just want to delve into that a little bit. You haven't conducted any studies with regular civilians, have you?
No, sir.
Okay. And I'm not saying it's not necessarily true, but I just want to kind of nail this down. You haven't done any studies, you haven't done any psychological examinations, correct, of any civilians on this?
No, sir, I'm not qualified to do that.
Okay. And to be fair, I mean, there are citizens that go through traumatic events all the time, correct?
Correct.
So for example, here in Las Vegas, we had 1 October, right? Those people went through a number of horrible things, but I mean, if they recall, look, I'm generally here and these are the things that are happening, I mean, they're not 100% off base on that, correct?
Right.
They may have a couple details wrong here or there,
Yes, sir.
but if they're, the big moments, they're likely remembering, correct?
I couldn't speak to everyone, but it seems like the stories would kind of bear out the big general things.
And Sergeant, again, when we're talking about those type of individuals, those are individuals when the crisis is thrust upon them, correct?
Yes, sir.
We're not talking about an individual that has planned and staged it. Isn't that right?
That's correct, sir.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Do you know what you were retained to do in this case?
Yes, sir.
You know that you're an expert witness, right?
Yes, sir.
You know, in order to testify in a case like this, there's a notice that's filed that announces that you're an expert witness, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you know that you were noticed as a use of force expert, right?
Sir.
And you are that, correct? And you were noticed to provide opinions about the effects on someone in a dynamic shooting situation, such as sequencing, placement, and recall.
Yes, sir.
And you have the ability to do that, right?
Yes, sir.
You were provided with a limited number of pieces of information, right?
Yes, sir.
Because you weren't here to investigate what happened in a case like this, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, you certainly, Mr. Hamner, that's the prosecutor's name, never met him, right?
No, sir.
Met me for the first time today, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. A few weeks ago, I emailed you some documents and said, take a look at this, and we're going to call you to testify, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You understand that the jury, when you testify in a trial, is the group of people that decide what happened, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And certainly, they're capable of doing that, right?
Yes, sir.
You understand that the prosecutor can get up here and give you a million scenarios about what you're not noticed to do, what you're not provided with information to do, spinning his own motive. You understand that, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. A lot of people have motivations for things, right?
Yes, sir.
For instance, if someone, I don't know, shot your wife in the head in her own home, you might want to fight back, right?
Yes, sir.
And in that situation, you don't choose what happened to you, right?
I mean, there's a binary option at the beginning. You can run away, but if you're perceiving a threat, no, there's no choice. You're going to fight.
Okay. And if you fight, statistically speaking, you're probably not going to get every detail right, correct?
Correct.
You might get the large number of them right.
Yes,
correct?
sir.
And if you're being honest, you might say things like, I don't have any idea how many times I shot, right?
Yes, sir.
Or I think I was in this area, right?
Yes, sir.
And you could get it a step or two wrong, right?
Yes, sir.
Does that mean you're lying?
No, sir.
It's pretty normal, isn't it?
That's very typical, sir.
Were you trying to lie when you gave information in an investigation related to the Bronze Star?
No, sir.
Did you get a few things wrong?
Yes, sir.
Did you get the majority of it right?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hamner asked you about your compensation. You're a professional who's being paid for your work, right?
Yes, sir.
So am I, so she, so are they. Like, you understand that, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. As a law enforcement officer, were you ever called to the stand to testify?
Yes, sir.
How many times?
Hundreds.
As an expert witness, have you ever been called to the stand to testify?
With the department, I testified as an expert witness 3 times, sir.
On behalf of law enforcement as an expert?
Yes,
right? Have you ever in your life testified as an expert for a defendant in a criminal case before?
No, sir.
Okay. In this particular case, were you given a walkthrough video?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's a video where someone is asked to act out the sequencing, location, and events of a dynamic situation.
Yes, sir.
Have you ever seen a law enforcement officer have to do that?
Not on video, no, sir.
For those of you watching, we're almost done with this day 8. And I'm setting up a live stream link for Trump's Twitter appearance tonight on Tucker. So let's just wait for this day here of hell to be finished with. And then I'll show you the teaser that Tucker put out. I'm trying to set up a live stream now for like 7:45 tonight.
So is the jury. Have you ever seen a law enforcement officer have to do that same type of walkthrough for an evidentiary reason?
No, sir.
It would be unfair and unreliable, wouldn't it?
Objection, that's improper opinion, alternate proper opinion.
I don't think it calls for it. Okay. You agree with me that you reviewed the walkthrough video in this case as it relates to the use of force expertise that you have, right?
Yes, sir.
And you agree with me that type of evidence is unreliable, right?
Objection, it's an calls for improper opinion.
It definitely does not. You agree with that, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The situations that you mentioned before, where law enforcement does a walkthrough, they're compelled and required to do that, right?
Yes, sir.
You know that Mr. Randolph wasn't required to do that interview.
Yes, sir.
He was trying to help law enforcement, right?
Yes, sir.
Objection, calls for recognition.
Okay. On that video, he indicates that he's cooperating with law enforcement of his own free will, right?
Yes, sir.
And it appears that he answers their questions in that walkthrough.
Yes, sir.
You would agree with me that the idea that being able to recount a dynamic critical force situation like that with specificity on things like location, sequencing, timing, probably pretty unlikely, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Unlikely.
So you just testified on redirect examination that in your opinion, the walkthrough was unreliable. You just said that 2 seconds ago?
Yes.
No, yes or no?
Yes.
That's your testimony. You made that determination even though you didn't review the interview, the first interview, correct? Yep. Yes or no? You didn't review the first interview, did you?
No, sir.
You didn't read the second interview, did you?
No, sir.
You didn't review a shred of video of surveillance, correct?
Correct, sir.
You didn't read any bank statements?
Correct, sir.
You didn't read any life insurance policies?
Correct, sir.
You didn't read any recorded witness statements from anybody who had a recorded interview, correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay. You would agree that you told me on cross-examination more information is better, correct?
Yes, sir.
You said that you prefer having more information before you render opinions in cases that you're hired to do things, correct?
Yes, sir.
You have been paid $7,000 to render an opinion, and you didn't review any of those materials, correct?
Correct, sir.
You would agree with me those might be pretty important information before you tell this jury that you think that walkthrough is unreliable, correct?
Sir, it
Yes or
wasn't
no?
relevant
Yes or
to
no?
what I'm
Excuse me.
talking about.
Yes or no? Do you think it would be pretty good for you to have all of that other information to review before you make the call that the walkthrough is unreliable?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. No further questions. Bank statements, witness interviews, other memorializations of reports have to do with an investigation, right?
Yes, sir.
Does that have anything to do whatsoever with the statistical representation that there is perceptual distortion in the
sir.
shooting incident?
No.
Would any of that stuff help you with the opinions that you were actually noticed to get?
No.
Other than all the flair and the drama of Mr. Hamner, that stuff has nothing to do with your job, right?
No, sir.
Okay, nothing further.
Ladies and gentlemen, the jury have any questions for the witness. Okay, so ready to work on a full sheet of paper with your name and your journal, please also approach.
Okay, let me just quick show you the teaser that was on Tucker's Twitter page. And I'm having a tough time with my computer. I use Brave browser and I don't know how to disable this Brave helper. It's like sucking up half of my CPU. So
Police psychiatrist.
sorry about the glitch earlier.
I don't have that information.
Oh, they're back. Oh, this is the jury
Range. The
questions.
smallest
I'm
was
sick.
25,
I'm
largest
sorry.
was, 962, I believe.
Let me slow this down. My head hurt. I can't hear her.
Apologist.
I
Police
couldn't hear that.
psychiatrist. Psychologist. I don't have that information.
How many were the data sets in each of the studies you referenced?
They ranged. The smallest was 25.
can't
the
hear any
largest
of this
was,
shit.
962, I believe. Thereabouts.
Mr. Johnson, any follow-up based on jury questions?
In addition to you mentioned that the majority of the studies were police psychiatrists.
Psychologists, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
You also reviewed a summary of studies conducted by the University of Prague, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's the largest conglomeration of
Yes, sir.
different studies?
It's an easy compilation to review.
Okay. Nothing further.
Mr. Chairman, any follow-up based on the jury questions? Your Honor. Do the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have any further questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no response, everyone, please thank you very much for your testimony here today.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, no problem.
Now I think it's over. Because we're not supposed to be able to hear any sidebars. It looks like this Brave browser issue is only with people that have Macs. I found a shit ton of other people that are like, oh yes, I'm gonna have to uninstall it. Okay, so let me just show you this. It's like 44 seconds, and then we'll go ahead. Today's testimony in progress until
Republican candidates debate
until I have
hosted by Fox
to-
News in Milwaukee. Whatever you think of Trump, he is, as of tonight, the indisputable
God,
far
I'm
and
gonna
away
have a heart attack
frontrunner in
here.
the Republican race. We think voters have an
Okay, let's start
interest
again.
in hearing what he. On Sunday, Donald Trump announced that he will not participate in tonight's Republican candidates debate hosted by Fox News in Milwaukee. Whatever you think of Trump, he is, as of tonight, the indisputable far and away frontrunner in the Republican race. We think voters have an interest in hearing what he thinks. So when Trump approached us about having a conversation for a far larger audience than he'd receive on cable news, we happily accepted. That interview will air tonight in this space at 8:55. We hope you'll watch.
Okay, so I'm just making a thumbnail for it. So
on Sunday, Donald Trump announced that he will not
that's good.
participate in
Yes,
tonight's
okay, thank
Republican
you, Tucker.
candidates debate.
I'm looking
hosted by
forward to
Fox
it. So for those of you who are watching on Rumble, I mean, I suppose I could put it on YouTube, but I have no hopes that it'll stay there. If you're watching on Rumble, I'm in the process of setting up a live stream to start at 7:44 p.m. Central Standard Time. This interview is supposed to drop on Tucker on Twitter, Tucker on X tonight. So I thought we could watch it all together. All right, let's get back to this trial. Crime Spies is crabby because she's sick. And I'm back here making some jewelry since nobody's talking. I'm not the only person frustrated with this trial. And I had a really hard time hearing. I don't know if it's these earbuds or if my ears are... my ears are probably plugged. That's why. Okay, so now we're starting the live stream. Going on now. And again, if you are watching this, I'm only going to do this trial every other day. Number one, because I'm sick. Number two, there's just not enough engagement for me to spend all this time. But it's so interesting. I have to have it. Plus, I started something. I can't just quit. So, I know there's a lot of other people that are frustrated with the engagement with this trial. Now, tonight, the Tucker on Trump thing is probably going to explode. So, we're going to watch this until hopefully we'll finish before that starts, because I'd like to give myself 15 minutes to shut down and get back up and be on time for that. So, if you're listening to my voice right now, it is 4:14 p.m. Central Standard Time. In about 3.5 hours, the Donald Trump interview on Tucker Carlson is dropping on Twitter. Okay, I don't know what this is. Oh my God, is there going to be subtitles? Hopefully there's subtitles. There wasn't subtitles yesterday, and that sucked. I couldn't hear. Okay, yes, she's going at lightning fast speed because she talks fast, and it's just until I can dump this Brave browser that's snagging up my computer.
The defendant now meets with Michael James Miller between themselves and each of them with the other willfully and unlawfully conspiring and agreed to commit murder. And then further to said conspiracy, defendant Michael James Miller did commit the acts set forth in count 2, said act being incorporated by this reference as though fully set forth herein. Count 2, murder, use of deadly weapon. The defendant there willfully and unlawfully conceived without lawful authority with malice themselves, accusing each and none may be subject to instructions to the jury. Those are we are back on the record at C-250966, stating the battle versus Thomas Randolph. May the record play Mr. Randolph is present with his attorney, deputy district attorney on behalf of the state. Do both parties stipulate to the presence of our jury? Yes, Your Honor. We do. Does the defense have any further witnesses they intend to call?
We do not have any further witnesses. However, prior to resting, we would move for admission by stipulation of defense proposed X and Y.
X and Y, any objection?
No, it's by stipulation, Your Honor.
Okay, both bills will be stipulated to, okay?
And at this time, the defense would rest.
Okay, stated.
Your Honor, there was one other stipulation, and that Mr. Randolph.
They're going through jury instructions. I got to get rid of this Brave browser on my computer. It's completely screwing everything up. I don't even know if you heard any of that I just said. I'm working on the Tucker on the bottom of my screen. The interview Trump had with Tucker tonight, 7:55 p.m. Central Standard Time. I figured we could watch it together. I'm in the process of working on a thumbnail and the...
Those are the ones that I'm going to read to you. Feel free to follow along as I read those.
Oh, good. Well, at least we're going to jury instructions now. That's good. So they only had a couple.
It is your duty as jurors to follow these instructions and to apply the rules of law to the facts as you find them from the evidence. We must not be concerned with the wisdom of any rule of law statement.
There is a God.
regardless of any opinion you may have.
I look like I've been run over by a truck. I can't breathe out of my nose hardly at all. I'll tell you what, that nose spray they sell, what is it? Afrin? No, I don't know what it is. It's the only thing that opens up my nose. Isn't that disgusting? Crime Spies is so sick. I have the worst ragweed allergy ever.
The order in which the instructions are given has no significance as to their relative importance. Instruction number 3, an amended indictment is but a formal method of accusing a person of a crime and is not of itself any evidence of his guilt. In this case, it is charged.
Brave browser, you're going to have to go goodbye.
May 8th of 2008, defendant committed the offenses of conspiracy to commit murder and murder with use of a deadly weapon, adding within the county clerk state of Nevada as follows. Count 1, conspiracy to commit murder. Did then and there meet with Michael James Miller and between themselves and each of them with the other willfully and unlawfully conspire and agree to commit the crime of murder. And in furtherance of said conspiracy, defendant and Michael James Miller did commit the acts as set forth in count 2, said act being incorporated by this reference as though fully set forth herein. Count 2, murder with use of a deadly weapon. Did then and there willfully and unlawfully
Bush talks fast.
authority and with malice aforethought. Kill Sharon Randolph, a human being, in the following manner, to wit, by shooting at and into the head of Sharon Randolph with a firearm. The actions of the defendant Thomas Randolph and his accomplice Michael James Miller, resulting in the death of the said Sharon Randolph, said killing having been 1, willful, deliberate, and premeditated, and or 2, committed by defendant and or his accomplice lying in wait to commit the killing, and or 3, committed during the perpetration or attempted perpetration of a robbery, said defendant being responsible under one or more of the following principles of criminal liability, to wit, 1, by directly committing the act, and or 2, by defendant conspiring with Michael James Miller with the specific intent that a killing occur, whereby each is vicariously liable for the foreseeable acts of the other made in furtherance of the conspiracy, and or 3, by the defendant and Michael James Miller aiding and abetting each other with the specific intent that a killing occur, by counseling, encouraging, commanding, or procuring the other to commit the offense, by the defendant planning the killing of Sharon Randolph with accomplice Michael James Miller, the defendant thereafter being present outside the home. When Sharon Randolph entered the home, she shared with the defendant's accomplice Michael James Miller, acting in the role of a burglar, shot Sharon Randolph in the head, pursuant to the agreement and plan of the defendant and his accomplice Michael James Miller. Count 3, murder with use of a deadly weapon. Did then and there willfully, feloniously, and without authority of law, and with premeditation and deliberation, and with malice aforethought, kill Michael James Miller, a human being, by defendant shooting the victim in the head and body with a deadly weapon, to wit, a firearm. It is the duty of the jury to apply the rules of law contained in these instructions to the facts of the case and determine whether or not the defendant is guilty of one or more of the offenses charged. Each charge and the evidence pertaining to it should be considered separately. The fact that you may find a defendant guilty or not guilty as to one of the offenses charged should not control your verdict as to any other defendant or offense charged. Instruction number 4. A conspiracy is an agreement between 2 or more persons for an unlawful purpose. To be guilty of conspiracy, a defendant must intend to commit or to aid in the commission of the specific crime agreed to. The crime is the agreement to do something unlawful. It does not matter whether it is successful or not. A person who knowingly does any act to further the object of a conspiracy or otherwise participates therein is criminally liable as a conspirator. However, mere knowledge or approval of or acquiescence in the object and purpose of a conspiracy without an agreement to cooperate in achieving such object or purpose does not make one a party to a conspiracy. Conspiracy is seldom susceptible of direct proof and is usually established by inference from the conduct of the parties. In particular, conspiracy may be supported by a coordinated series of facts in furtherance of the underlying offense sufficient to infer the existence of an agreement. A conspiracy to commit a crime does not end upon the completion of the crime. The conspiracy continues until the co-conspirators have successfully gotten away and concealed the crime. Instruction number 5. It is not necessary in proving a conspiracy to show a meeting of the alleged conspirators or the making of an express or formal agreement. The formation and existence of a conspiracy may be inferred from all the circumstances tending to show the common intent and may be proved in the same way as any other fact may be proved, either by direct testimony of the fact or by circumstantial evidence or by both direct and circumstantial evidence. Instruction number 6. Each member of a criminal conspiracy is liable for each act and bound by each declaration of every other member of the conspiracy if the act or the declaration is in furtherance of the object of the conspiracy. The act of one co-conspirator pursuant to or in furtherance of the common design of the conspiracy is the act of all conspirators. Every conspirator is legally responsible for a specific intent crime of the co-conspirator so long as the specific intent crime was intended by the defendant. A conspirator is also legally responsible for a general intent crime that follows as one of the reasonably foreseeable consequences of the object of the conspiracy even if it is not intended as part of the original plan, and even if he was not present at the time of the commission of such act. Instruction number 7, evidence that a person was in the company or associated with one or more other persons alleged or proven to have been members of a conspiracy is not, in itself, sufficient to prove that such person was a member of an alleged conspiracy. However, you are instructed that presence, companionship, and conduct before, during, and after the offenses are circumstances from which one's participation in the criminal intent may be inferred. Instruction number 8, where 2 or more persons are accused of committing a crime together, their guilt may be established without proof that each personally did every act constituting the offense charged. All persons concerned in the commission of a crime who either directly or actively commit the act constituting the offense, or who knowingly and with criminal intent aid and abet in its commission, or, whether present or not, who advise and encourage its commission with the intent that the crime be committed, are regarded by the law as principals in the crime thus committed and are equally guilty thereof. A person aids and abets the commission of a crime if he knowingly and with criminal intent aids, promotes, encourages, or instigates by act or advice or by act and advice the commission of such crime with the intention that the crime be committed. The state is not required to prove precisely which defendant actually committed the crime and which defendant aided and abetted. Instruction number 9, robbery is the unlawful taking of personal property from another, or in his presence, against his will, by means of force or violence or fear of injury, immediate or future, to his person or property, or the person or property of a member of his family, or of anyone in his company at the time of the robbery. Such force or fear must be used to obtain or retain possession of the property, to prevent or overcome resistance to the taking of the property, or to facilitate escape with the property. In any case, the degree of force is immaterial if it's used to compel acquiescence to the taking of or escaping with the property. Such taking constitutes robbery whenever it appears that although the taking was fully completed without the knowledge of the person from whom taken, such knowledge was prevented by the use of force or fear. The value of property or money taken is not an element of the crime of robbery, and it is only necessary that the state prove the taking of some property or money. Instruction number 10. Robbery may be spread over considerable and varying periods of time. All matters immediately prior to and having direct causal connection with the robbery are deemed so closely connected with it as to be part of the occurrence. Thus, although acts of violence and intimidation preceded the actual taking of the property and may have been primarily intended for another purpose, it is enough to support the charge of robbery when a person takes the property by taking advantage of the terrifying situation he created. Instruction number 11. Murder in the first degree is a specific offense crime. The defendant cannot be held liable under conspiracy and or aiding and abetting theory for first degree murder for acts committed by a co-conspirator, unless the defendant also had a premeditated or deliberate specific intent to kill and or the intent to commit robbery under the felony murder theory. Murder in the second degree and robbery are general intent crimes. As such, defendant may be held liable under conspiracy theory and or aiding and abetting for murder of the second degree and robbery for acts committed by a co-conspirator if the killing or taking of property by force is one of the reasonably foreseeable consequences of the object of the conspiracy. Instruction number 12. Where several parties join together in a common scheme to commit an unlawful act, each is criminally responsible for the reasonably foreseeable general intent crimes committed in furtherance of the common design. In contemplation of law as it relates to general intent crimes, the act of one is the act of all. Robbery and battery are general intent crimes. Second-degree murder can be a general intent crime. Additionally, a co-conspirator is guilty of the specific intent offenses which he specifically intended to be committed. First-degree murder is a specific intent crime unless the felony murder rule applies. Instruction number 13. In this case, the defendant is accused of an amended indictment alleging an open charge of murder. This charge may include murder of the first degree or murder of the second degree. The jury must decide if the defendant is guilty of any offense and if so, of which offense. Instruction number 14. Murder is the unlawful killing of a human being with malice aforethought, either express or implied. The unlawful killing may be effected by any of the various means by which death may be occasioned. Instruction number 15. Malice aforethought means the intentional doing of a wrongful act without legal cause or excuse or what the law considers adequate provocation. The condition of mind described as malice aforethought may arise from anger, hatred, revenge, or particular ill will, spite, or grudge toward the person killed. It may also arise from any unjustifiable or unlawful motive or purpose to injure another, proceeding from a heart fatally bent on mischief or with reckless disregard of consequences and social duty. Malice aforethought does not imply deliberation or the lapse of any considerable period of time between the malicious intention to injure another and the actual execution of the intent, but denotes an unlawful purpose and design as opposed to accident and mischance. Instruction number 16. Express malice is the deliberate intention unlawfully to take away the life of a human being, which is manifested by external circumstances capable of proof. Malice may be implied when no considerable provocation appears or when all the circumstances of killing show an abandoned and malignant heart. Instruction number 17, murder of the first degree is murder which is perpetrated by means of any kind of willful, deliberate, and premeditated killing. All three elements, willfulness, deliberation, and premeditation, must be proven beyond a reasonable doubt before an accused can be convicted of first degree murder. Willfulness is the intent to kill. There need be no appreciable space of time between formation of intent to kill and the act of killing. Deliberation is the process of determining upon a course of action to kill as a result of thought, including weighing the reasons for and against the action and considering the consequences of the actions. A deliberate determination may be arrived at in a short period of time, but in all cases, determination must not be formed in passion, or if formed in passion, it must be carried out after there has been time for the passion to subside and deliberation to occur. A mere unconsidered and rash impulse is not deliberate, even though it includes the intent to kill. Premeditation is a design, a determination to kill, distinctly formed in the mind by the time of the killing. Premeditation need not be for a day, an hour, or even a minute. It may be as instantaneous as successive thoughts of the mind. For if the jury believes from the evidence that the act constituting killing has been preceded by and has been the result of premeditation, no matter how rapidly the act follows the premeditation, it is premeditated. Instruction number 18, the law does not undertake to measure in units of time the length of period during which the thought must be pondered before it can ripen into an intent to kill, which is truly deliberate and premeditated. The time will vary with different individuals and under varying circumstances. The true test is not the duration of time, but rather the extent of the reflection. A cold, calculated judgment and decision may be arrived at in a short period of time, but a mere unconsidered and rash impulse, even though it includes an intent to kill, is not deliberation and premeditation, as will fix an unlawful killing as murder of the first degree. Instruction number 19, there are certain kinds of murder in the first degree which carry with them conclusive evidence of malice and forethought. One of these classes of first-degree murder is a killing committed in the perpetration or attempted perpetration of a robbery. Therefore, a killing which is committed in the perpetration of a robbery is deemed to be murder of the first degree, whether the killing was intentional, unintentional, or accidental. This is called the felony murder rule. The intent to perpetrate or attempt to perpetrate a robbery must be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. In order for the felony murder rule to apply under the robbery theory, the intent to take property must be formed prior to the act constituting the killing. Instruction number 20. Although your verdict must be unanimous as to the charge, you do not have to agree on the theory of guilt or liability. Therefore, even if you cannot agree on whether the facts establish the defendant is guilty of premeditated deliberate murder or felony murder, or is liable as a principal, aider, and abettor, or co-conspirator, so long as you all agree that the evidence establishes the defendant's guilt of murder in the first degree, your verdict shall be murder of the first degree. Instruction number 21. You are instructed that if you find the state has established that the defendant has committed first-degree murder, you shall select first-degree murder as your verdict. The crime of first-degree murder includes the crime of second-degree murder. You may find the defendant guilty of second-degree murder if, 1, you have not found beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant is guilty of murder of the first degree, and 2, all 12 of you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant is guilty of the crime of second-degree murder. If you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the crime of murder has been committed by the defendant, but you have a reasonable doubt whether such murder was of the first or of the second degree, you must give the defendant the benefit of the doubt and return a verdict of murder of the second degree. Instruction number 22. All murder which is not murder of the first degree is murder of the second degree. Murder of the second degree is murder with malice and forethought, but without the admixture of premeditation and deliberation. Instruction number 23. You are instructed that if you find that a defendant is guilty of first or second degree murder, you must also determine whether or not a deadly weapon was used in the commission of this crime. If you find beyond a reasonable doubt that a deadly weapon was used in the commission of such an offense, then you shall return the appropriate guilty verdict reflecting the use of a deadly weapon. If, however, you find that a deadly weapon was not used in the commission of such an offense, but you find that it was committed, then you shall return the appropriate guilty verdict reflecting that a deadly weapon was not used. Instruction number 24. Deadly weapon means any instrument which, if used in the ordinary manner contemplated by its design and construction, will or is likely to cause substantial bodily harm or death, or any weapon, device, instrument, material, or substance which, under the circumstances in which it is used, attempted to be used, or threatened to be used, is readily capable of causing substantial bodily harm or death. A firearm is a deadly weapon. Instruction number 25. If more than one person commits a crime and one of them uses a deadly weapon in the commission of that crime, each may be convicted of using a deadly weapon even though he did not personally himself or herself use the weapon. An unarmed offender uses a deadly weapon when the unarmed offender is liable for the offense. Another person liable for the offense is armed with and uses a deadly weapon in the commission of the offense, and the unarmed offender had knowledge of the use of the deadly weapon. Instruction number 26. Justifiable homicide is not unlawful. Justifiable homicide includes the killing of a human being in necessary self-defense, or in the defense of an occupied habitation, or of a person against one who manifestly intends or endeavors to commit a crime of violence, or against any person or persons who manifestly intend and endeavor in a violent, riotous, tumultuous, and surreptitious manner to enter the occupied habitation of another for the purpose of assaulting or offering personal violence to any person dwelling or being therein. A person is not required to retreat before using deadly force if the person, A, is not the original aggressor, B, has a right to be present at the location where deadly force is used, and C, is not actively engaged in conduct and furtherance of criminal activity at the time deadly force is used. Instruction number 27. The killing of another person in self-defense or in defense of another is justified and not unlawful when the person who does the killing actually and reasonably believes that there is imminent danger that the assailant will either kill him or cause him great bodily injury, and that it is absolutely necessary under the circumstances for him to use in self-defense force or means that might cause the death of the other person for the purpose of avoiding death or great bodily injury to himself. Instruction number 28. A bare fear of death or great bodily injury is not sufficient to justify killing. To justify taking the life of another in self-defense, the circumstances must be sufficient to excite the fears of a reasonable person placed in a similar situation. The person killing must act under the influence of those fears alone and not in revenge. Instruction number 29. An honest but unreasonable belief in the necessity for self-defense does not negate malice and does not reduce the offense from murder to manslaughter. Instruction number 30. The right of self-defense is not generally available to the original aggressor. That is the person who has sought a quarrel with and is designed to force a deadly issue and thus through his fraud, contrivance, or fault to create a real or apparent necessity for making a felonious assault. The original aggressor is only entitled to exercise self-defense if he makes a good faith endeavor to decline any further struggle before the mortal blow was given. However, where a person without voluntary seeking, provoking, inviting, or willingly engaging in a difficulty of his own free will is attacked by an assailant, he has the right to stand his ground and need not retreat when faced with the threat of deadly force. Instruction number 31. Actual danger is not necessary to justify killing in self-defense. A person has a right to defend from apparent danger to the same extent as he would from actual danger. The person killing is justified if, 1, he is confronted by the appearance of imminent danger, which arouses in his mind an honest belief and fear that he is about to be killed or suffer great bodily injury, and 2, he acts solely upon these appearances and his fear and actual beliefs, and 3, a reasonable person in a similar situation will believe himself to be in like danger. Instruction number 32. The killing is justified even if it develops afterward that the person killing was mistaken about the extent of the danger. Instruction number 33. If evidence of self-defense is present, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did not act in self-defense. If you find that the state has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did not act in self-defense, you must find the defendant not guilty. Instruction 34. If a person kills another in self-defense, it must appear that the danger was so urgent and pressing that in order to save his own life or to prevent his receiving great bodily harm, the killing of the other was absolutely necessary, and the person killed was the assailant, or that the slayer had really and in good faith endeavored to decline any further struggle before the mortal blow was given. Instruction number 35. It is a constitutional right of a defendant in a criminal trial that he may not be compelled to testify. Thus, the decision as to whether he should testify is left to the defendant on the advice and counsel of his attorney. You must not draw any inference of guilt from the fact that he does not testify, nor should this fact be discussed by you or enter into your deliberations in any way. Instruction number 36. Statements of the defendant not made in court have been admitted into evidence. Before the jury may take such statement into consideration, it must first decide whether or not it was given voluntarily. If the jury decides the statement was made voluntarily, it may use the statements in deliberations. If the jury decides the statement was not made voluntarily, the jury must disregard it. The state has the burden of proving the voluntariness of a statement by a preponderance of the evidence. This burden of proof should lead the trier of fact to find that the existence of the contested fact is more probable than its non-existence. The court has redacted portions of the defendant's statements that are not relevant to this proceeding. You are not to speculate about what was redacted or consider the fact that the statement was redacted in your deliberations. Instruction number 37. You have heard testimony regarding events described by Sharon Randolph to her friends. Such evidence was introduced as evidence of Sharon Randolph's state of mind. You may consider the evidence to the extent you think it is relevant to Sharon Randolph's state of mind. You may not consider this evidence as evidence of events that occurred or any other purpose. This applies to witnesses 1, Colleen Byer, 2, Michael Byer, 3, Deidre Marley, 4, Alice Wolf, 5, Antoinette Bean, and 6, Victoria Kamenick. Instruction number 38. To constitute the crime charged, there must exist a union or joint operation of an act forbidden by law and an intent to do the act. The intent with which an act is done is shown by the facts and circumstances surrounding the case. Do not confuse intent with motive. Motive is what prompts a person to act. Intent refers only to the state of mind with which an act is done. Motive is not an element of the crime charge, and the state is not required to prove a motive on the part of the defendant in order to convict. However, you may consider evidence of motive or lack of motive as a circumstance in the case. Instruction number 39. The defendant is presumed innocent until the contrary is proved. This presumption places upon the state the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt every material element of the crime charge that the defendant is the person who committed the offense. Excuse me. A reasonable doubt is one based on reason. It is not mere possible doubt, but is such a doubt as would govern or control a person in the more weighty affairs of life. If the minds of the jurors, after the entire comparison and consideration of all the evidence, are in such a condition that they can say they feel an abiding conviction of the truth of the charge, there is not a reasonable doubt. Doubt to be reasonable must be actual, not mere possibility or speculation. If you have a reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant, he is entitled to a verdict of not guilty. Instruction number 40. You are here to determine the guilt or innocence of the defendant from the evidence in the case. You are not called upon to return a verdict as to the guilt or innocence of any other person.
Does the judge not have a microphone? I don't know. Do we need to listen to this? I'm just going to let it play. If you don't want to listen, fast forwardy. She says it so fast you can't even hear her. I wanted to show you, this is the... I set up the live stream for this. I just put the link in the chat. So if you go, like, rewind to my channel, hit comments or content, 7:55 Central Standard Time tonight, 8:55 Eastern Time. Trump's interview is dropping on Tucker on Twitter or Tucker on X, whatever it's called now. So I'll just host a watch party here if you don't want to just watch it by yourself.
The question is not evidence and may be considered only as it supplies meaning to the answer. You must disregard any evidence to which an objection was sustained by the court or any evidence ordered driven by the court. Anything you may have seen or heard outside the courtroom is not evidence and must also be disregarded. Instruction number 42. Whenever there is slight evidence that a conspiracy existed and that the defendant was one of the members of the conspiracy, and the statements and the acts by any person, likewise a member, may be considered.
Oh my God, I can't wait to dump this Brave browser. Maybe I just need to, like, get rid of it. And then this is just... How am I supposed to do these live streams if it just keeps seizing up on me?
Credibility or believability of a witness should be determined by his manner upon the stand, his relationship to the parties, his fears, motives, interests, or feelings, his opportunity to observe the manner in which he testified, the reasonableness of his statements, and the strength or weakness of his recollections. If you believe that a witness has lied about a material fact in the case, you may disregard the entire testimony of that witness or any other portion of the testimony which is not proved by other evidence. Instruction number 44. The fact that a witness has been convicted of a felony, if such be a fact, may be considered by you only for the purpose of determining the credibility of that witness. The fact of such a conviction does not necessarily destroy or impair the witness's credibility. It is one of the circumstances that you may take into consideration in weighing the testimony of such a witness. Instruction number 45. The witness who has special knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education in a particular science, profession, or occupation is an expert witness. An expert witness may give his opinion as to any matter in which he is skilled. You should consider such expert opinion and weigh the reasons, if any, given for it. You are not bound, however, by such an opinion. Give it the weight to which you deem it entitled, whether that be great or slight, and you may reject it if, in your judgment, the reasons given for it are unsound. Instruction number 46. Although you are to consider only the evidence in this case in reaching a verdict, you must bring to the consideration of evidence your everyday common sense and judgment as reasonable men and women. Thus, you're not limited solely to what you see and hear as the witnesses testify. You may draw reasonable inferences from the evidence you feel are justified in the light of common experience. Keep it in mind that such inferences should not be based on speculation or guess. A verdict may never be influenced by sympathy, prejudice, or public opinion. Your decision should be the product of sincere judgment and sound discretion in accordance with these rules of law. Instruction number 47. In arriving at a verdict in this case as to whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty, the subject of penalty or punishment is not to be discussed or considered by you and should in no way influence your verdict. That is a matter left to the discretion of the court. Instruction number 48. During the course of this trial and your deliberations, you are not to, 1, communicate with anyone in any way regarding this case or its merits, either by phone, text, internet, or other means. 2, read, watch, listen to news or media accounts or commentary about the case. 3, do any research such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or using reference materials. 4, make any investigation, test the theory of the case, recreate the aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own. Instruction number 49. If during your deliberation you should desire to be further informed on any point of law or hear again a portion of the testimony, You must reduce your request to write and signed by the foreperson. The officer will then return you to court where the information sought will be given to you in the presence of and after notice to the district attorney, the defendant, and his counsel. Playbacks of testimony are time consuming and are not encouraged unless you deem it a necessity. Should you require a playback, you must carefully describe the testimony to be played back so that the court recorder can arrange your notes. Remember, the court is not at liberty to supplement the evidence. Instruction number 50, when you retire to consider your verdict, you must select one of your number to act as a foreperson who will preside over your deliberation and will be your spokesperson here in court. During your deliberation, you will have all these.
So for those of you joining me right now, the prosecution and the defense have rested. The judge is reading the jury instructions. Then the state is going to give their closing arguments, followed by the defense giving their closing arguments, followed by a rebuttal probably of the state. I don't know if the defense gets one. And then the jury will deliberate. We are about 2.5 hours behind the actual live stream. This is playing at normal speed just because she talks so fast and she's not mic'd up. I'm trying to catch what she's saying. This brave browser is deciding to snag up my computer right now. I can't do anything until this is over. Tonight, 7:55 p.m. Central Standard Time, 8:55 p.m. Eastern Time. The Trump interview on Tucker on Twitter. Say that 3 times fast. Is dropping. So I just have a link in the chat that I set up for a live stream watch party tonight. So if you care to join me in my sickness.
But whatever counsel may say, you will bear in mind that it is your duty to be governed in your deliberation by the evidence as you understand it, and remember it to be, and by the law as given to you in these instructions, with the sole fixed and steadfast purpose of doing equal and exact justice between the defendant and the state of Nevada. State, are you prepared to give a closing argument?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, now the prosecuting attorney, the state, is beginning their closing arguments. Hopefully we can hear her.
They will be allowed to open and close the arguments.
Thank you. May I proceed?
Yes.
Okay, so good afternoon. On May 8th of 2008, there were 3 people in a house on Rancho Santa Fe Drive. That included Sharon Randolph, it included the defendant Thomas Randolph, and it included Michael Miller. At the end of that evening, 2 individuals from that residence were shot with guns inside the residence, and the only injury that Mr. Randolph reported was an injury to his mouth. So he basically left this exchange with barely a scratch on it. Now, Mr. Randolph offered sort of a time-tested version of events. I am a homeowner. There was an intruder who came in. I wasn't able to save my wife, but thankfully I was able to save myself. And the police could have taken one look at Mr. Randolph and one look at Mr. Miller and just accepted that version of events and sort of moved on and not really done a lot of investigation. They could have accepted that narrative. But they had to wonder, like, does the evidence make sense? Is Thomas Randolph alive because he was able to physically outmatch a younger, healthier man, or because he betrayed and deceived him after the 2 conspired to kill Sharon Randolph? Now, in writing and in movies, there's a writing device called an unreliable narrator. An unreliable narrator is an untrustworthy storyteller, most often used in narratives with a first-person point of view. And we see this in books and sometimes in movies, but we also see it a lot more in 2020 and onward as cell phones became more prevalent, right? Someone would say, hey, that guy was mean to me in a park, and then someone would have cell phone evidence sort of disputing that. Or someone may report, hey, that guy came at me, and that's why I shot that person. But then there's someone on the street with a cell phone, and they're able to reveal the person to be an unreliable narrator. Now, in this case, obviously in that house in 2008, there was not cell phone video that showed the exchange of what happened that night. But you do have physical evidence, and you do have statements, and you have ballistic evidence that will show you that Thomas Randolph is an unreliable narrator. And he kind of characterizes himself as that. In that third interview with detectives on June the 3rd of 2008, he describes himself as reasonably honest. That's not 100% honest. That's not absolutely honest. His words are reasonably honest. The one thing our narrator, Thomas Randolph, sticks to consistently is that his shooting of Michael Miller occurred in the hallway of the residence in the area leading into the garage.
So you're clearing space from him?
Cleared space from him, and just a few inches before I shot him. I mean, I started shooting him just as soon as I had a little bit of adrenaline.
Did you fire again in this hallway?
Yeah, I believe so. Like I said, I fired a lot, and then he came out and turned around again.
And now, is he in the garage now?
He's right at the doorway there. I think he was trying to open the garage door. As we got up in here, he kind of rushed up on me a little bit, and that's when I just pushed him. Boom, boom, boom! He started going out toward the shed. I don't know how many times they shot him, but I just kept right on going. Boom, boom, boom! And he's just laying there. Just laying there now.
Where was he in relation to you when you fired the first time?
Maybe right there.
Now is he going?
No, he's turned toward me still. He's still. Nope, he's still trying to dig. He's still digging out. He's just like this, just digging out. And I'm kind of coming. I'm just coming at him. I'm going to shoot him. I mean, there's no.
He's squaring off on you. How did he get there?
He seen me, then he just turned around and just kind of. No, he wasn't running. He was backing the whole time. Just keeping an eye on him. Kind of. He's keeping an eye on me. He's keeping an eye on me. See where I'm going.
Okay, so now he's gotten over here and he's still squared off against you?
Pretty close, I think. I just started shooting. But he's more maybe kind of like that a little bit. Seems like it was like that. It was just like, it was close. It was pretty close. Might have been a little further back. Yeah. Okay, I'm coming out about the same time too, and about right here, we hit. And he's coming down just like this. Yeah, kind of. But kind of like that, and I was already shooting.
Okay, so you fired the first time and now you stepped up. Go ahead and repeat his moves.
Where we're doing something here, and I don't know if I hit him. I don't know if that's when he got his gun out, if he just said, fuck it, I'm running. I don't know what the deal was. It seems like I shot him again, maybe like about right here, and then he started turning like this toward the door. And I shot. I may have emptied the gun, I don't know.
Actually, he didn't empty the gun. The gun holds 8 rounds, and then you could have one in the chamber. He shot 5 times. So he didn't empty the gun, but he did say over and over again that he shot Mr. Miller in that hallway. The problem, of course, is that the ballistic evidence and the evidence of the walls and doors in that hallway don't reflect that. There's only one piece of ballistic evidence in that scene in the hallway, and it's right at the base of the door of the door that would go from the inside of the house into the garage. There's that one cartridge case, that's item number 3, that was collected by crime scene analysts. There's no dents on the walls, there's no other cartridge cases, there's no blood, there's no markings to indicate anything hit that wall where Mr. Miller was allegedly standing. All we have is that single piece of evidence, of ballistic evidence, and that's that casing, the one in at the base of the doorway. As you know from the testimony in the case, all of the other ballistic evidence, the bullets, the additional cartridge cases, those are all located in the garage. Now, we know on the 8th that the crime scene analyst did find a mark of a bullet strike on the wall to the south of that hallway, kind of towards the master bedroom area. There was that mark really high up on the wall, kind of above where the doorbell was. And they go up on those shelves and they find 2 pieces of like a fragmented bullet. But that we know isn't associated with Michael Miller, right? We know that that bullet is associated with Sharon Randolph in a couple ways. There's a close-up of those fragments. One, we know from the autopsy that the bullet that struck her head fragmented, right? So you can actually see the fragments on the x-ray there, and that bullet fragmented once it hit her skull. We also know that fragments of the bullet were recovered at the autopsy of Sharon Randolph. By contrast, an intact bullet was the only one that was recovered from Michael Miller. So it's evident that those items 12 and 13 that were on the shelves relate to Sharon Randolph's injury rather than Michael Miller's. Now, the defense throughout the trial has offered sort of theories of why it was that there was no ballistic evidence except for that one cartridge case in the hallway. And they are basically, hey, look, those cartridge cases bounced out the door as Randolph shot Miller. The cartridge cases moved because of the actions of first responders. The cleaning crew moved everything. And then the last sort of catch-all is, you really can't expect Thomas Randolph to remember how this played out. So let's talk about the first theory, which is that the cartridge cases bounced out that door as Thomas Randolph shot Michael Miller. Here's the problem with that. In the first interview, Thomas Randolph describes the shots that he inflicted on Michael Miller when he's in the garage, and he says it's after that that he props the door with that rug.
And you fired how many more times?
I think just once more, because once or twice maybe.
So he's describing, and you'll have all the interviews back in the deliberation room. The last 2 shots, 1 or 2 that he describes, that occurs in the garage, right? Those last ones when he goes out there. And what does he say he does after that?
Well, actually I slid the rug up under the door so the door would be open so I could see him, because I still was, don't know what's going on. I wasn't going to check on him. I wanted to check on Sharon.
So you go up and you check on Sharon.
I tried to roll her over. I tried to talk to her. I bent down, and that's when there was the gun was there, because I bent down on it. It was laying somewhere in that vicinity. And
so after the shooting is all done, the defendant says he props the door with the rug and then attends to Sharon. And that would have made it impossible for any of those cartridge cases or bullets or anything like that to have bounced through the door, because according to him, on the 9th, that door was shut until all the shooting was done, and he propped the door after to go keep an eye on Mr. Miller and go attend to Sharon Randolph. Now, to be fair, in the walkthrough a week later, the defendant adjusts his story a little bit and says that the door is open.
yeah, and then he was headed toward the door, and that was it.
All right, so show me his movement from the time when he came up here, back here, where you first see him. Show me what you saw him do. Back here. The door was closed, right?
No, the door would be open. I closed the door after they told me to go get the gun and close the door.
Well, this is before all that's happening, though, because you're still confirming.
Right. And I had the door, when I came in and see Sharon, I had the door. Yeah, I did. I stood here from this Sharon. Called at her a couple of times, and I actually started, like I told you, I pushed the garage and then stopped it, because I was actually going to go get the neighbors.
Think about what he's saying there. He comes in, he sees his wife collapsed on the floor, and his thought isn't to run to her, according to him. He doesn't know if she's had a medical episode. He hasn't seen anybody in the house at that point. He's saying, I walk in, I see her, and I decide to prop a door, maybe go see the neighbor. Does that make sense to you? And the other thing he says in that clip is that that rug somehow stayed in place when Michael Miller went tumbling out it after the exchange in the hallway. Even if the door was open, consider all the obstacles that were in that garage. This is a crowded garage, and we know one of the cases ended up on the side of the Pontiac car. Here's an overall view of that garage, and another case ends up on the complete opposite side of that garage, and there's bullets on those sides as well. All of those things make it impossible for the cases or the bullets to fly out of that garage door and then disperse in opposite directions. Let's move on to the second theory offered by the defense is, well, first responders moved all that ballistic evidence. You heard from first responders, you heard they're trained to not move around evidence, to clear houses and try to avoid stepping on things. You also heard that they entered through the front door rather than the garage. They didn't go from the garage into the hallway. They went first to Mrs. Randolph, saw her in the hallway, and then backed out. Mr. Miller was treated in the garage by medical, but there was no testimony that any of them traversed from the garage back inside the house, and even if they did, that's sort of the wrong direction for the evidence to be moving. So that theory kind of leaves us with, again, one piece of ballistic evidence in that hallway and no marks on the wall. In addition, when the first responders came to the scene, they had yet another obstacle in Michael Miller. So it's not as though a casing landed on him. It's not as though there was a stray bullet that didn't get, that made it to the sides and bounced off of him. There's only the evidence on the sides, on opposite sides of that garage, which is not consistent with what the defendant described. So let's talk about the cleaning crew. This was another theory that the cleaning crew, they must have cleaned up all this stuff. So we know on the 8th that there was that strike up high on the wall, and they collect that evidence on the 8th into the 9th. And they see nothing else in that hallway to photograph, to collect, no defects in the wall, no evidence of any strikes on that hallway portion where Mr. Randolph says he's shooting Mr. Miller. But we know when the detectives go back on the 15th, it's not as though that cleaning crew patched up that wall, that's still there. And this probably isn't the best advertisement for the cleaning crew because there's all kinds of other evidence left behind indicating that that cleaning crew didn't really clean the place up that much. They also find 2 other cases in the garage. This is the original photo on the night of the 8th. We know that there is a cartridge case sort of where that light bulb is in that toolbox, and then a little bit beyond that there's another cartridge case. So we know that those last 2 cartridge cases end up in the garage as well as a result of the shooting. The only other explanation for that is that the cleaning crew somehow found them and deposited them into those 2 areas. This is the photograph of the 15th, and it's barely moved. So you'll have to make a determination if the cartridge cases happened to be there the whole time and they just missed them on the first go through on the 8th, or if the cleaning crew somehow took it upon themselves to put them in those locations and just leave. Here's closer pictures of where they are. They're right by that water bottle tucked in the back and also in that kind of cluttered toolbox. So we're left with the same evidence we started with. All of the ballistic evidence is in the garage area, except for that 1 cartridge case at the base of the door. So the next theory offered by the defense is, it's just really too hard to remember how this happened. The problem with that is Thomas Randolph claims to remember. He describes this over and over again in the same exact way with a few minor changes, and he always describes the shooting occurring in the hallway. This time, when you see his descriptions, I'd ask you to please take note of which direction, which side of Mr. Miller's body he is explaining is exposed to him when he's firing the shots.
As we got up in here, he kind of rushed up on me a little bit, and that's when I just pushed him, boom, boom, boom. He started going out toward the shed. I don't know how many times they shot him, but I just kept right on going. Boom, boom, boom. And he's just laying there. Just laying there. Now,
Where was he in relation to you when you fired the first time?
maybe right there.
So now is he going?
No, he's turned toward me still. He's still.
Shuffling? How's he doing?
Nope, he's still trying to dig. He's still digging out. He's just like this, just digging out. I'm kind of coming. I'm just coming at him. I'm going to shoot him. I mean, there's no.
He turned into here and he squared off on you. How did he get there?
He seen it, then he just turned around and just kind of. Nope, he wasn't running. He was backing the whole time. Just keeping an eye on me. Kind of. He's keeping an eye on me. He's keeping an eye on me. See where I'm going.
Okay. So now he's gotten over to here and he's still squared off against you?
Pretty close, I think. I just started shooting. Okay, I'm coming out about the same time too, and about right here, we hit. And he's coming down just like
You
this.
first see him, he's there, he squares off on you.
Yeah, kind of.
Okay. And then what happened? With him, just his movement, not yours.
I kind of like that, and I was already shooting. And when I heard that noise, it really did scare me. Like, boom, boom! Except the door didn't come down. It stayed just like it was open. And I actually got close. Boom, boom!
And so what do we know from autopsy? We know that almost every round that entered Mr. Miller's body entered from the left. And when he's describing it, he's describing the right side of Mr. Miller being exposed to him. This is what was described in autopsy as shot number 1. It enters from his left ear and travels slightly upward and exits out the right side of his forehead. This one is a different shot where it enters on sort of the left side above his eyebrow and travels nearly straight down and out the right side of his neck. This is gunshot wound 3. It enters on the left side of his abdomen, travels up and exits out the right side of Mr. Miller's chest. Gunshot wound 4 is the one on the left side, sort of under where his arm is. And gunshot wound 5, you can see there, is the one that enters into the left back of Mr. Miller's elbow. So none of these fit at all with what Thomas Randolph is describing. I mean, even if you take it like in a general sense, he describes shooting straight on. Not one of those shots is like that. They're traveling up, they're traveling down, they're traveling sideways for the one into his head. None of those trajectories are even remotely close with what he described to police. Now remember, Mr. Miller was face down for those 2 headshots, and you can see the bloodstain there to show that he was originally in that position. And just think about those 2 headshots. One of them is from the left ear across, and then one of them is from the top of his the left side of his head, almost straight down, coming out his neck. Those are the last 2 shots that he says he's inflicted, and they're coming at opposite angles on Mr. Miller's body. None of the trajectories make sense. So let's talk a little bit about the law. As you know from Judge Jones reading you the charging document, there's 3 crimes charged here, 2 different ones. One of them is conspiracy. And all conspiracy is, in terms of an illegal act, is it's an agreement to do something unlawful. In this case, it's an agreement that the state is alleging between Mr. Randolph and Mr. Miller to commit the crime of murder. And it's actually just that agreement to commit the crime that's illegal. It's illegal to agree to commit a crime. Now, when it comes to proving conspiracy, you're told in the instructions that basically you can look at facts and circumstances You know, the law acknowledges that it's pretty rare for someone to have like a videotape or something like that of meetings of co-conspirators discussing the conspiracy. So you can look at other facts and other circumstances in order to determine whether a conspiracy existed amongst two individuals. So what do we have in this case that's evidence of conspiracy? Well, it kind of comes in two forms. The first one is the relationship that Thomas Randolph has with Michael Miller, and the second one is facets of the crime. Now, Thomas Randolph told detectives how it was that he came upon and met Michael Miller.
So you've known him 4 or 5 months. How did you meet him?
At a convenience store, I was in there getting my car, it was a terrible since I was getting my car washed, and so waiting, I was just in there just waiting, he was in line before me getting a beer, and it's like he'd been doing, you know, manual labor, because he was all dirty and stuff, but there was 2 or 3 people in line, and he was just kind of joking, and said, this lady, she didn't ask me for ID. She does every time I come here. Every day I'm buying beer, but she always asks me for ID. And something about the day I don't have it or something. Anyway, so it's well, don't worry, I'll just get it for you. So I just paid for the beer, and I was just gonna give it to him, just, you know. And he said, "No, that one's yours. I'm getting this one. That's the kind I want or something." But just chit-chatted there, and he took off, and I got my car down, and I was going toward the house, and I seen him along there, and just pulled over and said, "Hey, you need a ride? You want to go away?" And sure. So I was at just popped in and sat over in front of his house for probably an hour and just talked.
So according to Thomas Randolph, he just happens to meet this total stranger in a convenience store and befriends him and just gives him a ride. And from then on, this relationship ensued. And even though Mr. Miller wasn't really good at doing, as we learned, any kind of handiwork, he keeps employing him and keeps paying him money.
So do you engage him to come over to the house then and do some work for you?
Yeah, well, I talked about doing something. Excuse me, and he says, "You know, God, I help you if you need some help. I ain't got nothing else to do." And I called him and asked him if he really wanted to work. And I said, "Yeah," and he come over. And he said he's not good at what he does, but he's a good worker. He works consistently, and it's not like go down and getting a couple of Hispanics on the corner.
So how often does he come over to your house and go to work?
A lot. He's also come over a lot just to watch ball games, and he's ate dinner with us 2 or 3 times.
So he develops this kind of unusual relationship with this handyman that he's just met and doesn't really know anything about. And we learned that starting about February 12th of 2008, there starts to be phone communication between the two, and most of it is Mr. Randolph calling Mr. Miller, and we know that from Vita Miller, who had like 200 messages from the defendant on her nephew's phone. And you will have in the deliberation room all the hundreds of phone call activities, and you can look at these charts and decide for yourself if they represent a normal relationship between a paying customer and the handyman who works for them that doesn't know how to do anything, or if they're maybe indicative of something else. And look at this in particular, which is in the couple days before the homicide, there's lots of phone activity between the two. And think about why that is possibly occurring, because they're in Utah at that point, the Randolphs are. So why is it that Mr. Randolph needs to call Mr. Miller, the handyman, all those days in Utah? The other thing to take note of course, is the timing of that first call, which is February 12th. Way earlier in the trial, you heard from Liz Labrador, and she told you that it was around that time period, they were having that extramarital relationship that certainly everybody was aware of, but she gives that ultimatum around Valentine's Day of 2008, where she's like, look, you're going to have to make a decision here. It's going to be her or me. And then we see this increase or beginning of phone communications between the defendant and Mr. Miller. Now, we also know from Clifton Miller, he was a really short witness last week, really short in terms of timing, what he tells you. He testified that, he hung out with his cousin, they were kind of the same age, they did some activities together, and he said that Michael Miller was not working as a handyman, and he was aware of that. He was not working as a handyman for Thomas Randolph. He said that was a story Michael Miller was telling his aunt and uncle, but it wasn't true. Now, what's significant about that is that that handyman story, which isn't true according to Clifton Miller, and you have no reason to doubt his version of events, is the same story that Thomas Randolph is telling. So both Michael Miller and Thomas Randolph are telling this same story that Clifton Miller tells you isn't true. And Randolph maintains that handyman story when he talks to the police all 3 times. We also have the observation of Sharon's family, where they see Mr. Miller and Thomas Randolph constantly together, but no work's getting completed. They observe that Mr. Miller doesn't really seem to have a lot of skills as a handyman, and that they're having secretive conversations. The Millers also have concerns about this relationship. Mrs. Vita Miller testifies like, look, there's numerous phone calls from this guy on my phone. He's spending a lot of time with Thomas Randolph. And Clifton Miller, he describes hearing about this relationship from his cousin, and he says, I advise against it, and I advise him, you're going to get shot. Now, we have other evidence of conspiracy as well, and those are factors or facets of the crime which you're aware of at this point in the proceedings. You are to believe, according to the defense, that Michael Miller decided to conduct a jewelry heist on May the 8th of 2008. Although he knew the Randolphs would be out of town in the days before, and knew the Randolphs would be out of town on the 9th for several days after, he chooses, for whatever reason, according to the defense, the 8th as the time to commit the jewelry heist. The one time when they're in town over a 2-week period. That is evidence or circumstances of a conspiracy, that there was some agreement between Thomas Randolph and Michael Miller to commit harm on Sharon Randolph. You also know that when this alleged break-in of Michael Miller occurred, there was no evidence of forced entry. Now, if Michael Miller was acting on his own and wanted to cast suspicion away from himself, he would make it look like a forced entry, right? He's been to the house a million times. He would want to make it look like a stranger did it, not himself. If there's stuff stolen on a night when he would potentially have access to the house, he would want to make it look like a stranger, and that wouldn't be him. The other thing you learn from Thomas Randolph is, like, he's the guy, right? Like, he's got all this money. He's got thousands of dollars on him all the time, and that Michael Miller was aware of this, and just maybe that was his motivation for committing this crime in the first place. The question being, of course, if that's true, then how come you weren't the target of Michael Miller when you came through the door?
No, I asked them to go get 7 or 8 grand out of cash, and Mike's been with me when I've been there. I get the cash and I put it in, send it to Lizzie's mom. I get a check and send it to Lizzie's mom.
So he's been with you then when you've had large amounts of cash?
I've always got large amounts of cash, but yeah, of course he has. And he wanted to go with me to the bank that night, and was going to borrow money, but Sharon called and said, come home. And
so you never made it to the bank?
Didn't make it to the bank, no.
So he's the guy with all the cash. He would be the one who should be the target of Michael Miller if he were going to commit a robbery homicide. And yet, he's the one that kind of ends up with no injuries whatsoever. We also know that if Michael Miller was in that residence and allegedly was surprised by the Randolphs coming home from dinner early because they were going to have sex, he had other access or other ways to exit the residence, which would not have caused any kind of confrontation between the two, and they would have never known they were there. He could have gone out the back or out the front door as the Randolphs were coming in. The fact that this doesn't occur shows that the object of the conspiracy, what was supposed to happen, did happen. Sharon Randolph got shot by Michael Miller. The other thing is this mask. And Detective O'Kelly actually touched on this yesterday during his testimony. Now, if Michael Miller were actually committing this jewelry heist burglary, he does not need a mask at all, right? Like, he should be taking the property. He's supposed to be, according to the defense, surprised that surprised that the Randolphs come home early. So he shouldn't have a mask with him at all. But maybe it's like what Detective O'Kelly touched on yesterday. Maybe it's just a little harder to commit a homicide on someone you know. Maybe if you're going to be lying in wait and waiting for someone in order to shoot them, and they know you and you know them, maybe it's a little easier to have the mask on. This mask certainly wasn't for Michael Miller when he went outside. I mean, he wasn't going to walk around some Las Vegas neighborhood in May with a ski mask on, right? Like, he needed it for inside because of what he was going to do. Randolph also suggests that Michael Miller, knowing that Randolph is always armed and always has a gun on him, that Michael Miller elected to approach him without having a gun drawn.
We just kind of bumped, and he was kind of, I don't know if he was fighting really, but I was just kind of trying to get some space because he kind of surprised me, but I just kind of pushed back and pulled the gun down because I had it beside me because I was going to look around the corner and see what was going on.
So according to Randolph, even though Michael Miller knows he's always armed, always those guns are loaded, that he decides, look, I'm going to approach him after shooting Sharon without having a gun drawn. Even more than that, he leaves behind, according to the defense theory of the case, a .38 that he could use on Thomas Randolph were he acting alone. The fact that that gun is left behind is evidence of a conspiracy. Miller did what he was supposed to do with the gun in shooting Sharon Randolph, and then leaves it there because that's part of the plan. Another thing to think about is that black bag that the police found. Remember, they find 4 keys in it. They don't know what the 2 kind of high security keys are for, but one of the keys is for the residence itself, and then one of the keys is for the safe in the master bedroom. Like, how did he get that key? Like, they talk about, you know, in the interviews back and forth, well, you know, we gave him a house key, or maybe he picked up a key when the kids were swimming, and, you know, maybe he made a copy. But how on earth did Michael Miller get his hands on a key to a safe if he wasn't cooperating and working with Thomas Randolph? In that June 3rd interview, Randolph even kind of slips, and he knows that he has the keys. The police give him the property report from the impound of evidence at the Randolph residence, and Thomas Randolph reads it, and he's like, oh yeah, look, you know, he's got 2 keys. I can see it on the impound report. But the keys aren't identified to the Randolph residence, and they're not identified to the Randolph safe. But he already knows that they're the ones that work, and you can see in the exchange with the detectives that he kind of knows something he shouldn't.
All right, ready to head downstairs?
He had keys to the house. It says 2 keys.
Oh, well, I don't know if those were keys that were his to present in Uncle's house. All it says is keys.
All it says is keys, but he knows there's keys, that they're the keys to the house. In addition, the clothing of Michael Miller suggests that this was a pre-planned event. The wearing of the cowboy boots isn't exactly something you would wear if you're about to commit a burglary or a jewelry heist. Michael Miller has been in that house dozens of times, according to the defendant, so his fingerprints would be kind of meaningless in most places. But on this night, something different is going to happen, right? Like, he doesn't want his prints there, even though they've been there before. On this night, he chooses to wear gloves. Now, we also saw in the crime scene that adjacent to that black bag that had the jewelry and the keys in it, there's some clothing of Michael Miller. There's like a shirt in that one bag. You can see his hat. And then there was a kind of a tennis shoe underneath him, and there's the other tennis shoe bag. So he clearly had other shoes he could have worn if he needed to be kind of surreptitious about it. But ask yourself, who brings a change of clothes to a burglary? What burglar do you know that brings clothing with them? How would that make any sense to a burglary? Michael Miller also had no bicycle left behind. If he were acting alone, that was sort of his means of transportation. There's no unidentified vehicle and no bicycle left behind in the residence. So the counts 2 and 3 are the same charge. One of them is for the murder of Sharon Randolph, and then one of them is for the murder of Michael Miller. What we know about Sharon Randolph and the defendant's relationship is on the day of the murder, the defendant is talking about divorce. Sharon, as we know from her friends, had brought up divorce before. This is a relationship that's very, very, very unstable. Now, during the trial, the defense attached a lot of significance to a particular tattoo that Sharon Randolph had on a private part of her body. I don't think she would be the first person in history that got a tattoo that maybe, didn't age well, or maybe they didn't like after a while. But the suggestion that that tattoo is some sort of insight into her psyche as it existed on the 8th, rather than all of her friends saying, hey, she was miserable, this wasn't a relationship that was going well, they were both talking about divorce, is a little bit ridiculous. It tells you nothing about how she felt on May the 8th. We also know that Thomas Randolph facilitated Sharon getting life insurance shortly after they were dating. This is prior to the marriage, and you heard from Liz Labrador that he did the same thing with her, so he was able to facilitate this. You know that Thomas Randolph is the beneficiary of those life insurance policies. And you also know from the testimony that, that he believed that he was going to get the house as well, that Sharon had left in the house. And the reason why he believes that is because that first will from 2006 that Sharon signs leaves him the house. Leaves him the house. But she does that other one, right? She does that one with her friend Alice a year later, and then she leaves everything to Colleen, but no one knows about that will, certainly not Thomas Randolph. And just while we're on the topic of those wills, look at that first will from 2006, because we've been going round and round about the value of this jewelry. It's actually described in that first will, and it says, Sharon describes the jewelry as mostly of sentimental rather than monetary value. So even Sharon Randolph suggests that the jewelry that she has in her possession isn't particularly valuable, except for, of course, and this is important, it has sentimental value. Now, we know also from sort of the other side of the equation on the conspiracy that Billy Miller testified that Mike told him, look, right before the murder, I'm going to be coming into some money. I'm going to become a driver for Thomas Randolph, suggesting that they have some sort of plan together. And Mrs. Vita Miller testified as well that Michael was going to be leaving town and was coming in to some money. Now, in terms of murder, the way the law is you can have criminal liability, meaning you're guilty of murder, in a couple of ways. Those ways are called direct, conspiracy, and aiding and abetting. Now, direct liability is simply you're the one that does the shooting, right? You kill somebody, that's direct liability. Conspiracy means if you make an agreement with someone and the agreement between the two of you is to commit a murder, then you are just as guilty as the person who pulls the trigger. If you have that agreement with the person, you have the same liability. So we know that Michael Miller is the one that shot Sharon Randolph on the 8th. And this is just a portion of the instruction. You'll have the whole thing in your packet. But you can kind of see on that second paragraph, the act of one co-conspirator pursuant to or in furtherance of the common design of the conspiracy is the act of all. So that means if two people conspire to kill someone and one of them ends up pulling the trigger, they both have identical liability. Aiding and abetting is another way to have criminal liability, and of course the whole instruction is important, but I'm just highlighting one part. A person aids and abets the commission of a crime if he knowingly and with criminal intent aids, promotes, encourages, or instigates the commission of the crime, if you help commit a crime with the intent that the crime be committed. For instance, if you give someone access to a house, if you take them to a shooting range so they get familiar with guns, or if you give them access to a gun, that's aiding and abetting a murder, and you have the same liability as if you committed the murder yourself. This is probably the easiest legal determination. One of the questions you'll be answering as jurors is if a deadly weapon was used in any of the murders, and obviously a firearm's a deadly weapon. Now, Mr. Randolph would have liability for that weapon use, even though, for Sharon Randolph, even if he's not the one that held the gun, because if you're in a conspiracy and you know a gun is going to be used, you have the same liability as if you used the gun yourself. Now, Mr. Randolph suggests that, he's not in on this murder at all with Sharon. In fact, he's something of a hero who went through extensive effort to save Sharon Randolph.
I went back down in here to my wife, got back to where I was at. I told him everything was cool. Got back down here and shook Sharon again, talked for a minute. And I said, she's still not moving, but she's bleeding really, really bad. And he says, that's why you've got her. She's going to die if you don't do this now. So I'm not going to be unpleasant. He says, now put down the phone and roll her over and then talk to me. So I remember from CPR and stuff that you got to do the counterweights or whatever. I'm doing the correct chest compressions. And then I kind of thought, maybe I'm not doing these right. I'm kind of doing them like a wild man. So then I started 1 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000.
So he's doing those chest compressions on Sharon Randolph like a wild man. He's really trying to save her life. And this is what she looks like at the scene. She had an injury that caused a lot of bleeding. And this is what he looks like after administering all that aid. Now, you heard from 2 detectives that true, there was a small amount of blood on his person, but you can check the Santa Fe video. These are the clothes he's wearing that night. So that means like he was wearing those clothes through this whole process. And they don't have a lot of blood on him for someone doing CPR like a wild man. One more thing with regard to his efforts as to CPR.
And I know when I started to get up, I pushed like that, because I remember it left a blood thing somewhere right here, trying to balance myself to get up. And I got up, got around Sharon. Excuse me.
So he left a blood thing right there on sort of the frame of the doorway to the bathroom, and it looks like it's like right by the area where the light switch is. Wow, that's the picture from the 8th. It's not there. There's another angle you can see by the light switch. That blood impression that he described from those efforts at saving Sharon Randolph are not present. Then you have the 911 calls, where Thomas Randolph does everything he can to not administer aid to Sharon Randolph. The fire department paramedic instructs him, put her flat on her back, and he says, put her flat on. Should I try to find his gun or something so he don't shoot me if he's not dead? The fire department instructs, hey, let's focus on your wife, put her flat on your back. I'm gonna go to the garage so he can't get in. This is the guy he's just shot in the head twice. Sir, you gotta do this quickly. Yes, okay, put her flat on her back. Oh gosh, there's blood everywhere. You gotta listen to me so we can try to help her. Okay, put her flat on her back. Okay, hang on a minute. Sir, please come back to the phone. Listen to that 911. Over and over again, he's putting any other task in front of administering aid to Sharon Randolph. Now, I sort of circled back on our theories of liability for murder. Obviously, we know that it's Thomas Randolph who shot Michael Miller, and obviously at this point we know that it is Thomas Randolph who betrayed and double-crossed the person he was in the conspiracy to begin with.
I'm a smart motherfucker. I should have been on the green team. I always wanted to be a lawyer.
So Thomas Randolph is the smartest guy in any room. He's going to talk his way out of this. But you know, we're kind of at the end of the story for the unreliable narrator, and the people that are going to write the last chapter will be all of you, and the last chapter will be your verdict. And the state respectfully asks you to find him guilty of all counts.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a brief recess before we get to the case closing. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet.
Okay, that concludes the prosecution's closing statement. They're taking a break here. And then the defense is going to start with theirs. Also, I have posted on my Rumble channel the link to the live stream watch party tonight. Tucker is releasing the interview with our favorite president, Donald J. Trump, at 7:55 p.m. Central Standard Time, 8:55 p.m. Eastern Time. I just looked a little bit ago. There was 32 people waiting already. So please join me tonight. I'll be taking the feed off of Tucker's Twitter.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, first of all, I'd like to thank you on behalf of the defense for your time. I know this is difficult. I realize you come and go and you have to be told when to be here, and I could see you paid very careful attention on behalf of the defense. Thank you very much for that. State of Nevada versus Thomas Randolph. This is a murder case. And this murder case is about murder. It's also about perspective. Perspective. So now I'm going to tell you very quickly where I'm going. On May 8th, 2008, Thomas Randolph and Sharon went to the Santa Fe Casino to enjoy a celebration of Mother's Day. Little did they know that the person that they had helped, Sharon, put boots on that murderer's feet. Thomas Randolph had helped him. They had been kind to him. And that guy got in that house. And when Sharon Randolph and Thomas Randolph came home, because they didn't go to the movie, they ran into a burglar. Michael Miller shot Sharon Randolph in the back of the head. And when Thomas Randolph was in that bedroom, because he was spooked, he got a gun, and he did what any husband would do. He shot and killed Michael Miller, defending his home, defending his wife, defending his own self. That's what happened. It's just that simple. And as we go along, I'm going to get in much more detail, but recognize it is that simple. That's what Michael Miller did to Sharon Randolph. A contact wound. There he is, a murderer and a thief and a burglar. That's a murderer. There's not a single person in law enforcement, there's not a single person that would say he is anything different than a first-degree murder. This was David. This was Thomas Randolph coming home, hand in hand with Sharon. This mastermind has decided, because that's what they're saying, right? He's a mastermind. So he decided, hey, when I leave the Santa Fe, I'll want to make sure I'm holding hands, because that looks like we love each other. Really? So he knew the police were going to go and get the Santa Fe video and see a loving couple, because that's what it shows. They're holding hands. They went to the charcoal room, and then they decided to go home. I have some complaints on behalf of the defense. And a lot of them come from the opening argument that was made by the state of Nevada. The state of Nevada told you things they could not prove and were false and wrong. The prosecutor told you that the scene, this was his first clip, problem number one, the scene tells a very different story. And before I go into much more detail about it, the prosecutor told you there's not a single bullet strike in that hallway. Not one. He was absolutely wrong. And I'll show you it went farther than the prosecutor just telling you there was no bullet strike in that hallway. You actually call a witness, and we're going to hear about it. Okay? Scene tells a different story. Not a single bullet strike in the hallway. The prosecutor actually put up a slide that says that, an opening argument. Let's hear it.
You will learn in crime scene analyst process that scene, there is not a single bullet strike in the hallway.
Let's see if that's accurate. Because see, what I would argue is when the state of Nevada gets up and tells you something, it's like a contract. Remember something from when we picked you. Who has the burden of proof? State of Nevada. We remember those sort of things we did where we said we don't have to say anything, we don't have to do anything. They have to prove this beyond a reasonable doubt. And I would ask you, if we weren't doing our job, look at what would have been told to you. Just listen to this.
All right, I want to talk to you then about this defect that you identified on the wall. You remember using the word defect when you talked to Mr. Hammer?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember what you called that defect when you wrote your report? Page 3.
Apparent bullet strike? Yes.
You identified it as a bullet strike in the hallway when you were documenting your report, right?
Yes.
Bigger than 3 millimeters, right?
Yes.
Took a photo of that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing about that apparent bullet strike can be collected and preserved for purposes of testing later, right?
Right, correct.
Okay. But you can take a picture of it.
Yes.
And you saw that, yes?
Yes.
So you would appear to be a bullet strike, right?
Yes.
In that hallway, yes?
Yes.
And you photographed it, right?
Yes.
And when the word defect was used on direct examination, that's his word and you agreed with it, right?
Defect, bullet strike, I call it the same thing.
Okay, well, in your report, you didn't say defect, did you?
15 years ago, I did not.
What did you call it 15 years ago?
15 years ago, I called it a apparent bullet strike.
Okay. And 15 years ago was a report related to the dates you were there, right?
That's right.
Okay.
I'd probably call it the same thing today.
Bullet strike?
Yes.
Okay.
Prosecutor told you there was no bullet strike. He's had this case. He knows the evidence. And then he put a witness up, and what did he do? Oh, defect. Oh, it's defect. Because he knew. He couldn't have a bullet strike in there. He's nervous about that bullet strike. Remember that? We showed you it. And I really want you to think. We don't have any burden. We don't have to help that guy. We just sit there And if Mr. Tomczyk doesn't do that, everybody thinks it's a little defect. Well, it was a bullet strike. Why would the prosecutor tell you that? See, because it's the state's perspective, isn't it? They want you to believe he didn't want Sharon to live. He wants you to believe he didn't want her to have medical attention. Now, there's some real concerns about this. Real concerns because the prosecutor presented statements, and what we hear in the 911 call is quite clear. You hear Thomas Randolph screaming and crying, screaming and crying. And there's a point, you know, some part of it sounds so, and if you envision it, and you think that your wife has been shot, and you roll her over, and you see that image, what would a person do but scream? Your wife is gone. She's in terrible shape. And he did what a normal human would do. He screamed. And when I hear the state of Nevada complain, he didn't do this right, he didn't do that right, he didn't do this right. Can you imagine what a reasonable person would feel in that condition? How horrible it would be. How difficult it would be. I don't know how to do this. They blame him for saying, should I go open the door? Do you know what he was saying? Maybe if I go open the door, they can come and help her. We want you to understand our side. And we don't have a burden of proof. We don't have to prove anything. We have to show doubt. We don't even have to show that. If you see doubt that's reasonable, you're required to find Mr. Randolph not guilty. He wanted her to have medical aid. He was the only one who did it. I want you to do something. Listen to the 911 call. There's that silence. After you hear the clearing of the house, there's a silence. And it goes on. And the reason the silence is important, because you could hear it the first time, like, why is he talking about the silence? Tommy is outside. And he's wondering, because I brought it out in the statement. Remember how in the beginning they were saying that he was complaining about law enforcement not showing up for 20 or 30 minutes? That's not what he was complaining about. He was complaining that 911, that medical, didn't go in. He could see they're not going in. They didn't go in to help her. The only person who gave her aid was him. He tried in vain, because you can see there's nothing that could be done because of what Michael Miller had done to his wife. You know, a suggestion that Michael Miller was anything other than a murderer is offensive. The evidence says they're wrong. Because what they did, what the prosecution did, is they told you a bunch of things in opening argument that we'll go through that weren't accurate. Here's a big one. Seemed like a relatively innocuous witness. Amy Corn got up on the witness stand. She says, 911 lady. And there were questions about compressions. Mr. Hamner asked, did you hear? Did she get chest compressions? No. Let's listen. Let's listen to this.
I'm assuming in preparation for your testimony you had an opportunity to talk to the prosecutors in this case, right?
Correct.
And Mr. Hamner, the guy that just asked you questions, you've actually spoken to him a few times, right?
Correct.
And he told you, I'm going to ask you these questions, right?
Correct.
Like, how many times in your career has someone done X, Y, Z, right? And he told you, I'm going to ask you, at this point on this particular tape, do you hear someone giving chest compressions, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so you knew that question was coming and you knew what your answer was going to be, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a chest compression sounds like?
No, I cannot.
Because a chest compression doesn't have a sound, right?
Right.
Why was that done? Why were you told that? Why was that in a pre-trial where the lady got up? And I would suggest she became a pawn, because when Mr. Tomchek was asking her questions, you could see she was almost embarrassed. There was a meeting, and I did say I was going to say that, and I don't know what a chest compression sounds like. Why did they do that? Well, you know why they're doing it, right? Because if she'll say there's no chest compressions, then that's what you'll believe. Do you see that? You'll believe there's no chest compressions, so that makes him a liar. He's a liar because you didn't give her chest compressions. Why? Because that was an orchestrated attack upon a defendant. Yes. You are the finders of fact. You decide what happened in front of you. You can't see for yourself. I hope you looked at that carefully and asked yourself, what did that mean? Why was it done? It was done for the same reason that there was a defect in the hallway and not a bullet strike. The medical timeline, we put that in there because it's important. The phone call 911 comes at 20:44:58 seconds. The CAD report indicates Thomas Randolph, person reporting, requested medical advice. 3 minutes into that call, that's what's happening, that's on the CAD report. Operator indicates AMR advised of delay. Reason that is important is because that tells you they weren't going in. Now you understand why firefighters and paramedics may be kept out. It's a very frightening situation. But from Thomas Randolph's point of view, he hoped that his wife could get help. And that's what he complained about that night. I'd suggest to you that's quite interesting, that he complained. You people didn't go in there. They request medical at 20:21. The media arrives at 21:54. Fire Department 9 AMR are present. Look at that. The truth. Tommy fought to save her life. He cried and pleaded. He begged for help, and medical didn't come. I would suggest it would. You can see the wound as the medical examiner testified. Dr. Gavin, she said she would have dropped right there. This again is a prosecutor telling you in opening argument. Defendant waited 12 minutes after Sharon was shot to call 911 and get help. Now this is this timeline. And this timeline has absolutely been destroyed. The state of Nevada wanted you to believe that. They told you that. They promised you that. They guaranteed it like a contract, that it was 12 minutes that Mr. Randolph waited. You know why they're saying that? Why do you think? Oh, well, he's staging this whole thing. Okay, well, that's not accurate. Because the prosecutor actually told you conservatively. See, remember, he does a timeline. Look at Funny's gas station. Takes 3 to 4 minutes to get home. So what time does he get home? 8:30. What time does he call 911? 9:40, 8:45. I know it's 8:44 and 54 seconds, but the prosecutor tells you 8:45. See, because he's coming up with this big long gap, right? Let's look at the truth. Let's look at what they knew, and let's look at what really happened. Mr. Bartlett said that he was on the phone. He was on the phone, and there's the prosecutor, 8:30 conservatively, that's a quote. And it's not true, and we'll get to this. The prosecutor wanted you to believe it had to be 8:30. So one of the things they did is they play a video for you. You may remember this if we could watch it. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to take about a minute to watch. But what I'm really going to be demonstrating is if you could see...
was driving away right now, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And can you watch it in time and let us know when you cannot see it any further? Because it's going to turn, right?
Yes.
Towards Rancho, right?
Correct.
Can you still see it?
Yes. What happened?
Okay. Did you hear Detective Mogg say, what happened? Because Detective Mogg even knew. Why is the car still going? But they cut it out. See, because that's what they wanted you to do from that time. And they said repeatedly, the state did, 8:26, he leaves. No. Let's watch the rest of the video, because even Detective Mogg is saying, no. It goes, and then it goes to the red light, and you can see that he waits at the red light until 27. It's not important, really. It doesn't really matter whether it's 27, 28, because we know from Bartlett what the timeline is. But let's show you the video we had to put in. We had to show you a video. And here you go.
Okay, so I want to keep watching after the state's video turned off. Do you recall that?
I do.
And you could still see the vehicle at the time the state's video cut off, right?
Yes.
Okay. So he's driving away, correct?
That's correct.
It's 8:26:21, correct?
Yes.
I want you to tell me at the very time you can no longer see that vehicle. It's coming to a stop at the stop light.
So right now, it looks like you stopped in the turn bank.
Okay?
And you can see the arrow on the vehicle. Detective Mogg had put it on there for us.
Okay.
Okay, and what was the time? 8:27?
27, 23, 24.
Why did they cut it off? Why? Because, see, they're trying to prove up a timeline. They need that 11 or 12 minutes. There should be no doubt that the prosecution is desperately trying to get you 11 or 12 minutes when it's absolutely wrong. Because what does Mr. Bartlett say? And I'm sorry, because during this trial, sometimes I gave you seconds. I thought it was important you knew the time rather than... Again, you have to find there's a fact. What do you think of that? That man is on trial. This is a very serious trial. Why are things like that being done? You be the judge. Mr. Bartlett came up on the witness stand, and I asked him, because I knew what the answer was. When you were on the phone to your friend, did you see something? Yes. I saw something. I saw the neighbors come back. And I saw the garage door open. I saw them go in, and I saw the garage door close. When did that happen? When I was on the phone with my friend. So they get the phone records, and what does it show? He starts that phone call at 8:33 and 36 seconds. So what can we make from that logically? That if he starts a phone call at 8:33 and 36 seconds, and he's on that phone, and he sees the Randolph car come, they couldn't be at home at 8:30. You see, because now they're missing their 11 or 12 minutes. It's starting to tick away. Why did they think it was so important, 11 or 12 minutes? They thought it was vital to tell you that. And yet now, they've got a bigger problem. Because even at the beginning, remember he said it was sort of the beginning of the conversation. Let's take that as true. Let's just say it was 8:34. 8:34 that he sees this. Now think about it. If it's 8:34, 8:35, 36. The car comes, a garage door has to open. Do the mental math. A garage door has to open. He's seeing this. Sharon had to walk in. Tommy can't run her over, so he has to let his wife go into the house. And then he slowly came in. He said it was hard for him to get out. The garage door closes. And what did I ask Mr. Bartlett? How long after the garage door closes do you hear something? 25 to 30 seconds. Do the math. He also tells us something very interesting, Mr. Bartlett. He says that he's been around, that's what he said. And when he heard blasting, he told his friend, I heard blasting, and he got off the phone. What time did he get off the phone? 270 seconds later, from 8:33:36. So you're looking at past 8:38 when those gunshots happen. Well, now you've got a problem. Because we know if it's 8:38 and at 8:44, that's 6 minutes and about 50 seconds. What happened to their 11 or 12 minutes? It got destroyed. Why did they think it was that important to tell you that? Because it was necessary for them to prove their case. We don't have a burden of proof. They have to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. I don't have to make these arguments. I don't need somebody like Mr. Tomchak with all his talent to stand up here and show a witness and prove to you. Doubt everywhere. And again, when you see that, I ask you, what was the purpose of it? Why did they do it? What was the necessity to do that? Was that fair to Thomas Randolph? Was it fair? I suggest it was not. And so, there's a slide on Mark Bartlett. 8:33:36. He's on the phone. Gets off the phone at 8:38 because he heard the shots. That's proof positive. That's how the state's case fell apart right in front of you. Let's look at what really happened. Concentrate on what really happened. The truth behind it. Who's Mike Miller? Who is that human? Well, I'll tell you one thing. I know one thing. This man, you know what? Before I move any farther, one thing I did when we picked you, I owned something. Talked about being obnoxious, politically correct, incorrect. Just no filter. And there's no way I'm taking it back. Because who's he? Some of the things that were said, just obnoxious. He has no filter. There were things that were said that just shouldn't be said. Sometimes he's rude. And I would suggest he's born that way. He's always been that way. And he's that way as he sits next to me. But there is no instruction that Judge Jones gave, not one, that says you convict a human being of murder because you don't like it, because you think he's offensive, because he says things he shouldn't say. We don't convict people of murder for that. But who's this guy? Who's old Mike Miller? Well, we know state, they admit that he's done it. They do say Mike Miller murdered Sharon. He's a thief. He's a murderer. And how do we know he's a thief? Because remember, he had that driver's license, didn't he? Michael Hoag's driver's license. Michael Hoag's stuff. He had it in his pocket. So we called Michael Hoag, didn't we? And you saw Mr. Hoag was. He's from Louisiana. But he still had a right to his stuff. And if he's, I don't know, strung out or falling asleep on the Greyhound, he still had a right to his stuff. How did it get in his wallet? Even the detective said, well, maybe maybe he took his wallet. He actually said that. And it makes me wonder, why Detective O'Kelly, 60 witnesses, but you don't interview Mr. Hoag? But Mr. Hoag talked about, didn't he, two detectives, two people coming to see him and asking him these questions years ago. What was that about? I would suggest the state of Nevada doesn't like that information, because what it does is it shows you something. If this mastermind over here, he's the director, what did he also do? Oh, well, when they find you, I'm going to need you to be looking like a thief. So why don't you put somebody's fake or somebody's identification in your pocket? We also know he's a thief, too, because Corey Thompson had a cell phone. And Detective O'Kelly told us, without asking, don't tell us what he said, it's hearsay. Was there any connection between Corey Thompson? No. He stole that too. What about that cosmetic? Did I say that right? Cosmetic, or was it costume? That cosmetic costume jewelry ring he had in that left pocket. Now, I don't know people's finances, but I would suggest there are a lot of people that would be very proud to get that ring. So I don't think the state of Nevada has a right to tell you something that is obviously false. I don't know, maybe you think that ring is worth nothing. That ring was valuable. It looks like gold. It looks like diamonds. And it looked like something that a lot of ladies could be proud of. A lot of husbands, boyfriends, anybody, lovers, could be proud to give to somebody and say that's theirs. And to have police say, oh, that's costume. It's cosmetic. And they won't back off from it. Well, did you appraise it? No. Do you hear the way, oh, it's a gold medalist looking thing with some clear glass kind of things. That's not fair, because they know what Michael Miller's done. I'd suggest to you that what happened in that house, Michael Miller was packing everything up. I would suggest you use your ordinary common sense with that cocaine man, that he saw maybe Mr. Talker over there is like, oh, I just wanted this ring. It's very valuable. Maybe Sharon showed pride in it. And he saw it that night. Put that in my pocket. And he loaded up his stuff, being the burglar he was. One thing I just can't wrap my mind around is the state of Nevada keeps saying, why would he do it on that day? Why would he do it? Why would he do it on that day? They were gone for a week beforehand. They're going to be gone for a week after. Why would he do it that day? It seems so obvious. If he's house-sitting and has house-sitted in the past, he has a key. Who's going to be the most obvious suspect when he's supposed to be house-sitting or away? What did you hear without contradiction in this trial? That Thomas Randolph had taken money out that day, and that he missed the turnoff, and that Michael Miller knew he had a lot of money. Michael Miller's not a well-planned out human being. He does things with opportunity. Somebody was sleeping, I got that. Somebody's phone, I got that. That was the day he could be in and out. Burglary only takes 5-10 minutes. Anybody who knows that should know that. It only takes 5-10 minutes, especially when you know where the things are. And he's perfectly fine. He's probably got another 15 minutes in there because they're going to watch the movie. But they came home and they interrupted a burglar. And this is what happened. Let's look at what the evidence is. You see, that shoe is very important too, that Reebok shoe. It came out of a bag. Because why on earth Michael Miller is doing, got his change of clothes, don't know if the girlfriend's out back, don't know if somebody's a getaway driver. And how do we know that? Because of the great interview that was done with the girlfriend. You remember that? I asked Detective Kelly, did you talk to the girlfriend? No. What kind of car did she have? Huh? Are you really? Really? This is his girlfriend. Remember, she's going away with him to Florida or California. He's coming into money. And what did he say? I'm done with that guy. That's what he told you. But you look at that evidence up there, and you can see a lot of different stuff. You see the jewelry. What else do you see also? We'll get more to that little dent there, okay? The dent. Do you remember? There's another one. Prosecution asked the witness, are there any dents on the refrigerator? Now, I think the prosecutor's going to say, well, I meant this side or that side. Yes, there's a dent. Let me help you answer the question. There's the dent. Oh, look at it. Are there any dents in that? No dents. And then we showed it to him. Yes, there are. Again, if we're not doing our jobs, which again, what's our job? Nothing. We get to sit over there and do nothing. They have the burden of proof. They have to prove this beyond a reasonable doubt. And then they say things like that. And if we're not paying attention, people may be back there deliberating, oh, yeah, there's no dents on the fridge. There's just no dents. Now, why are we having to do this? Why are we having to look so hard to show you what's really happening? Is this really fair? Is this really what the state of Nevada should be doing? Telling you there's no dents when there is? Telling you 8:30 when it's not accurate? No chest compressions? Michael Miller's clothing. There is something very confusing about this mask. The mask so obviously came off when Thomas Randolph said he bumped into him. He couldn't have said it more. And if you actually watch the walkthrough, watch Detective O'Kelly keep moving away from where Thomas Randolph actually says. Thomas Randolph says multiple times, I bumped into him. Something happened with his mask. Something happened. He even says, I think it did something to his eyesight or something. He just got it caught. If you look at the mask, it just got knocked off, so he took it off. When I asked Detective O'Kelly, why would he take off the mask? That was what was asked of him. What would be the purpose? Oh, now he's killed the person, so he doesn't have to worry about identification. I want you to think that through. I wore a mask in a house because I'm going to kill this lady, and I'm going to shoot her in the head, and then, okay, well, now I can take it off. She can't identify me. What were they going to come, like, who shot you? That made no sense. He's a burglar. He has to worry that when he leaves, there are cameras, there are people who could see him. He can get over a backyard, down the street, change clothes. It's obvious. Why is he wearing gloves? You know why he's wearing gloves? He wears gloves because although he's been in that house, he knows his hands shouldn't be on a safe. He knows he's ransacking and that there's jewelry boxes. He can't have your fingerprints on those. So he wears gloves. Simple as that. There's his left pocket. There's that pretty ring. Cosmetic. Costume. There's Mr. Hogue. There's Mr. Miller's wallet, maybe. Mr. Hogue's license, card. exact same Miller was a thief. He's got the ring in his pocket. He's got jewelry in the bag, masks, gloves. And look at that bag of jewelry he was getting out of there. They made a big deal about there are no shots in the hat. It doesn't make any sense. There's no shots in his shoes. Why is he wearing those cowboy boots that Sharon gave him? Because maybe he's worried about footprints in there too. And this will show that's not me. But who knows what's going through that guy's head? You know, when you talk about the mind of Michael Miller, you're talking about somebody who's a bad human. Because I would suggest that, this is just my argument, there's an instruction saying use your ordinary common sense. If I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. This is what I'd suggest. That violent behavior and crime are associated with... I would suggest yourself, you use your ordinary common sense, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. This man had cocaine in his system. You decide for yourself what that does to human. You decide for yourself. A lot of you have lived for a lengthy period of time. I would suggest to you that, well, let me say it this way. I think it was Detective O'Kelly who testified it is a plight on our society, didn't he? That's what he said about cocaine. He said that, I asked him. It was a plight on society. And that's exactly right. This man had used cocaine. This man had a reason to run because he was going to go with his girlfriend. And we know that for a number of different reasons. Look at the jewelry, and you see it scattered around. So apparently, I guess what they're suggesting is that Thomas Randolph put that there to stage it. And then again, he's so clever, he also got, let me stage this correctly, and pull a few pieces out, and the shoe out. It doesn't make sense. It's a frenzied scene. And the frenzy is something very, very important in this scene. Whose DNA is on those bags? Michael Miller. Now, Thomas Randolph also touched those bags. DNA, Michael Miller's. That's not cosmetic. Those coins may very well be valuable. I would argue you look at them carefully. If you can blow them up, you look at them carefully. They may be gold or silver. What do I know? But I know not to call it cosmetic without an appraiser. Inside the bags, look at that. Before I go to this slide, I want to talk to you about something. I really want you to think carefully about what I'm going to say. If this is for what I'm going to say now, they're right. This is a plan that he has made up. Okay? Michael Miller shoots Sharon right in the back of the head in this plan. Just drops her. She didn't see it coming. It's like a hit. Right? Why, if Michael Miller then takes off his mask, oh, high five, got the job done. Now what do I need to do? Make it look like, yeah, go on your way. Good job, Michael. As soon as insurance comes in, I get you the check. And Michael Miller walks away. And Thomas Randolph says, yes, he already did that in round number 1, and comes up behind him and shoots him in the back of the head. When the police come, he's like, oh yeah, this thing happened, and then Michael Miller ran right by me and I shot him. But that's not what happens. Do you see my point? What happened was frenzied. The shooting of Michael Miller is frenzied. If he was double-crossing, if Tommy was double-crossing Michael Miller, there shouldn't have been a frenzied attack. It would have been easy for Thomas Randolph to do the same thing, shoot him in the back of the head. It would have been so simple. Or just shoot him right in the chest. Well, what happens instead? You have a person running around. That shot through the elbow is frenzied. The shot's in the head. It's all over him. Because it wasn't double-crossing. Because it's exactly what Thomas Randolph said. And, you know, if you look at that crime scene diagram, it's really important. Look at it carefully. Because I tried to point out, you see, when Tommy came in, he sees Sharon, he realizes something's wrong, so he pops into that room. That's what he said. He said it all along. But once he goes in that room, you see, Miller couldn't see him. And that's why Miller had just committed a crime. Miller had just committed murder. Miller threw that gun down. Why would he throw that gun down? Because it's a murder weapon now. He just meant to steal it. And he couldn't see Thomas Randolph. So that's why Thomas Randolph explains that Miller's coming down and they sort of bump into each other. There's another thing I really want you to concentrate on. I really want you to think about. Maybe it's gone by, maybe I just looked at this case too focused. Why, if this is a setup, did Thomas Randolph go get the .22 and take it away and throw it away? Why would he do that? It's a setup, right? He tells Miller, you shoot my wife with a .38, right? You shoot my wife with a .38, and then I'm going to double cross you with a 9mm. Why wouldn't he take the .38? Why did he get a .22? And then he appears to think that's the gun. He even says, I got it and I threw it in there by the garbage can. Why would he do that? Why would he just not get the .38? It makes no sense. He killed my wife with a .38, but he gets it wrong. He gets it with a .22, because he doesn't know. These are all indications he has no idea. Detective O'Kelly tells you that the Millers are missing gloves. Now, I want to talk to you a little bit about the Millers. Billy Miller was, he was agitated. And, but the Millers said something very important. They said in their first interview, within hours, and by the way, he wasn't missing for 3 days. Vita Miller said, I just saw him the day before. Billy's sitting right there. I understand Billy's angered, irritated with me. But they say something important. The police say, hey, you don't have a ski mask with like some holes in the eyes. And they both say, oh yeah, we'd be missing it. Billy Miller's like, I got one of those. And Vita says something very important. They actually use the term, Mrs. Miller, have you seen a mask like that? Yes. When was the last time you saw it? December 2007. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when did Michael Miller move in that house? Christmas Eve. All of a sudden, they lost themselves a ski mask. I wonder what he was doing with that. And they were missing a pair of cotton gloves. Now, Billy Miller got upset about it. Prove it, he told me. So I had Detective Kelly say, did he say? Yes, he said it. They were missing gloves. Gloves and a ski mask. What a coincidence. Have you realized what a coincidence this mask is? Now, who was excluded from the mask? The mastermind over here. The mastermind over here who supposedly threw it down, his DNA isn't on it. He was excluded.
I don't recall specifically what the DNA said. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you can remember the DNA evidence as you remember it to be from the DNA analyst who testified. I didn't know what those criteria numbers. I don't remember which ones they were.
Thomas Randolph, I would argue, and I am positive, was excluded from that mask. Excluded. And Michael Miller was included 1 in 4. Not a high number, but only 1 in 4 of the population. In other words, 1 out of every 4 people in the population could have made the DNA they found. But Michael Miller was included in that. Thomas Randolph was excluded. What a coincidence, isn't it? That there's a mask with 1 in 4 DNA that it's Michael Miller. laying right next to old Michael Miller. Vita Miller tells you, yeah, a mask like that went missing December. Billy Miller, Graves, and Detective O'Kelly told us the mask wasn't recovered. What a coincidence. No, it isn't, because I asked Detective O'Kelly, you know why you didn't find it? Because the mask's right there. He didn't seem to dispute it. Remember yesterday? Detective O'Kelly was sort of like, yeah, that's the mask. That's the mask. He stole the mask, too, because he's a thief. He stole the gloves. He stole the mask. He stole the ID. He stole the ring. He stole the cell phone. It couldn't be any more coincidental. Because what is he? He's a burglar. They never located the mask. And there are the gloves. Clear as day. Why is he wearing gloves? Because his fingerprints can't be on those jewelry boxes. Or is he just dressing up to play the part and then going to run out of there? Who would have ever seen it? There's no video in there. Why is he dressed the part of the burglar? Why? Why is he dressed the part of the burglar? Because that's exactly what he is. Where was the getaway? Don't you ever wonder that? How is he going to get away? He's got these bags of jewelry, gloves. How is he going to get away? I'd suggest to you that we probably don't know the answer. Maybe he was going to steal that Pontiac in there. Maybe he had somebody waiting. How did he get there? They looked for a bike. They couldn't find one. And then we also notice, don't we, the medical equipment on there. Why is that important? Mr. Tomchak showed you that in the beginning. It's very important because they're trying to tell you that crime scene is preserved. All it takes, as I've been walking around this floor, if there's some marble on there, I'm probably going to kick it. You bring 5 of me, we're definitely going to kick it. And they've got paramedics in there, which they should have gone in there. But to then start saying, this is where the cartridge was, that scene was absolutely a nightmare in terms of preservation. You had to have noticed that. It's an absolute nightmare. What they did was fail to preserve this scene. Gloves, mask. And look at the mask. You'll have it back there with you. Look at that really weird thing in the mouth. Okay? It's like, looks, I don't know. It looked like fishing line, but I don't know. But it reminds me of what Billy Miller told us, told the police, that the mask he had a big mouthpiece. And I can't do it because I can't tamper with evidence. I can't tamper, but I always wondered if it was undone, would it have a huge mouthpiece? Because it tells you where it's coming from. Tommy Randolph was excluded off the DNA. We know what happened. Cash, jewelry, guns, prescriptions. He knew where they were located, Mr. Miller. He knew. That's what he was going for. And he was going for them that night. Did he maybe he needed a fix. If it was low, maybe he just needed himself some drugs. Ransacked. See how they fought us on ransacked? It's not ransacked. The house is not ransacked. They kept telling you that over and over and over. It wasn't ransacked. Yes, it is. And there's going to be something very, very important we're trying to tell you about that scene. Remember, we're talking about how Sharon's blood was into the carpet. What we're saying is that once she was shot, it would be almost impossible to get over her to get into ransack. The only reason we're saying that is because it shows that what happened in the master bedroom happened before she was shot. And so we know it has to be Michael Miller. It has to be. And how is that not a ransack? He just got caught in the middle of it. He knows what to look for. He's got jewelry, but look at this. Look at these drawers. Look at the jewelry. Those were shelves that are pulled out. And I don't want to concentrate, you've seen that, but you see how, I'll get off that, but you can see how there's no blood prints. Remember, I talked about that at length, because it's not like somebody stepped in it and then started to go back in to start to burglarize, or steal things. It happened beforehand. It tells you what was happening. He got caught in the act. Michael Miller got caught in the act, and when Sharon came home, he shot her. He threw the gun down. It's obvious. It's plain as day. There's no footprints. Jewelry was taken before Sharon was shot. Here's the truth. See, this is not the words of Tommy Randolph. These are somebody else's words. Michael Miller was coming into money. How's he going to get it? He's going to steal it from the Randolphs. Then he's going to move to Florida or California with his girlfriend, who we know nothing about. And he's never going to have anything to do with Randolph again. Don't take my word for it. Don't.
Now, if I understand you correctly, you said that Mike said that he was coming into some money and he was going to go with his new girlfriend and they were going to move to Florida or California. Remember that?
Yes. Yes, I do.
And Mike also told you that he was going to have nothing more to do with Mr. Randolph, right?
Right.
Just so I understand that. Mike's saying, I'm not going to have anything more to do with this man over here, right?
Right.
And I'm going to come into some money. I'm going to move with my girlfriend to Florida or California, right?
Right.
That concludes cross-examination.
There's your motive. It's right there. That was his own end. State's witness said. I just asked the question. He's getting rid of Thomas Randolph. He's getting rid of Thomas Randolph, and he's leaving, and he's coming into money. It was so obvious what the motive is. He stole the mask, he stole the gloves, he's getting out of town, he's going to rip them off, he's got a few hours window. It's obvious. It's obvious. I want to keep reminding you of something. If there's any one of you, if you're back there in deliberations and say, you know, when that lawyer, Chris Orm, got up, I can disprove or I think he's wrong about that. Okay. I don't have a burden of proof. I don't know how many times I could say that. In our country, the state of Nevada has a burden of proof. States all over the place, all over our states, all over the United States, and the federal government have the burden of proof when they bring a person to trial, to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt, where the defendant has to do nothing. If we haven't shown reasonable doubt here, no, I suggest it's overwhelming the doubt.
Now, if I understand you,
They told you in opening argument, the prosecutor, the scene doesn't add up. Well, no, it doesn't. Not for their case. It most certainly doesn't. That scene doesn't add up. Who came in and cleaned it up? They had a week difference where they come back and find cartridges. Randy McPhail, that was the crime scene analyst. Maybe it'll refresh your memory because Mr. Tomczyk said, look, you've got a reputation when you were working there as perhaps the finest that could be. And what did he say? He even admitted, like, that crime scene's screwed up. He has all this stuff about 5'8", blood and brain matter. And Mr. Tomczyk, he said something funny. I thought that was really amusing this part. Mr. Tomczyk started talking about he's 5'8" at his eyes or something along those lines, and Mr. McPhail said, oh no, he's 6'3". And when they were saying it was not higher than 5'8", I kept thinking I'm more relevant than they are, because if I was cleaning, that's where to be. About 5'8", like cleaning. They didn't go up higher. Whoever did the hazmat, they just see this, and they cleaned it. They cleaned the walls. They cleaned the walls. You see, they cut away the material. And then they come back in, and they're, oh, look, we found 2 cartridges. Therefore what? Therefore you screwed up the crime scene? They didn't even have, what about that safe? Do you remember when I showed you the safe yesterday? And before I forget, you know what I was pointing out about Detective O'Kelly pointing up at all those arrows? Colleen was holding her child. What are those arrows? What do they depict? Blood and brain matter. Let's show me. Think about that picture. It's in evidence. We put it in evidence for a reason. What are you showing? Look. What are you showing? This was a screwed up crime scene. They didn't even take a picture of the big safe. They tell you it's not ransacked. How do they get away with that? How is it not doubt? How is all of this starting not to add up to terrible, terrible doubt? In fact, I don't have any burden of proof. And I don't want to say it. I think we proved he was actually innocent. If you want to find him guilty of being a cheater, adulterer, guilty. He couldn't shut up about it. Tells the police, but he doesn't hide it from anybody. Don't tell your wife that is rude. He does. He tells the police that. They don't have to find out. Oh yeah, look, listen. It's not nice. And if that's why he's guilty, if you're a cheater and you're guilty, or you're obnoxious and you're guilty, that's so unfair. He may be those things, and you may not like it. But I suggest to you that that's innocent. We don't have to prove it. If you disagree with me, we don't lose. You have to say that what I'm saying right now is false, beyond a reasonable doubt. It was obvious. You read that reasonable doubt instruction. Remember that burden of proof. There wasn't evidence the first day. Look at that rug, see? Miss Weckerly, fairly, I really do congratulate her when she said that. I thought it was very fair on Miss Weckerly's part. But right now in her closing, she said that Thomas Randolph said the door was closed, but she did say, you may remember, she said, in fairness, he does say that thing in the walk-through. For that, and to Miss Weckerly, I congratulate her. I think that's very fair. That rug shows you something. That door had been propped open, and you could see that place had been cleaned. They contaminated the crime scene. They let so many officers into that crime scene. Look at the people at the scene. Officers at the scene. Before I go any farther, Miss Weckerly said, well, you heard from the first responders. I thought we heard from one. I thought we heard from one first responder. We didn't hear from all of these people. Do you see that one? If you could just pay attention. He entered the garage. Look at all those people. See? Look at them. Seeing clean. Hazmat crew came in. Cleans all the blood. Cleans up to head level. Mr. McPhail, highly respected man, said so. Detective O'Kelly, he said so. The crime scene's so damaged. And actually, I suggest the crime scene matched what Mr. Randolph said. You know, War Hero walked in here yesterday. Don't know if that, after cross-examination, yeah, you be the judge. War Hero. Did you have a bronze star with a beat? That was for heroism. And what I would ask you, did you believe him when he recounted the story of why he got that medal? Did you believe him? Because he said, let's recount it, that what I presume was Taliban was coming at him. He said he shot a shotgun. Remember how trained he was? And he said it was the strangest thing because he didn't hear it. He didn't hear the shotgun. And he said, that's strange. I didn't hear the sound of the gun. He said he killed the guy. And then he realized, oh God, I can hear gunshots. He looked down between his legs. He saw a bullet. And then the other one went by his right ear and he turned. He said, get out of, remember he said, get out of tunnel vision, like his training. And he looked, and there was a man coming through a hole with an AK. And what I thought was interesting is he repeated that story. He repeated that story. And then he came on the witness stand and repeated the story again. And then he sort of turned to Judge Jones and said, I could actually still draw the hole. Do we call him a liar or a war hero? I mean, I wonder if you give somebody like us the pictures of that wall and say, you're telling me there was Taliban coming through that hole? There's a hole in that wall? What are you talking about? Did you not believe him? He was telling you the truth. I would suggest that man was telling you the truth. There was no hole in the wall. There was no hole in the wall. None. But he believed it because he told us that there are distortions. He said there's distortions, audio, visual, time, and I talked with Detective Bogg about officer-involved shootings. This has nothing to do with officer-involved shootings. Hopefully you understood what I was doing. These are trained officers, and look at the psychological impact and effects that it has on them. It could show signs of depression, tension, agitation, irritability, and fatigue. You feel detached and numb. You may feel emotional reactions that include confusion, impaired decision-making, loss of judgment, slowness of thought. More common reactions are fear, anxiety, anger, rage, blaming those responsible for the outcome of it. This is what trained police officers feel. And so, when the state of Nevada wants to pick on Thomas Randolph for where he's standing and how many times he's shot, be aware that's not how they hold their own law enforcement. We don't hold our own law enforcement to those standards. And can I borrow that ruler? Great, thank you. I want to, this is 36 inches. All right. So remember what I did with Detective O'Kelly. I asked him, I said, well, tell me from where Thomas Randolph comes out of the room. And by the way, before I continue on with this, I want you to concentrate. You watch that walkthrough. Thomas keeps saying, as he came out the door, he describes it, the guy goes this way. And Detective O'Kelly, for the life of him, can't accept it. He keeps moving the other way. Now you're down here. Just listen to what the witness is saying. Let him recount it. Because what he's doing is he's dragging him, come down here, and then I can really prove you wrong. You watch that video and see how Detective O'Kelly does it. Well, yesterday with Detective O'Kelly, I said, from that doorway to that place where Mr. Miller's heels are, how far is it? 5 or 6 feet. Well, that's double that. Okay? That's double that. Do you know in Mr. Randolph's interview with Mr. Mogg and Mr. Hardy, they asked Thomas Randolph, how far was he from you when you shot? He says, here to you. And Detective Mogg said, so about 3 feet. So if we know it's 5 to 6 feet to where his heels are, Michael Miller's, and that's where Thomas Randolph is, that's 3 feet. So he's saying that the guy is about 3 feet from him. Now, Michael Miller is 2 feet. He's that far from the garage door where he fell. Look how close he is. That first shot is in the left side. I don't know what the state's saying. Left side, oh, this is a big deal. Left side, right side, shot in the top of the head from somebody on the second floor. No, shot right there. People move. Some people love collegiate wrestling. People are moving. When you watch wrestlers go, you watch UFC, they're moving all along. And when people are moving in terrible combat,
I have a picture of me and Dana White,
doing things, they're moving
the
their
president
body.
of UFC.
Shots can go in an elbow, shots can go here, shots can go there, and that's what you see. That shot went through the left side, and it stayed inside him. That's the one. Remember, the detective had seemed to not know that, because I had to show him the autopsy. That bullet went in. I would suggest that's the first one. Don't know, you can't recreate it, but it makes a lot of sense. The one right on, it's Thomas Randolph's in this firefight, boom! Right, he gets him, whatever position they're in, whatever, you can't tell, but it gets him, it stays inside. That's why it doesn't through and through, and it doesn't make any kind of mark. The door is already open. He starts to run, and just like there's not a hole in the wall, he's just talking about 3 feet. And when he's saying the angles on a head, maybe he's still leaning up. He's not dead, and he's leaning up. Maybe he's falling onto the fridge. Maybe he's holding it. We don't know. I mean, I don't want to speculate, but that's what happens. There's no video, so we don't know. But we're talking about 5 or 6 feet. Why, if Thomas Randolph wanted to make it up, didn't he just say it happened in the garage? Why, if he shot him in the garage, he ambushed him in the garage in this big conspiracy? Why didn't he just say it? Why would he make that up? Why would he make up this fire extinguisher? I do not know what the relevance of this fire extinguisher is. I do not know why we've had to spend so much time fighting against a stupid fire extinguisher. I asked Detective O'Kelly, you know, somebody murders your wife like that. You could shoot him I'd shoot him as many times as I want. I could do more than that, and I would. Who cares? You have a right to defend your wife. You have a right to self-defense. So what difference does a fire extinguisher make? Other than that's actually what happened. He's saying it was a nail on the wall. That's not what it was. It was on the refrigerator. Who cares? It's a red herring. It makes no difference. But boy, are they talking, there's no dust mark on the refrigerator. Well, then take a picture of it. Don't tell us that. It doesn't make sense. And you look at the bolts on that fire extinguisher, there's 2 of them. Everybody can see that. But what's the point? What did he think he did? Do you think they pulled it off the wall, bashed it on his head? Well, he could have done it if he wanted to. But that's not what happened. He just said he got scared. They seem to have abandoned the light, haven't they? They really made a big deal about the light when it turned on. But I was able to show, when I cross-examined Detective O'Kelly, we even saw a video today. He pushed the button when he went out. Why would he go get a neighbor? Why would you go get help? Because you're scared. You don't know what's going on. You're apprehensive. There's a hole in the wall. Okay? So, and he said Michael Miller was going to push it. He just turned on the light, and when it turned off, all he's saying is it scared him. What difference does it make? Why is he making it up? It makes no sense. If it happened in the garage, he ambushed him in the garage, why doesn't he just say it? Why does he have to cover it up? Does it make a difference in a self-defense? Does it make a difference? It makes no difference whatsoever. So why does they make a big deal? Why he's making it up? Why? Do you see the point? Why? If you shot him, if Thomas Randolph shot him in the garage, just say it. I shot him in the garage. I chased him down. I shot him. Boom, 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 boom. Why not? It's not a problem. Shoot a person in the garage. Just murdered your wife. They're not even going to argue that's not a thing. The state will not stand up and say that his actions, if he is innocent, like if he had no involvement, that there's something wrong with that. They won't. They're saying it's a conspiracy, that he had done this. But I ask you, why does he lie about that fire extinguisher? Why does he come up with this ridiculous thing about the garage? Just say it. Makes no sense. That's the height of, that tells you, you think of smaller people wiping down the hallways. They just didn't get up on the ladder and clean. It happened, walkthrough. After they decided Tommy was involved, do you remember how quickly they rushed to judgment? They rushed very quickly. Detective O'Kelly said, I was suspicious. Even in the briefing, I was suspicious. And then when I heard Detective Bogg talking about it, I was suspicious. They focused in on him, and that's why they didn't interview the girlfriend. Because they focused in. There's your guy. And they didn't do the job. They failed. Entire cleanup of that house. People walking in and out for a week. Why did he identify that wrong gun? Don't you see he identified it? Thomas Randolph did. Thomas Randolph took a .22. It doesn't make sense. He thought it was the murder weapon. He thought it was the murder weapon. It was a .38 caliber. And it's pretty unfortunate because I think it was just, I know it was just a mistake, but the prosecutor put up the .22 and says, there's the murder weapon. It's not the murder weapon. Which is a big point of ours. Why would he do it? He did it because he didn't know. He didn't know. He thought it really was the gun that was used. Guns. As you look at that scene, this makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense. I need to talk to you about some of the other witnesses that play a role in this case. I want to talk to you for a second about Tony Beam. She said something very valuable because you're wondering, they made a big deal out of Thomas Randolph said, I tried to call 911 and it wouldn't work. By the way, look at the pictures of the 911 on the face. It's 9114. I think if you listen carefully on the 911 call, you hear a push of a button. I think it's Randolph pushing the 4. The only reason I'm saying it to you is it shows he's nervous. He's something wrong, 9114. He called through to 911, but at some point he pushes a 4. Tony Beam said on the second day of trial, it was a company called Vonage. This is her describing how she talked to Sharon. It was a company called Vonage. Remember that? Yes. Sometimes when you talk to Sharon on the phone, the call would drop. Yes. And what happened? And that happened several times, correct? Yes. That was a thing you knew about talking to her and that phone, that the vonage service in that house would go out, right? Yes. He's just saying the same thing Tony Beam said. Tony Beam also said something very important. She said that she talked to you about where you were going that night, being Sharon. You knew Tommy had been to the bank, yes. You knew he'd withdrawn a large amount of money from the bank, yes. And then he was going to...
Okay, hopefully they're going to be done here pretty soon, because I wanted to open my Tucker, or Trump on Tucker live stream at the very latest an hour from now, but there's quite a few people waiting, so maybe I open it early.
Before I forget, they're going to try to talk about finances, there's some motive. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I can still remember something very distinctly at the very first day. Some of you probably weren't here on the first day of jury selection. Who here has insurance on life insurance? And I remember it was a sea of hands going up. Everybody seemed to. And the reason I say that is because if that person dies, whoever the beneficiary is, has motive. If you're married and your wife dies, you have motive. That's why oftentimes in a homicide of a husband or wife, the first person they look at is the other person, because they immediately have motive. If I die, my suit will go to my wife. She has motive. She's going to get my suit. Maybe some other things too. Okay. Lots of people have motive. Lots of people have financial motive. If you think about it, if you really do the analysis I'm saying, almost every single one of you, if you think about somebody closely associated with you, you got a nice, you got a nice necklace. Somebody kills you, I got a motive, that's what I did. And a lot of people in our society use your ordinary common sense. They have weird motives. They kill for almost nothing in our society. People have motive. It doesn't mean anything. He had a natural motive. Those life insurances were coming from 2006. You're saying that he's a mastermind for 2.5 years or a year and a half or whatever time that is? Oh, I'm going to mastermind this. And I love the way this was presented constantly. Thomas Randolph got life insurance. No. Sharon got life insurance. She's the one that has to go and get, she has to urinate in a cup. She has to sign it. You look at those documents. That's her getting it. That's her protecting somebody that she loved. And just because a will gives, hey, I want to give something to my daughter, doesn't mean she didn't want, if something happened to her, Thomas Randolph, to have something too. That was her who did that. And that is not, why isn't it $1 million? You planning this for 2.5 years? And then you're going to find Michael Miller? A year and a half later? No good deed goes unpunished, I tell you. I heard what a weird relationship this is. Why? Why? You can't give anybody a chance? If you have somebody who maybe makes less money, maybe you're a rich person, you have a landscaper, you can't be kind to them. You've got a pool lady, you can't be kind to them, you can't befriend them, you can't have all of a sudden, I like the Raiders, you like the Raiders, I like the Montreal Canadiens. You like them too. So you become friends. What is the real reason? Is it age? Is there something that really bothers you about this relationship? What's so weird? They say it's weird because he met him at a gas station. It's not like he met him at a gas station and then hid. This man came to Easter dinner. This man fixed the pigeon problem at Colleen's house. And the inconsistencies of some of the state's witnesses in the beginning were dooming him. And what I mean by that, the prosecutor told you in the beginning there was a roof project and nothing got done. Well, Michael Byer, he confirmed that, didn't he? Nothing got done in the roof. And then it was Victorio came in and said, you know what? He claims he has a bad back, Thomas Randolph, and he was up on the roof, and Miller was right by there. I'm like, okay, so he's doomed because Michael Miller and him aren't doing anything on the roof. And then another witness comes in and says, oh no, they're on the roof, and he has a bad back, so that proves he doesn't have a bad back. Well, then he's damned if he does, and he's damned if he doesn't. There were other things like that. Billy Miller said, he didn't pay him, he didn't give him anything. Yet I hear today, oh no, he's paying him. Why was he paying him all this? Michael Byer said he gave him $300 to clean the garage. I would have cleaned the garage for $300. So is he paying him? And that makes him doomed? Or is he not paying him? And that makes him doomed. It was inconsistent, all in a way to harm him and make it impossible for him. You know, I heard so much about how that man was not loved by Sharon. Well, actions speak louder than words. Actually, that's what my wife says all the time. Actions speak louder than words. Where did they go the week before? They went to Arizona, they went to Utah together. They went to Utah together. Why? Maybe we could just use our ordinary common sense. Because they love each other. And they were going to Utah to help his hurt father. His father had a stroke. And what did Thomas tell the police about that? She was wonderful. Actually, I moved my father into a better place because of her suggestion. And then, who was spending Mother's Day with her? And apparently that was upsetting some people. Because she chose, having been with Thomas Randolph for a week, to spend Mother's Day with him and walk out holding his hand. Why? Because she doesn't love him? And then they were going to go the next week, and the next day, where were they going? Back to Utah, see his parents. Actions speak louder than words. We can say all day long she doesn't love him. Even the tattoo that was mentioned in the place where some people would have their bikini. Okay? But to sit there and argue that, well, she got a tattoo and that was, how do you know that? Maybe she really loved him. And maybe they were very close. And you can say he's all of these things, but she married him, and she loved him. There's no divorce proceedings. He has a place in Clearfield, Utah. And people, they're going to try to put up finances as though it was a forensic accounting, looking at everything. They just put in some finances. It doesn't prove anything. It absolutely proves nothing. Those are the guns, just for your edification. That is the 22. You can see it wasn't fired. Why did he? That'll always be a mystery. You see the one fired? That's the bullet that killed Sharon. Any targets involved? Not much. Justifiable homicide is not unlawful. Justifiable homicide includes the killing of a human being.
Did you see the prosecuting attorney? I have to rewind that. He rubbed his head like, oh shit. Now, the lower left-hand corner, watch the prosecuting attorney rub his head.
Justifiable homicide is not unlawful. Justifiable homicide includes the killing of a human being in necessary self-defense or in defense of an occupied habitation, or a person against one who is manifestly intends or endeavors to commit a crime of violence. Michael Miller committed a crime of violence. The state agrees. I agree. We all agree with that. Or against any person or persons who manifestly intend and endeavor in a violent, riotous, or surreptitious manner to enter the occupied habitation of another for the purpose of assaulting or offering personal violence to any person dwelling or being therein. A person is not required to retreat before using deadly force if the person is not the original aggressor. Thomas Randolph was not the aggressor. Has a right to be present at the location where deadly force is used. That's Thomas Randolph's house. He had a right to be in there. And is not actively engaged in conduct in furtherance of a criminal activity at the time deadly force is used. Thomas Randolph, that instruction tells you the law. They have to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that that's not what happened. If evidence of self-defense is present, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant did not act in self-defense. If you find the defendant has failed, the state has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant did not act in self-defense, you must find the defendant not guilty. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I am almost done. If you could indulge me, I just want to make sure I don't miss anything, because I won't really forgive myself if I do, so I'm just going to look at my notes really quick, okay? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm almost. The defendant is presumed innocent until it's contrary, unless the contrary is proved. That's your reasonable doubt instruction. That tells you the burden of proof. They have to prove what I'm saying to you is wrong beyond a reasonable doubt. I ask on behalf of my much more talented and charming co-counsel, Watkins. If we didn't show you doubt, what does reasonable doubt look like if it wasn't shown here? What does it look like in a courtroom? If you all follow your oath, it's a duty to your country that you're all doing to your society. Judge Jones says, follow the law, look at the evidence in here. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Thomas Randolph is not guilty. They didn't prove it. They didn't prove it. It's a part of perspective. Our perspective is he didn't do it. Look at the law. I urge you to come back in here. I urge you to look at the things the state of Nevada did. They're going to stand up in rebuttal. I won't be able to speak. Look at what they've done. They made a mistake. They were wrong. They were wrong so many times. Come in this courtroom, whether you like Thomas Randolph or not, and deliver justice. The verdict should be not guilty to all counts. Thank you so much for listening.
I tell you what, he's good. Okay, so for those of you who are watching this on Crime Spies, I have another live stream starting in 45 minutes. So it looks, just kind of fast forwarding through here, it looks like the rebuttal is going to be over an hour. So I'm going to cut this live stream, and then probably tomorrow early morning, or maybe, well, I'm gonna figure out when I have time, either tonight or tomorrow. Maybe it doesn't matter. But there's a ton of people waiting on the other live stream, and there's like, what, 3 people here, 4 people here. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna cut this for now, and then I'll put the rebuttal up, and then so the guy comes back here. Around 152 of this one. Okay, so pause. Okay, so I'm sorry, but this has gone on longer than I thought today. We've been on for almost exactly 7 hours. I just wanted to show you, this is our Tucker live stream starting at 7:55. I wanted to start the live stream early, and then I just wanted to get people over there. I've posted on True Social, etc. But I figure I'd start that one early. We could watch Dan Bongino before Tucker comes on. I did want to play for you this this commercial I made, and then we'll go.
Tucker Carlson's interview with our favorite president, Donald J. Trump, is being released tonight. Please join my Rumble watch party. It should be spicy.
I hope you enjoyed that. Oh, how do I get this down now? All right, well, so if you have an opportunity, make sure to come and join us over on the other live stream. I'm just going to reboot my router, make sure all the bugs and stuff are out of it. I planned on starting that one in about 45 minutes, but I'll get it up hopefully within the half hour. So I apologize. We got all the way through prosecution and defense attorney's closing arguments. All we have left is the prosecuting's rebuttal. So with that, I will see you later. Well, we've made it through another day of the Tommy Reggie trial. Suffered some. Tune in tomorrow for another day of testimony. See you then.